Gol.
O time inteiro da Red, e aí, amigo? Jacaré virou lagartixa e foi pra base de novo.
E perdeu o flash ainda, o Jacaré tá numa posição difícil demais agora o Fluxo. A frontline caiu, tem Barão a Red e ainda vai tentar buscar o Atacan.
O PNB já tá batendo nele, tá ali, ó, em cima do Atacan o tempo todo. Já começam os debuffs e o Fluxo da W7M do lado. Quer buscar, quer achar o momento. Querem, quem sabe, agora achar a possível virada ou uma finalização de jogo a favor da Red. É um tudo ou nada que pode acontecer caso o Fluxo entre, mas parece que eles estão desistindo, tem uns passos atrás, a FNB chegando pelo flanco, eles sabem dessa possibilidade, o Drake Hero no máximo pode tentar fazer um milagre por ali, mas ele também já recua, e com isso o Atacan é da equipe da Red.
É, a Red pega o Atacan, mas não conseguiu usar tanto esse Baron pra puxar as waves no momento. O time do Fluxo agora vai de novo tomando a iniciativa da FNB. Olha essa boneca pulando, não para.
Gastou o flash, foi pra cima do Drake Hero, tirou o que ele podia por ali de vida, vem avançando agora pela torre pra tentar levar dois Dieguinho, vai levando muito dano, quase foi eliminado, a equipe do Fluxo se segura, mas quem quer agora é o Drake Hero, ele ia ter justamente a GA pra voltar, e até agora nem precisa, porque os resets vão acontecendo por aqui, eles conseguem jogar o Fluxo pra trás, levam o Drake Hero, se arriscam, tem ainda Valkyrie na jogada, e é só conquista pra Red.
I mean, doesn't really matter. Otacon diff.
Não tá nem aí, Daiva, força, leva essa T2. Dá recal ainda na frente, pega a vantagem de tempo, porque daqui 15 segundos é o ponto de alma que eles coletaram para pegar a alma Hextech.
O tempo ficou muito arrumadinho, muito redondo pro time da Red, que agora tá tudo acontecendo na hora que eles querem, né? Garantem ali o bônus na parte superior, conseguem pressionar, levam mais eliminações, no que eles já voltam pra base com o Barão, empoderando aí esse recal, eles conseguem ainda chegar no tempo do dragão. E aí tem essa pressão também pela parte inferior. Tá muito tranquilo o time da Red para definir esse jogo.
Uma alma Hextech é algo poderosíssimo para se juntar. PNB zoando os caras por ali. Já tem agora de novo, vai ser que é isso?
I mean, it's unplayable. Hexol is
Ele vai sumindo, cara.
O PNB tá brincando com a Idan já, ele vai.
Hexol is GG. Hexol, Corki, Hexol, Victor. And Bessa is now super strong inside. GG. Thorn called it, by the way. The Fnatic beating G2. I mean, honestly, I thought both Fnatic and G2 were looking kind of rough. I didn't know who was going to win, to be honest.
Tem que tentar se agarrar nessas torres. Eles ainda têm um scaling de potencial com o Azir e um EZ, mas a Red pegou uma boa vantagem, uma vantagem que eles não conseguiram snowballar o jogo inteiro.
I had no idea. I'm gonna watch Eagles Commanders later. Nope. I'm just gonna skip Eagles Commanders, then I'm gonna watch Bills Chiefs later. My plan. Victor Hextech, yeah, unplayable game. We'll say this game, I will say this game looked a lot harder for Red than it should have after early game. But I do think that their mentality, they kind of like wanted to stomp the enemy team too hard. Okay, Brance, we get it. You have a fucking, you have Otacon. Jesus Christ, bro, that's not worth it. Like, it's better to just play the game normally than to just W into them because you have Otacon.
Ele ficou de pé.
É, o Brance acabou caindo,
okay.
Mas no Guardião e comprou o Gol Infinito, então tá muito forte o Cork nesse ponto do jogo. E essa Jaca que eu acabei de pensar, né? Ela
Might happen, bro.
De Viego. Muito. Não vai pegar reset. Viego, Ari, essas coisas, tipo assim, é muito roubado você pegar esse Atacan. O time da Red pegou muita torre, levou T2 no top, levou T2 lá também no bot.
Drake Hero.
Drake Hero vai dar um face check.
Ele tá sendo visto. Gastou o que tinha.
Oh, Drake Hero's dead.
E gastou a vida.
Oh, that's gonna open up the entire base, probably. Oh, the TP of hell. I mean, Corki is here. He's just doing infinite damage. Victor's here. All right, GG. Just go mid, 5 mid, old school. End the game. Honestly, they might not be able to end the game on one lane. Probably can, but like, who knows? Zero Ezreal has clear. I mean, the fact that Ezreal ulted, never mind. They can end. GG. All right, pretty clean game from or I wouldn't say pretty clean game, but pretty like they looked better. Red just looks like the better team. Not pretty clean game, good early game, kind of bad mid game. I think Grevthar sold a bit in the mid game, but after that, Red was able to, you know, just pretty much win every single fight. Ended up with a big pick here, so yep, is what it is.
Mas garante 1-0. Já que é favorita, tem que fazer um segundo jogo ainda melhor, mas gol é gol nesse ponto.
Exato, abre 1-0 então nessa série melhor de 3, lembrando Fearless Draft, então tudo que foi jogado nessa partida de número 1 não poderá ser escolhido na segunda, e aí a gente tem que ver como o Fluxo, W7M e Red Canids Kalunga vêm para essa segunda partida, porque é aquilo, teve uma vitória da Red, Tacas, mas deu uma suadinha no início,
Deu uma suadinha, afinal de contas também a gente tá vendo...
Let's get one more game. What's good? What game are we in LEC?
Tentando buscar esse ritmo de jogo. Fluxo da W7M
Next one is...
um pouquinho de maturidade, flanco que o Renekton não
EDS Koi next? Oh no, K-Corp Rogue is next.
Ou tentar chegar um spike um pouco melhor.
We have to watch Rogue.
Em uma sequência de jogadas muito boa. Pegou base.
All I gotta say about that, bro. Disgusting.
E a gente muitas vezes
Disgusting.
escuta algumas equipes
If we get a 2-0 here, we'll watch the last game of LEC on stream.
jovens falar, tô com medo
If this
de
is a
jogar,
2-0 for
e
Red,
aí
which I think it will be,
eu acho
last
que
game of LEC we'll
é
watch, and then we'll
contrário,
go
né?
into
Eles queriam ficar fazendo demais até,
LCS,
isso
obviously.
No final
So
do Renekton, acho que evidencia um pouco
that's
tudo que a
what
gente
we're
tá
doing.
falando.
LTA North
Já não
for
tinha mais o Viego pra jogar, cai um
the
Renekton,
people that are gonna get on me because of that. All right, I'm gonna play the ads, use the restroom, probably get some
Conversa
food.
precisa acontecer agora no intervalo. Loop
I had
GSTV,
2 pieces of toast and it's 2 p.m.
Esse jogo de número 1 e começou
Probably
bem
eat
a
something
sério.
here. Oh, actually, I ate like a third of a leftover salad. Much either. Probably get some food and then we'll go into it. All right, see you guys in a few.
O argumento da Cash STV.
Beleza.
Que não tem mais bobo no LoL. Mesmo
Não
quando
tem,
o
não
jogo ele é bom, ele não vai ser aquele stomp no qual o time adversário não consegue fazer nada mais, né?
Eu acho que o Fluxo ele tava preparado para punir esses excessos de agressividade do time da Red. Parece uma análise antiga, né, que a gente poderia fazer para qualquer jogo da Red, mas de novo, né, ainda tem acho que os mesmos vícios antigos, né, o time na Red Canids, mas que eles conseguiram dominar bem ainda. E em questão de mecânica, questão de luta, é um time que se sobressai.
Se sobressai bastante. Eu também gostei que foi um draft um pouco mais coeso. O time do Fluxo vinha com um pique de Viego, com uma composição ali de Viego, Azir e EZ, e eu já não sei se faz muito sentido esses 3 campeões juntos, porque você tem essa vontade de escalar e de tentar chegar um pouquinho mais no late game, no mid, no late game do EZ e do Azir, só que o Viego ele quer ir um pouco mais pra porradaria, a Leona também, o Renekton também, então eu sinto que caso o Fluxo viesse tudo pro early game, talvez tivesse mais combate nesses primeiros 15 minutos de jogo, né, Jess?
Eu acho que assim, early game é um fator importante sem dúvida, mas mais ainda ter rotas que consigam ter pressão. Porque se eles estão jogando essa fase de rotas tradicional, eles não podem estar tomando pressão no meio, no bot, acho que foi esse o principal, acho que a maior dificuldade deles de early game, e aí quando a gente fala de early game, acho que acaba caindo muito nessa questão de pressão de rota.
E com certeza, em termos de pressão, a Red Canids mostrou que ela ainda domina muito bem isso. Eu acho que essas primeiras lutas, a Red mostrou que consegue fazer a sua dominância. E eu quero mostrar 3 jogadas aqui, Jess, que vai mostrar, eu acho que a Red Canids de 2025, de 2024, 23, 22. Porque começa coordenada, começa inteligente, fazendo as jogadas junto, como foi nessa primeira luta da Vastilarva. E aí depois vai pra luta cada um por si no mid game. Que eles se perdem, mesmo com uma vantagem tão grande, mesmo assim deram a chance do jogo pro Fluxo.
É porque assim, eles fizeram a primeira iniciação, garantiram uma eliminação, eles tinham que sair. E eu acho que é essa hora que tá prejudicando alguns times aqui na LTA Sul. Eu diria que inclusive esse atacante, ele nasce num minuto, né, minuto 20. Ainda é meio cedo no jogo. Não é tão fácil chegar ali com 20 minutos, sem ter um grande snowball, sem estar tão à frente, chegar, brigar com ele, levar com tranquilidade. E aí se você fica fazendo time adversário só de olho, esperando pra dar o bot, tá, isso aí que a gente tá vendo, né?
E mesmo pegando a Bats até, virou um 4 contra 5 essa segunda luta, mesmo assim ela acaba sendo muito ruim. O atacante ele vai sugando a sua armadura, a sua resistência mágica. Você consegue ficar até com menos 50 de arma no MR, é muita coisa pra uma luta posterior. Mas, do mesmo jeito que era no ano passado, a Red Canids comete 1, 2 erros ali no mid game, se afobam, se perdem. E aí alguém no time, não sei quem, talvez o FNB, ele tinha esse papel no ano passado, fala, ó, vamos se acalmar? Vamos jogar o LoL? E aí eles retomam e parece que o jogo vira fácil depois disso.
E assim, acho que um pouco desses erros aí da Red, eles vêm por talvez essa segurança de que se eles acalmarem, eles vão conseguir resolver. Não sempre que isso vai acontecer, não acho que isso é um pensamento bom de você ter, mas acho que é um pouquinho isso e dessa vez funcionou, né? Acalmou um pouquinho o jogo e fala assim, fica aí todo mundo no arbusto, vamos garantir um pick-off. Garantiram no full e aí é pra fechar o jogo.
Mas é um jogo perigoso, né? Entrando contra talvez um time um pouco mais experiente ou com um draft que conseguiria voltar melhor, poderia ser ainda mais perigoso. Indo para um jogo 2 aqui, que você acha que o time do Fluxo vai escolher de lado para a segunda partida?
Eu acho muito difícil não escolher o lado azul, por conta, eu diria assim, principalmente pelo first pick, você mandar um pouquinho mais no draft. Não acho que tem tantas escolhas que são, assim, tão fortes. Para mim, Skarner, Kalista, mas não tanto além disso. Acho que é muito mais por como você organiza o seu draft no Fearless Draft. Então acho que o azul tá muito forte.
Libera muitos banimentos também, o lado azul. Ainda é um pouco mais fácil de você jogar nesse lado, pelo esquema do mapa, então é um pouco mais tranquilo. E eu acho que além disso, também talvez jogar um pouquinho mais pro swap. Confirme então essa informação pra gente, Rafa. O Fluxo vai pro lado azul mesmo?
Vocês acertaram. É isso aí, eles vão pro lado azul neste segundo jogo. Quem será que vai enfrentar a Isurus no domingão, hein? Será que vai ser a Red ou será que o Fluxo agora ganha esse segundo jogo, ganha o terceiro? Vamos ver daqui a pouquinho, a gente vai pro intervalo e volta já já.
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
Produto destinado a adultos.
Boas-vindas à guerra. Não me teste. Você trabalha pra mim agora. Eu não me curvo a ninguém. Saca só. Tanto caos pra nada, Jinx. Eu nem senti nada. Nada que eu não resolva.
All right, I'm back, boys. Good. What's good? What's good? A little. I didn't actually eat. Thought I was gonna get food, but I just got a snack and a water. And we're chilling.
Vamos dançar. Sangue por Noxian. Sinta a ira dos Medarda.
Okay. And LTA North stream again. Yeah, I mean, I'm partnered with them, so I will be on the LTA North stream every time, pretty much, when this happens. Every time I co-stream LTA South. The perks of being a partnered, featured co-streamer. Your real name isn't Dom? No. Your real name is not Dom. My real name is I. My middle name is Will. My last name is Dom. Dominate. This champion, bro. Imagine making it seem like Set could ever kill Ambessa in any situation ever.
A gente tá de volta com a nossa nessa semana de estreia aqui na
Okay.
LTA Sul, porque essa é a
Dude, I'm liking the format, bro. Just like 5 games of CBLOL, 5 games of LTS, essentially. I'm just gonna speak in terms because people keep on asking me what LTA is. 5 games of LTA South, 5 games of LTA North, or 5 days, and then they just combine, and that's your first split. Sick. Short and sweet. Not too many games to watch to be able to see the entire region. I like it, bro. They league in about a year. What do they do to the game I love? It's changed a lot of stuff, which I think is like, it's nice for the game to have changes. I will say the Otacon and stuff does seem a little strange. Doesn't seem like the best executed change, but I think it's just a good idea on paper that's extremely hard to execute in practice. Also, I think that it is low-key impossible to balance Otacon for pro play and for solo queue simultaneously on the same patch. Because right now, you know, LTA South is supposed to be a scrappy region. We have not gotten one Ruinous Otacon in all the games I've watched in LPL, LCK, LEC, LTA South, and LTA North. Think about that, bro. That's like 60 games, and we haven't got one Ruinous Otacon. And now we're playing on the patch after the adjustments to make it more popular, and we still haven't got it. So it's a tough situation. Change is always good for a game that's been solved. Yeah, I mean, change is good. I generally do like changes, yeah. As a person, I do like changes in League. Like, I'm pro change in League. But I will say that it's like these changes, like they haven't really, I don't know if they've really made the game better. I don't think they've made the game much worse, but it's been kind of hard to execute. You know what? You know what I was excited about that I wish League of Legends would have went down the path of? I always like the idea of having multiple maps. Like, imagine if League was played on like a 3v3 map, a 5v5 map, a 6v6 map. Like when they had old Twisted Treeline and they had tournaments for Twisted Treeline. I think a lot of people don't know this, but I was originally a Twisted Treeline one trick. Like, I didn't play Summoner's Rift. I only played Twisted Treeline. And I was rank 1 in Twisted Treeline. And I like won tournaments, and that's how I met players. I met like other players from winning tournaments in threes. Like at the time, you'd play a tournament, you'd win like $100 for split 3 ways, $150 split 3 ways, whatever. And that's how I met like Reginald at the time, Locust, who ended up being my support on Dignitas. It's like how I pretty much got into the scene because I was like one of the best Twisted Treeline players. But yeah, it became very obvious that that was not the route that League was going to go. Em vários momentos, alguém morria muito antes, ou o follow-up não estava preparado. Nisso daí, no, queues were super short. It was really popular. Like when the game started, as soon as Twisted Treeline came out and it was the new thing, it was like, I would like to see the numbers. Like I feel like it was at least equally popular. It could have even been like even more popular at a time. This is like 2010, guys. It's mid 2010. We're talking like about a year and a half before the first World Championship happened, which really kicked off esports, so it was way different. All right, Kalista and Nocturne, Maokai banned. Other side bans Cassante. Rumble is not banned in this series. Now it is. We have Varus up. I think Varus should be a good pick. I would not give Brance Varus. So I think Varus first pick makes sense to me. On the other side of things, I mean, Aegis played pretty well on the Sejuani. I think he could always just play like something like Wukong. Vi is fine too. I remember something about Grevthar Talia. Is he a really good Talia player? Am I thinking of the wrong person? Que também habilite, né, certos tipos de mid laners, pode até habilitar uma Oriana aí nas mãos do Grevitar. Sabe o que eu acho? Uma Ahri. O Grev gosta dessa área, ele consegue ter bons impactos e bons desempenhos com essa área, que sinergiza muito bem com a Vi, especialmente uma DK do outro lado. This would be like a 3 pick. I'm not expecting them to pick Talia now. Jace is a pretty good pick. The answer to Jace in pro play is normally either Rumble or Mbessa, and both are out. So now there's not many top laners that are good into Jace that are left. I mean, the top laners that people used to play into Jace would be like Camille and stuff, but the problem with that is that now there's tank Jace, where Camille is much worse into tank Jace than Other Jace builds.
Esse cara é bom, velho.
Wukong pick.
Bom demais ali o Mireu, realmente. E agora o Drake
Wukong into Vi. Solid
mais uma vez.
1v1 answer.
Tem bastante no campeonato.
Alguns campeões que estão aparecendo em todas as séries, né? Por mais que
The thing about this is like
não dá pra aparecer em todo jogo, mas
a lot of times if you go this type of draft, you're really setting up for an insane Talia angle on 3. But it does depend on Brance's champion pool. Is he okay dropping AD in a situation like this? Because some AD carries are kind of limited, so maybe he feels like he needs to take Ashe here.
Esse Jace ainda nesse flex garante algo para rota inferior, porque suporte pode acabar faltando.
I personally wouldn't care about the flex, and I would just draft Talia here. If it was me. Because you think that like an engaged champion is coming too. I think Arya is weaker into what's showing than Talia.
Luzinho aberto, que são essa opção de iniciação muito forte. O time da Red vai ter a primeira escolha ainda, então já começa banindo campeões do Ridan. Tira o Ornn, que também traria mais
ban
ainda para o Sukong, para essa Aurora. O time da Red
okay, I can see it.
Uma opção melhor para escolher o seu suporte no 4-5. Caso o
Team has enough damage, so
tire algum desses que eu citei.
Ornn would make sense. They don't have insane damage. They're probably not going to get a ridiculous damage AD carry here. Because it feels like a lot of times you can't go things like Jinx. I mean, Jinx is not that strong because of items right now anyway. But Jinx into like Wukong Aurora is just tough. You want to ban things that are pretty tanky. Renekton's down and Bess is down. Rumble down. I mean, we're in the tier of like things like Gragas. We could also play Jax, but Jax into Jace is not great, but it would be okay with what they have so far.
Todo o controle que tem, sabe, o time do Fluxo, ainda bastante dano explosivo, mas eles mesmos baniram.
Chefão cantou a bola, agora então aparece a Rel. A gente não tem de opção.
Rel pick, okay.
Caso queiram, a Pop pode vir para suporte pro
Rel is the best support that's left at engaging. Normally the answer to this would be you just play Nautilus into it and accept it, but you could also go Alistar here. You can go Poppy, but the thing I don't like about Poppy, assuming that it is a support Poppy pick, probably will be here, we'll find out in a second, is that Poppy doesn't have AoE engage, and your team wants to engage. And Renata doesn't fill that either, so I don't really understand the Renata pick either. I don't like Wukong as primary engage. I think Wukong is best when you have something else that can follow it easily, so a Rakan, for example, a Leona, for example, a Rel, for example, a Nautilus, for example. You want something else to kind of like start a fight with you. Yeah, there's the Jax pick. I just feel like the Renata is really out of place, all things considered. I really don't like the Renata idea here. Rance on the Zeri. And Zeri's a fine pick here. It's not anything special.
E aí a Zeri é a última escolha para as mãos do Brance.
Esqueci dela, né? O campeão chave, campeão marca registrado do Brance, o cara que apareceu no clipe do Mundial com ela. Tava invicto do ano de 2024 praticamente inteiro com a campeã. E agora ele traz uma zona de confortaço aqui para a equipe da Red.
Em números atualizados, o Brance tem 26 jogos e 88.5 de win rate. Então, ele sabe de uma coisa ou outra. Ele que acabou ganhando agora de Cork AD Carry, né? Quem tinha ganho de Cork apenas tinha sido na mid lane. O Brance ganhou um jogo de Cork, agora pode ganhar também um jogo de Zeri. É com certeza a campeã destaque dele, como você bem falou.
Goblin Engineering.
A Red vai também inaugurar um 2-0 aqui na LTA Sul, em cima do Fluxo.
Pois é, até agora a gente só teve 3 jogos em todas as partidas. Fomos até o finalzinho ali, até o derradeiro e decisivo jogo em todas as séries que tivemos aqui na estreia da LTA Sul. Mas agora a equipe do Fluxo W7M precisa dar esse step up para fazer isso acontecer mais uma vez. Porque a Red foi bem favorita no jogo 1 e se continuar nesse ritmo, pode dar ruim aqui para Fluxo.
E eu tô com um sentimento que a Red quer muito esse swap, tá? Porque vários contra uma Zeri e eles ainda conseguiram responder o suporte, né, com a Renata, então acho que a Red vai tentar buscar, quem sabe, esse swap logo de cara. Vamos ver se o Fluxo tá em dia também com essa questão, se vai tentar impedir, se vai tentar seguir. Afinal de contas, pro Fluxo, caso perca aqui, já tem o seu próximo adversário, que é a Furia, que perdeu o primeiro confronto de hoje. E não é um time que entrou também com a guarda baixa, não. Chegou jogando muito bem, tem novos talentos, seria um encontro aí, quem sabe.
Francis, 26 games with 23 wins on Zeri. That's actually a crazy stat, by the way. Maybe he's the Zeri god. I mean, if he gets into a fight, I think it's going to be pretty hard for enemy team to disengage. So.
Aqui na LTA Sul, então não tem mais time que a gente olha assim e fala, isso aqui é tranquilo, é bônus game, não. Aqui
I don't hate the Zeri pick if he's really good at it. Then again, like a lot of people have inflated Zeri stats because Zeri has been like super broken in the past. I guess we will see. Okay.
Vamos ver se a Red finaliza esse confronto.
Let's go Fluxo versus Red.
Vamos ver se vai acontecer swap ou se o time da Red vai realmente tentar.
I remember Zeri in the Heavy of the Crown. Oh yeah, the Zeri in the Heavy of the Crown video is Brand's. True. It's kind of weird that he was in that video and he didn't even go to Worlds though. Like, guess it was like historical reference because he did play at Worlds a couple years ago.
Esse talento, essa runa, né, que ele já mostrou pra gente. Então, assim, com ritmo fatal vai mais pros ataques básicos.
You got the Commanders or the Eagles? Eagles.
Dano, inclusive, é bom ficar bem
Eagles for sure.
Porque o Burst que vem de longe, né, tem o disparo da FNB, tem a iniciação do Aegis, do Greve. Não é um jogo fácil para você estar com um atirador sem mobilidade. Mesma coisa aí a Aurora do Fu, que é outro campeão que pode ser muito bem focado, que é um dos alvos aí pro time da Red.
E aquilo, né? O Marvin tá com esse campeão imóvel, coisa e tal, mas também a marca registrada dele. Lembrando que na final, né, do Academy, na final também do Américas, ele pediu o campeão, ele falou, dá pra mim que eu resolvo. E agora tá nas mãos dele.
Isso aí mesmo.
Vamos ver aqui se vai ter essa pressão agora na rota inferior por parte dessa tentativa de entrada da Red, porque da outra vez a gente viu que foi justamente lá embaixo onde toda a pressão inicial aconteceu.
Restabelecer aqui, Chapão, vambora. Não aconteceu o swap. Time da Red vai jogar essa matchup na lane mesmo contra o Varus. Enquanto na mid lane agora é uma matchup de muita mobilidade. Já você vê quem conseguir pegar prioridade. Tem muita participação também com o seu caçador. O Kong de um lado, vai do outro. Os dois querem ter esse nível 6 e os dois começaram nessa parte de cima.
Things all good here.
Agora a pressão inicial inverteu, né? No jogo passado.
How much going on? I think that these lanes depends on how strong the Renata Varus is in lane. But the way that this essentially works is that Red's bot lane would have liked to swap. Red's top lane wants to lane. Playing Grasp Jason to Jax, you definitely want to be laning if you can. So, say this is like fine. Good for one side, bad for the other. See how Zeri's able to play. I feel like Zeri got changed in a weird way a while ago. Where Zeri used to be the champion that kind of wanted to... it was hard to lane a lot of the time because your ranges were shorter. But then they increased the range of Q a while back, and that made it so Zeri is like kind of like a bad version of Estral when it comes to how you lane. Fine though. Like Zeri can like low-key 1v2 some lanes. I's pathing bot, Wukong is pathing bot. I mean, 3v3 depends on how it's definitely played. But I would expect the Varus side to always be stronger. Varus is so strong in situations like that.
Lá no bot a gente vê como a dupla da Red vai dando espaço, né? Colocou uma sentinela.
Hey, Drake Hero's seen here. Vi's gonna have the option of just going to top crab. He's gonna look for a gank mid and then turn into top crab. What a fucking charm! What a charm, Grevthar! Oh my god! That was disgusting.
Uma boa jogada, bom primeiro
Holy.
do Aegis, não tinha as pressões, mas
holy shit.
Pra baixo, e o Fu de novo.
That was a crazy angle. I respect it. I really respect it, guys. He threaded. No, that was nice.
E assim, o Aegis ele passou numa rotação.
I thought Aegis was gonna just Q flash insta, but he just chilled.
Poderia ter suspeitado, né? O Fu poderia ter suspeitado do Aegis jogando pelo lado inferior do mapa. Agora vem o Drake Hero pra tentar o ganho.
FNB pode morrer aqui, hein? O Ridan conseguiu atordoamento, jogou.
Good, he knocks away the Wukong. Gonna end up dying here, I think. He has biscuits. He needs to just pop them all. And he lives with the biscuits. Oh, Drake Hero. Oh no, that's a tragedy. That is a tragedy and a half right there, bro. That is such a tragedy. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Aqui, FNB pela lateral ainda segurando, Edson esperando também.
Okay, Aegis is just making sure he can catch the wave.
Faltou bastante.
All right, 2 flashes down for the Jace flash. You see the angle that he's taking with the Jace. And some people go grasp and then they go things like cleaver into tank. Some people just go straight tank. I feel like this will probably end up being straight tank, but you never know.
uma jogada que, assim, não vou dizer que podia mudar o jogo, mas poderia colocar uma vantagem numa rota que tava bem ruim, né? Que tem essa pressão por conta da diferença do matchup, por conta da diferença do alcance. O gank ele foi longo, né? Veio desde lá da torre e não conseguiram garantir essa eliminação. Mas assim, se não fosse por esse flash, não ia estar nada mal. Só que esse flash realmente acabou esquisitando o final da jogada.
É, no replay a gente vê o Full meio que já tinha saído, mas ele tentou voltar pra dar um auto-ataque. Isso deu mais segurança ainda pro Ash já buscar uma jogada que
Insane
era
play.
possível, que era plausível.
Just
Foi
insane play.
limpo, pegou ainda o aronguejo e ainda na
Super respectable.
fez essa jogada no top.
I like to see it, man. I like to see
Mais
it.
tranquila, a pressão natural ainda permanecendo apenas a do Varus agora. A Red pega nível 6 na área, a Edge está bem no jogo mais uma vez nesse early game. Quem faz o swap primeiro agora pro top é o time do Fluxo do W7M pra buscar a lava. E a Red não tá muito preocupada não, hein? Vai só pegar o dragão e aceitar.
Looks like it's gonna be a little trade here. Drake is definitely what Vi wants to do.
Enquanto que aqui embaixo o dragão do oceano vai ser da equipe da Red, lá em cima o Drake.
This is always the trade normally when Vi's in the game, because Vi's pretty much a level 6 champion, so you do Drake really fast. You'd rather do that. Then Wukong is not the best champion pre-6. He's like okay champion pre-6. But in the Wukong versus Vi matchup, he wants like the direct fight where he can stack his passive off the grubs and then play from there, right? Like he's much better than Vi in those types of fights. I mean, no flash on this guy. He's just hinting. I think he should be dead. Yep, he's dead.
Ele liga a velocidade, foi punido.
Abate pro Varus do Marvin aqui no bot agora o Brance.
Clean. Brance takes a turret shot here, but okay.
Sem flash também para pegar essa kill seria difícil. Uma coisa foi interessante da
Sorry if I'm not talking as much as I normally do, but a little bit under the weather today, so I'm sucking on cough drops and trying to hope that I don't die. I don't lose my voice.
Mas essa kill aí acabou estragando um pouquinho a jogada.
Deixar um abate nas mãos do Marvin, principalmente com seu Varus, é complicado demais. Pode ser ali campeão.
This becomes a fight. Frosty really wants this.
Tava sem flash, não tinha nenhum tipo de cobertura, o Edge estava longe.
Drake here is only level 5 and Aegis is level 6, so they thought about fighting it. The problem is that the enemy bot lane is on top here, so a little bit scary.
Tá nessa vantagem o time da Red pra buscar uma primeira jogada, roubaram um buff e agora a gente vê o Brace de novo no V1 com o Jax.
Tá pra chegar agora nesse nível 6 do Drake Hero e o Aegis ainda não tem esse ângulo pra conseguir utilizar a sua ultimate, por isso ele vai só se movimentando, tem o Frost passando pela rota do meio.
Looks like this is going to be the Shojin build, the Shojin variant, which I think is pretty good. I like this one. Shojin variant of Jace builds. I think the full tank Jace that we were seeing was a little bit fake. I think people were coping kind of hard. Could be good in some games, but in a game like this, I think you do want to do some damage. Go Shojin, get a Thimble Winter, play the game from there, have the ability to actually poke and do some damage, play your champion somewhat,
que tem começo diferente da partida passada, onde o
and you're good.
por exemplo, já começou com 2 kills em sequência.
É isso, não tem nada completamente decidido, a vantagem do Fluxo ainda.
I'd still expect Varus to be significantly stronger than the Zeri for now.
A Aurora, a gente viu o potencial que ela tem hoje quando
At least the expectation.
É um jogo em aberto ainda, eu tô sentindo que a Red tá tranquila nesse tempo, nesse ritmo que tá acontecendo, o Brance tá crescendo, a vantagem que tinha de farm, o Marvin agora, o Brance ficando no bot, sozinho, isolado, encostou. Mid, a vantagem que o Greve pegou com a kill não foi snowballada de uma certa maneira. O Fu ainda permanece tendo essa pressão, consegue lutar pela wave. Bom,
Good charm again, bro. God damn.
Tudo empatado, chefe.
That's kind of a sniper. I mean, it kind of was. It's unfortunate though because his Q doesn't one-shot the backline yet, so he just had to watch all that CS die in front of him.
Eles não estão buscando esse 1 contra 1, esse 2 contra 2 de maneira mais intensa. E aqui eles estão tentando buscar essa.
I feel like Zeri just seems so absurdly weak compared to what it used to be, but you know, pro players still like it. We're seeing it more in LCK though. Kind of an LCK pick. People haven't really been playing it in LPL. In LEC, it has. I think it got played a couple times in LEC, but it hasn't been very popular in the LEC. LCK, they like it though. You end up having to flash here is the question, or ult here is the question. Answer is yes.
Pegou a jogada.
All right.
O Brace continua no top farmando, então o Greve perde esse tempo.
Probably means that they're going to give up the Drake. He'll have ult like around the same time the Drake spawns, so maybe it's okay.
Essa é a vantagem que o time do Fluxo conquistou. A Ari tá sem esse cooldown, que é importante.
Or they're kind of just looking for a charm. Doesn't look like it's happening though.
Ele tem TP, então posicionamento, o jogo corporal aqui do time, chefe, ele vai ser pra conteste de lava. Red não quer deixar o stack não.
Vantagem na ult do suporte, hein?
Verdade, o Giggs ainda falta tiquinho
Plates for Jace.
pra pegar o nível 6.
500 gold lead for the Jace. Scary to make this play because your Ahri doesn't have ult. Let's see what happens. Okay, he gets one shot. I thought they were gonna, you know, maybe they were going to use the Renata W on him, but I guess not. Oh my god. They really went hard for this. Oh my god, the charm again from Grevthar. Wasn't good, really, but it's fine. And that was a time where I think Marvin could have potentially reacted. It would have been nice.
Buscando esse contato e conseguindo executar com maestria, GSTV.
I guess he just wasn't expecting Red to be aggressive with no Ariel, so he just wasn't mentally prepared, because a lot of those situations come down to, like, is the pro player thinking, I have to be ready to flash? If you're not thinking, I have to be ready to flash, it completely changes how you react in this type of situation.
Do Brence para conseguir chegar nesse nível 6 primeiro, aqui ainda na casa dos 10 minutos e tanto, mas é período até que normal pro suporte. Aí encontraram o Marvin e não teve jeito, foram pra cima dele.
The thing is, like, even though he's gonna die anyway, Wing him there could be nice, because then he'll be able to get his ult off. And if you're gonna try to fight it after anyway, like, he'll be able to at least press some abilities. I feel like you probably just have to W him there. Maybe it was on cooldown. Maybe he used it for like attack speed earlier or something in a trade. Who knows?
E tá muito próximo de conquistar as coisas de força, mas pra isso não aconteceu, o Fluxo da W7M corre pro dragão.
E o Fluxo tá meio perdido nessa relação, porque enquanto tava acontecendo isso no mid, o Fu ainda tava no top.
Hey, Fluxo gets the Drake. Because Red has their ult on cooldown, and they also accepted that they're just gonna go grubs here, so this is expected, I would say. Take the kills, lose the Drake. Very strange Varus build, though. I never see this. Ginsu's first item. Normally, every Varus build is Bork first item, so Ginsu's first item, I'm not familiar with this at all. I don't really see why you'd want to go Ginsu's first item on Varus in this game, because you're playing against the Jace, who's going to be tanky. He's going like the off-tank build. Vi is going to have HP. Rel is going to have HP. I feel like you'd still want to go Bork, but yeah.
Utilizar, né, desse tempo que ele gastou farmando para agora chegar forte para as lutas.
E aquilo, né? A equipe da Red já consegue colocar um pouco mais dessa força aplicada no jogo e pode agora garantir, além desse dive, a proeza, porque essa torre está destruída praticamente. E aqui agora, se tiver abate no Ridan, pode anotar que é da Red.
Oh, he is very dead, no flash. I mean, there should be no chance he lives, right? He's gonna get flipped, stunned, and that's it. But at the same time, they're able to answer the Ahri kill on the other side of the map. 3 grubs versus 3 grubs. No team should have a super big advantage when it comes to pushing here. The advantage for Red, though, is that Zeri is on mid. So they get first turret. They're going to have their feats of strength. And Zeri is pushing in mid, and they're losing mid waves at the same time. And Zeri is getting played, so the main advantage here is that Red is just going to be getting mid gold. Also, my general mentality about this patch is that feats of strength is really fake. It doesn't matter. You just play the game normally. You don't care about, like, feats of strength. It's not something you consider. Looking for a play onto Marvin. This guy has flash. Oh my god. Stevie. He has flash, has cleanse, so it's not possible to really kill him there, especially when Ahri has no ult, but didn't make him use anything. I mean, if you hit your Q, he's probably just going to cleanse it instinctively. He doesn't know how many people are following the rel. Or he should know, but probably is not tracking it perfectly.
O abate acabou ficando ali com a equipe do Fluxo da W7M. Eles não conseguiram levar aquela torre. O Greve já tá lá em cima de novo. E mais uma vez o atacante vai nascer na top lane.
E a maturidade agora que faltou, né? Uma malícia pro Marvin, porque a jogada nem precisava dele. Ele subiu, chegou lá, não pegou nem assistência, enquanto isso o Brence só ficou sentado mid, farmando, crescendo, pegou barricadas. Nisso a Red de novo vai pegando essa vantagem.
Slow down a bit.
Já tá batendo top. O Frost já tinha resetado, já tinha.
I think Red is in the best spot they could ever imagine to be in, though. They're chilling so hard now.
não chegou naqueles 20 minutos.
The Zarya just got out of the hardest part of the game. You look over, I feel like when you hit tab this game as a player, and you just see a Ginsu's Varus with tabbies, you're a Zarya, you got your static shiv, you know, you got Zeal, you know you're up in gold because you were getting those plates mid, you're chilling. FMB has flash here, so I don't think they can kill him. The thing about the off-tank Jace build, it's very hard to kill, generally. Drake Hero has flash. Let's see how they play this. They have people coming on the way. Everyone is coming. This is going to be World War 3. They have TP, though. Jax is TPing behind. Jax is TPing behind. Looks like they're still going to fight. Oh, Jax is going over here. Okay, I thought Jax was probably going to go to the other side of the fight, but he doesn't. All right. All right, right now it's a 2-for-1. Ari was not a part of it, though. I thought Jax was just going to kill the Vi here, but he ran at the Aurora side, went onto the Zarya here instead.
No geral ainda, o time do Fluxo não tá conseguindo ter resposta em wave, em torre, em tempo no mapa.
Bonito agora a jogada da Red, porque eles conseguiram levar vantagem no bot 2-1, e aí o Greve tinha ação de Minions na rota
Yeah, Red
do
is
meio,
chilling so hard now. Even better than before.
da T1 da rota do meio.
Jace is going to be such a problem, too. This Jace is a 3k gold lead. Look at how poor the Jax is compared to the Jace. How can play? Guys, it's okay. He has 2 items. I almost have Triforce. We've got this. It's playable. Then you just see an FF vote pop up in pro play. Wait, who put this on my screen? Play this in solo queue. Your Jax just full mutes instantly. Like, you know what's going on at that point. Trying to go into Frosty. Frosty flashed onto Marvin. Drake Hero's kind of looking for something. Once again, Ari is like in the side lane. He has TP this time though, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to keep his position here. Drake is up. I think it's very hard for Fluxo to fight this. Like, imagine trying to fight this as Jax here. Like, what do you even think? What do you even think you can do here as a Jax? We'll buy my Triforce, and then we can win. I'd sell my door and shield for it though, but it's fine.
Acabaram givando e eles acabam tendo que givar também o dragão porque o posicionamento da Red chegou, os jogadores chegaram, eles não tinham mais como contestar, mais um objetivo, o jogo vai se tornando muito unilateral, só a Red que joga, só no tempo deles, só no mapa deles, agora vem o Arauto para cabecear esse AT2.
É, por enquanto, agora que o Drake Hero tá chegando na base,
I mean,
os também saindo, então estão dando recal e a Red já levou AT2.
I don't play bot.
Baile de Red
They can't defend this at all. Pretty bad wave clear in general. Oh wait, it didn't crash there? Wait, what happened there? Didn't he crash it into the previous turret? Strange. Okay, I guess so.
Fluxo parece que ainda depende muito dessas jogadas individuais, do talento individual do jogador, e o jogo coletivo tá pecando um pouquinho. Já a Red tá com isso muito alinhado.
É um trabalho bem feito mesmo, né, do time da Red, e que agora já tá completamente no ritmo que eles querem. É difícil você recuperar esse ritmo depois que o adversário já tá tão dominante assim, já tá com vantagem de ouro, já tá colocando as sentinelas onde eles querem. Agora
Marvin is in trouble. A good chunk from who? Drake Hero. Oh no! Oh hell no. That's never the play. That is never the play, bro. Jesus.
Ninguém claramente estava pensando no mesmo. O Ridan tava lá no bot, puxando o wave. Fu tava querendo voltar, o Marvin ainda não tem flash. Então, pra ele dar um passo pra frente contra uma Rel, contra uma Ari e uma Vi, era muito risco. Agora a FNB foi maroto, colocou ali a lente, não tomou a jogada do time do Fluxo. Permanece ainda em muita vantagem o time da Red.
Casey is just stomping Rogue's face in LEC.
Algumas aí das flores, consegue garantir esse bônus pra eles, mas a Red tá resetando e vai voltar pra, de fato, tentar dominar o objetivo. Eu vou dizer o seguinte, esse objetivo aqui, né, esse atacante.
Casey plays kind of good. Yeah, I mean, I think Casey and Koi are the teams that have like the nicest game pace to watch, for sure. And Giant X is getting overrated by fans. G2 is playing really bad, to be honest, themselves. Fnatic is... They had a good game versus G2, but they've had a pretty rough go of it, I would say. In general, anyway.
Por ali para depois ir pro atacante, porque eles estão com muita vantagem. Nesse momento, eles estão muito mais fortes da equipe do Fluxo. Então, para dar um combate, não sei se seria o melhor momento, mas é aquele ponto, né? Não dá para deixar um atacante de graça. Principalmente o da GA, que é muito efetivo. Você dá uma liberdade pro time adversário fazer besteira. É assim, se joga, vai, pega aqui, se mata, porque você...
Giant X's fans? Yeah, they have a decent amount of fans.
Foi do time da Red começou a dar aquela barrigada, não começou a tentar buscar o objetivo e não conseguiu, como vocês estão bem dizendo. Mas agora eu não sinto que eles estão na pior situação possível de scale. Tem a Zeri, o Jace está crescendo, a Vi está muito mais forte nesse ponto, a vantagem do FNB e do Aegis está gigante, guys. A gente está falando pouco sobre esse Jace, mas quase 3 mil de gold.
Nossa,
na frente do Jax tem um item e meio. Tá muita coisa na frente do FNB em relação ao Ridan.
E foi o matchup escolhido aí, né, pelo time do Fluxo W7M, pelo Ridan, de fato, que já tinha visto o Jace, já tinha visto a Ahri também no draft, sabia o que ele ia enfrentar, e tem todo esse domínio de mapa.
I mean, Otacon going to be the next objective. I feel like Red can actually start it here. I mean, Vi is one of the best champions at doing Otacon because you just get perma shields on it, right? So I feel like they can pretty much start it whenever and just invite a fight, and as long as they're not playing the fight really ridiculously, they'll probably naturally just win it no matter what.
Conseguindo fazer jogo que aquilo ele não tá sendo um jogador clutch, aquela estrela, nossa que jogadaça, mas
waiting for the top turret first. It's fine if they're giving free top turret, take it. Jack's actually looking for an angle here. Oh, they're TPing, they're going all out here. All right, let's see. Jason's kind of low mana, but yeah, I don't see how Fluxo wins this fight. Trying to go onto Brands. This is not going to work, I don't think. I mean, they get the Vi. Yeah, Ahri had no TP, I guess. Brancis wants to hit. Grefthar is here now. This is where they should turn the fight. Oh, actually, pretty good kill. Pretty good kill back. I like the kill back. And they can't do the Otacon yet, so, hey. It was actually the best play they could have made. I was pretty skeptical. It looked very hard because summoners were all up, but they played it well enough. Played it well enough. The fact that they were able to change their focus to the Vi and just one-shot him was really nice here. The Renata ult on top was actually very solid. Like, the way they comboed their abilities here was very good. Wukong ult. Renata waits. They wait until they engage on the Renata, and then they go from there. And Grefthar took insane damage there. Like, it's very good from Aurora to land the spells here. Actually, just chunk him to 0.
O time do Fluxo também não é bobo, também não vai ficar assistindo a Red fazer do jeito que eles quiserem. O Greve tava lá no bot, sem teleporte, essa luta no topo era com a menos, e ela foi com a menos durante a maior parte do tempo, conseguiram ficar igualados nas eliminações.
That Casey game is about to end. Hey, Grefthar is actually taking insane damage here. Oh my god, he just got one shot. Hold up. Hold up, wait, Fluxo kind of fighting here. Hey, they did roll over. Look, hey, this is showing me something. This is respectable, bro. This is respectable. Don't roll over and die. Fight it out. Edon, you are going to get absolutely clapped in this 1v1. I don't know what he's going for here. Okay, he's TPing out. He's out. Lives, okay, sure. Yeah. Otacon goes to Fluxo, bro. Fluxo gets Otacon here. Wait, they can actually play. They can actually play the game here. Crazy.
Acaba entregando essas vantagens. Agora essa torre aqui do topo e o Fu não vai sair, ele vai ficar aí eliminado, volta pra base, garante a torre. Mesmo que seja cobrado, tá tranquilo.
Ele sabe que o trabalho dele tá feito. Pegou a torre, tá tranquilo, pegou o ouro todo pra ele. Retirada, é pra base.
É o face check ali da Ahri, tomou o dano da Aurora, o burst dela inteirinho, junto do ápice da tempestade. No final ainda, pra dar o dano que faltava pra pegar esse abate. O Fu consegue pegar muito gold nesse momento, ele tinha 2 itens, agora ele pega uma Seekers e também um bastão que tá com muito dano nesse ponto. O Brence não tem resistência, tem que tomar cuidado agora se a Aurora brilhar. Ela Também falamos um pouco, mas nesse momento agora é quem tá mais forte do time do Fluxo.
Drake Hero pode ser punido aqui nessa
Drake Hero?
A GA tá disponível e ele vem pra retirada.
They gotta be careful, bro. They're fighting into Otacon. I mean, this Rel is dead.
Batendo forte, indo pra cima agora do Frost, já garante a eliminação, pode vir retirada também. Ele ainda vai sair.
They can just fight however they want, you know, like that's the thing.
Cada vez mais o Fluxo e tirando as vantagens que a Red construiu ao longo do jogo. Ridan, salto pra longe e consegue sair.
O Anjo Guardião
Okay.
é muito roubado nesse ponto. O time do
Extra
Fluxo
kill.
buscou o contato, conseguiram tirar boas Summoner Spells ali, por exemplo, ali da Rel. Levam um abate, a Aegis também sem o Summoner Spell. Permanece com o Anjo Guardião, o Giggs e o Fulcro.
Mas é uma briga sem objetivo, né?
O Ridan, desculpa.
Perfeito, uma briga sem objetivo.
Is he gonna win LEC at this point? Maybe, bro. Maybe. I mean, this first split, I think, is really up for grabs. Like, G2 doesn't look good, and I feel like they were the only team I was confident in actually, like, winning LEC when they were looking good. Every other team was, like, kind of sus to me. So it's Otacon here. Okay, it's gonna be an Otacon. I mean, that is 200 gold. It's definitely good for FNB here. Damn, and instantly Ari has to ult out. Dude, Greftar played a pretty good game on Ari, too. Like, his charms were nice early, but, like, he's suffering.
Não tem jeito.
E assim, na jogada
He is just
passada,
suffering.
o Greve ele foi encontrado, acabou entregando o atacante e o ouro.
Bro, some people really thought Kalist was on Fraud Watch. That's how you know who watched him and who didn't.
Coloca pressão, leva eliminações,
Yeah,
mas
man,
o
I
ouro
don't
ainda é bem
I didn't watch him at all, so I didn't have an opinion. I thought he was probably going to be good.
Se começarem a cair as torres do time da Red, esse jogo iguala, aí fica esquisito.
Momentos de tensão por aqui, meus amigos, porque um jogo que tinha uma vantagem absoluta para a equipe da Red agora começa a entrar em grandes dúvidas. A vantagem de ouro ainda é grande, mas a equipe do Fluxo da WCTM já chegou em pontos de força que impactam diretamente no jogo. Então aqui é um passo em falso, um momento que a equipe da Red fique ali desatenta, a explosão de dano é alta e pode quebrar a luta.
O Marvin agora fechou seu terceiro item, ele que tá indo pra esse Varus mais tanque, mas ainda tá em 2 níveis.
This is the next Caps. I mean, he looks, yeah, I mean, his start is, he just looks really good mechanically. Like, looks really, really solid. I think some other, like, when I compare him to Supa, because he's like the last hyped up AD, I guess, that came in, like, Supa looks like he's put a lot of time into, like, learning the game and playing the game, like, well, and he has a good read of, like, how he wants to play, and he's executing that, which is, like, a skill. It's good, but he doesn't look as raw, as like, innately talented as Kalist looks. Kalist just looks way more innately talented than somebody like Supa.
E a iniciação não tá assim ainda tão simples. O jogo agora pra Red, parece que eles estão esperando pra garantir a alma da montanha.
É aquilo, né? Por 2 vezes o Brance teve até liberado pra bater em teamfight, mas parece que não tinha o dano completo ainda pra ser impactante, então ele
Oh shit, we just got triple sub in like 5 seconds. Hey, thank you for the subs. 29 months, 26 months, and 70 months. Hey, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Esses 2 itens aí, Static e Hurricane, é muito bom pra você puxar o wave, tá sempre na vantagem de tempo, mas pra causar o dano você precisa que a luta seja hiper estendida pra ult fazer o grande efeito. Agora vem o Fluxo tentando pegar essa visão, lembrando
Fluxo is actually really confident taking these fights. I feel like Red is unsure of how they want to approach the fights, considering how the last couple fights have went. What ends up happening here? This is the sole point, obviously, for Red, but they can give it and go Baron, which, when Fluxo has set up, I think that Red should probably go towards Baron. If they're unsure of how the fights play out, which it seems like that's been the case. Ooh. Oh, Aurora missed ult. Okay, that could be game losing. Aurora having no ult here is horrible for them. And Aurora is split on top of things. Aegis just really sent it, bro. Aegis really sent it here. Oi, oi, oi. Is that guy dead? Alright. Jax is dead. Frosty is trying to get in there. Greftar should just kill. Oh, the charm flew. Oh, the charm was flying. FNB's trying to get in the mix. Greftar is praying for a reset. Dude, FNB can just carry this whole fight. Damn. All right. Ace gap.
Para manter a Red no jogo, garantir essa alma da montanha. A hora que parecia que nada mais podia salvar o time da Red, ele estava lá.
Inacreditável o que faz agora o FNB. Uma luta que estava perdida. O Fluxo encontrou, tiraram rapidamente o Aegis e o Prince da batalha e a luta era praticamente toda do Fluxo, mas teve a virada.
O problema dessa fight agora, Fu, sou teu fã, mas
Foi
essa luta agora dele deu muito pouco dano. Participou pouquíssimo. Essa iniciação pra cima do Aegis foi boa, conseguiram abatê-lo e o Idam basicamente só...
I mean, low-key, Brandt's got his ass beat by FNB. The Jace got hit with the ult and the Renata ult, and he just beat his Zeri to death. Unlucky. Oh, got a kill on the Renata. Should be Baron. On the picture-in-picture, we saw that Renata was actually getting caught same time as Wukong. It should be Baron for Red. I think Red's got it now. I mean, they have Mountain Soul as well. It should just be over. I guess he's an FMB as Jesus. He looks clean, bro. I'm not gonna hate on it.
Com a morte do Giggs, com a Red avançada, a Red foi pro Barão.
A Red tá aproveitando bastante desses erros. Agora o Giggs caiu, pegaram a alma da montanha, também esse Barão, e vão tentar puxar agora a iniciação pra cima do Full, que não encaixa 100%.
Já encaixou o ultimate, mais o dash pra trás, com isso ele ficou seguro por ali. Mas agora esse bônus de Barão vai entrar na base da equipe do Fluxo e pode ter decretado o fim de tudo, hein?
Agora provavelmente não tem como segurar tudo isso. O inibidor do mid já foi pro chão, a Red continua puxando o top.
LTA North stream again? Yep, I will be pretty much every time that I do this. That was the agreement. It will work like that.
Muitos recursos ainda disponíveis, mas eles vão na maturidade. Eles já liberam 2 inibidores, rota do meio, rota inferior, vem pro recuo, não precisa continuar de qualquer jeito.
Agora vão mais na maturidade, como você bem falou. O time do Fluxo não tem Summoner Spells ainda no Varus, no Jax, que são os
I mean, I can't really look if they do the picture-in-picture there. I have to put my camera somewhere, so I can't really. That's why I was explaining what was happening on live.
Tem que vacilar demais a Red.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a formality. They just go bot, and Fluxo can't answer.
Muito difícil. A FNB agora encontra o Redan, não sei se dá pra eliminar, mas ele vai tentar nessa perseguição.
FNB is serious about it. Oh, they're trying to kill Aegis. Oh, that was their attempt. Aurora still is ult here, but yeah. One good rel engage. Game will end swiftly. Love that FX didn't just roll over and die. I like that too. I like that Fluxo played this game out because it was looking super dire and they actually made it competitive with their plays. Like just knowing where you have to take a stand is important. So they showed me something, you know? They showed me they have like a little bit of spirit. Because I always was a big hater of teams that rolled over and died. Like you remember like that Dignitas game that we watched? We co-streamed a Dignitas game in like 2020.
I heard Lyra's starting today.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Whoa, Kangas, what the hell, man? The show's about to start soon.
Yeah, I'm just doing my prep, man. I read something about, like, feeds of strength.
You mean first turret, first 3 kills, first objective, stuff like that?
Nah, dude, like deadlifting, arm wrestling for side select, you know, cool stuff.
Is this all you've been doing? Like, what about Otacon?
Out of who?
Oh, God.
We're doomed.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I got one more set. I forgot about that teleport channel.
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
For anybody watching at home, it's great for your posture check. Get your rear deltoids.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the LTA and to welcome back the defending LCS champions, FlyQuest. Facing off against them, it is a moist new look for Shopify Rebellion. Masu still slowing him down, still gunning him down. Nicely done with Busio here with a massive engage on the 2. It's a double kill back over to Masu. Everybody on Shopify Rebellion is dead in the dirt, and Otacon's the reward for FlyQuest. Busio in for the Magnet Storm on to 3. They follow it up with a petrifying engage. Shopify tries to fall back, but they only fall down. Quad goes on a rampage, and Masu's legendary. 3 dead bodies on Shopify, and it's about to be 4. Beautifully done by FlyQuest.
Can we look for something? I'm an ult here. Watch me.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to ult soon. But
they're going on me. I'm dead.
Look front.
Look front.
Yeah, looks good.
I'll bait her ult, okay? Look.
Yeah, kill her. Okay, flash W.
Looks good. A 0 kill everyone. Just play with the 0, okay?
Yeah. Okay, nice.
No mana, Victor. Just go Caitlyn first, okay? Caitlyn first.
Caitlyn.
Nice. They're all dead. Got a 3-man ult. Play slow, guys. Play slow.
Okay, my bad.
It doesn't look good. Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe you can buff the wave and end.
Maybe.
No, it's my bad. Movement! Masu!
Take a shot. We don't win.
Okay, it's fine. I'm tipping, guys.
Yeah. TP up here.
Slowly. Nocturne.
Slowly.
Hey, guys. Okay, come here. Nocturne. Hey, look.
They went on me.
Nocturne ult. Hey, look.
Look. Let's go.
It's good. Go back.
No.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Good. Nice. Aurora. No flash. No flash. Nice. Not flash out.
Let's go.
Look at Dragon. Go. We kill them and we go Baron, maybe. Baron's in 10 seconds. Go Baron, guys. Go Baron after.
Nice.
No flash.
Bottom.
You guys can it. Auto. Thanatos, kill him.
Nice, guys. Good game.
Yeah.
Sven's untouched, still in the fight. Thanatos is able to gnar into the wall. Lions has a flash to safety, but safe.
Nice.
Not it.
Nice, Hannah.
Look by.
They're not going hard. Looking by. Backstone, kill by. She can start. I need the flash. Nice. We can end, okay?
Yeah, we can end.
No flash.
Welcome back to the LTA waiting room. That was yesterday.
I pointed at the wrong camera.
What were you pointing? It's like over there.
Brothers, like, there it is.
I see the giant robot camera right there, Raz.
You're like, Kangas is doing bench over there.
These glasses are useless. How many fingers am I holding
up, Raz?
5, 6.
Oh, man.
That was rough.
4 teams played yesterday.
Yes.
We're going to see the other 4 today. But also we need to look at the bracket because it's a bracket that we've never had for Split 1 in LTA history or in LCS history. So
you are right. There's a lot of first things in LTA history. I'll tell you right now.
So the right side of the bracket played their first round yesterday. The left side of the bracket's going to be playing today. The only thing that I want to point out here is that once you're in the second round there, the loser of, say, the FlyQuest C9 game is going to jump over to the lower bracket on the left side. And the same thing is going to happen over here in the top. So winning is fairly important. Losing doesn't completely eliminate you because it is a double elimination best of 3 to see who our top 4 teams are to go play the South.
but you are really scared. I feel like if you lose the first round, right? It gets very, very tough, and especially if you were one of the teams that drew a really hard opponent, like obviously FlyQuest yesterday was looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's like, because imagine a lot of these teams are like, are they boot camping? Some teams, I know Shopify Rebellion were like talking about boot camping like during Christmas, like the dedication you have to do to have during the holidays. You come in, what happens if you lose 2 best of 3s and you're just going back to another vacation?
On holidays.
You're like,
Time to make up for Christmas.
We need to have a new Christmas, guys. January, February, Christmas.
One other thing about the bracket there, you may have seen that the final round was a best of 1. It's just for seeding. This is actually the final round. It's when the top 4 teams from the North will go to the South and play the top 4 teams from the South. And this is going to be a single elimination 8-team bracket where we'll have that best of 5 Fearless final, which could be any of the 8 teams that are there. You never know.
That's true. It could be
any one of them.
I thought you were going to say something very different. Well, I was just saying could be all LCS teams. You know,
we the North. We the North.
South.
That is where my head goes every time I see that bracket when I see 4 North teams versus 4 South teams in round 1. Even though it is best of 3.
It's best of 3 single limb though, so I think there's going to be pretty high variance. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, if it was going to be like best of 5 double limb, I'd be feeling a lot more confident about top 4 all from the North. But best of 3 single limb.
That is pretty greedy, though. I just hope that one of the teams from the North gets to go to the first stand.
I'm a greedy man.
Because if they if
I already made the bet yesterday,
they go and lose.
True. I already shook hands with Emily yesterday.
Yeah, but I wasn't betting anything.
Doesn't matter. You were closest to me. So at the end of the day, you're going to have to pay off the bet. Good luck.
If we're eating spicy food, I win.
I'm not doing that bet anymore. I'm losing all of those bets. I'm going to have to do something I can accomplish, I think, and not cry.
Yeah. The defending champions from last year, FlyQuest, did look really good yesterday. And Azael, you were super impressed by Masu.
I mean, Masu, I thought, just looked insane. You know, even some of the fights that they were losing, even when they were getting dove top, like the most impressive thing about them getting dove top was how many abilities Masu was avoiding. I think he just played it really, really well. He played it on that knife's edge where, you know, he's not only just sitting in the back and getting cleanup kills, he's actually going aggressive. He's chasing people down. He's finding additional targets. He's never wasting his arrow in these fights. He was holding his arrow at times for so long to, you know, get another kill when one was already guaranteed. And I just thought he was positioning beautifully. He was getting maximum damage out. And this is just him picking up right where he left off at Worlds, which was having an incredible performance. He had one of the best international, you know, showings from an NA rookie ever. I think he had one of, if not maybe the best rookie year from anyone from LCS or LTA ever. And it's just so exciting to see this guy and see where he can go.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out the aggression because there were so many times that both he and Quad actually were like flanking on fights where Shopify would look to collapse and then, we actually have one of our carries completely accessing the back line. It was really, really fun to watch.
Especially if you just look at the trajectory of his career thus far. I mean, the fact that we saw him really take a step forward during MSI and then during the summer split and playoffs, he just continuously got better and better. So he's starting off this year incredibly strong. Want to see more of that. Speaking of just like tracking rookies or younger players, for me, it's going to be Loki. Like, my expectation, a lot of people's expectation was not going to be super high. People looked at him in LCK Challenger and said, well, I mean, he wasn't the best mid laner there. Like he was going up against Saint as well.
And that's who he was playing.
That was the conversation. But especially in game 1, he knocked my expectations out because in both of these fights, like he was a big difference maker. He was a big reason why, in fact, in this fight, he was the one that assassinated Saint. He was able to access that back line. And the first fight I wanted to talk about a little bit was that he was able to roam a lot earlier, seeing the play faster and getting there. So I think that, yes, I have a lot of expectations on his growth throughout the year being on Cloud9, but the fact that that was his first series and he started out very well, I'm excited.
I felt like their boot camp really showed, right? They had a full month-long, or maybe a little bit more than a month in Korea boot camping as a team for Cloud9, and they started out, I think, really, really good. I was expecting them to look pretty good individually. I wasn't necessarily expecting them to look as cohesive as they did.
Yeah, and I know Blabber had mentioned in the interview I did with him the other day that one of the things he really liked about Loki is how receptive he was to feedback and the fact that they did have that time to boot camp together. I also thought Thanatos looked a lot more well coordinated with C9, which was really, really positive for them.
Yeah, and the thing with Thanatos leads into my point about Fearless, where I want to just expectation set people on Fearless, because I do like it. I do like that it makes the champion pools a little bit more diverse. And in best of 3, you're not going to see Azir ran every single game. But in terms of especially in best of threes, especially if you 2-0, of players with small champion pools, like getting punished. Thanatos, he played Renekton, and then he played Gnar.
Yeah.
And he dominated.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like he couldn't have done that pre-Fearless as well. Yes, they could have targeted him a little more if they had the Renekton-Gnar matchup in game 1, then it would have pushed him a little bit further. But I think Fearless will really show its teeth if we go to a game 3, and especially in that best of 5 finals. But for now, I don't think it actually makes a huge difference in the strength of teams.
To me, it's showing something immediately, because I remember last split. Remember the first thing that everyone was pissed off for with Summer is like, it's an 80 carry mid meta.
Quirky Trist,
like maybe a Zeri mid.
Yeah.
Literally every game.
Yeah.
In fact, if you just decided you're gonna like handshake the matchup, you're seeing them every game in a best of 3 or a best of 5. And now we're getting to see some shakeup. So even though we're not seeing, you're right, like a real challenge in
it's like an expectation setting thing.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, Fearless is going to be crazy every game. It's like,
exactly.
well, no.
So I'm happy with that.
And one thing I will say I am excited for is the potential still to really heavily target someone. I think if you just do standard drafts and you're not like heavily focusing one role, then yeah, you're not going to push them super outside of their comfort zone. But if you're talking about Thanatos, right?
Yeah.
You could throw 2 or 3 bans towards top lane, and then by game 3, you already have like the additional 4 top lane champions that have been played. Now all of a sudden 3 or 4 bans means there's instead, 7, 8 bans towards top lane, and then you really are getting pushed pretty far down. So I am interested to see if any of these teams will start to use that strategy if we start getting to game 3s.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see, because I feel like we've already seen it with FlyQuest, and I know Bwipo called out being like, you let us have one of our favorite comps in the Worlds, but we've also seen this in LPL where it has been going to best of 5, where you'll see teams just develop a composition around a pocket pick that one of their players might have, right? Or like a champion that they know, for example, Quad is amazing on the Cassiopeia. They know that they can play these compositions around it. I'd like to see more of that, and I think if we get to those game 3s, that's also where we're going to be seeing some of that.
It's so funny, just because like the entire offseason we're talking about like Mbessa or just new picks in general that are coming through and maybe like changing out the entire draft. Maybe we won't see a Skarner because Skarner's been permabanned, but then like subverting expectations immediately, Emily.
Yeah, another thing that I guess subverts your expectation of a team fight is Voracious Otacon. We only saw Voracious yesterday. And I was wondering, like, okay, are teams going to actually use the buff well? I thought FlyQuest actually did use it really well when, if you can get the Otacon, get that essentially a GA, either spread out on the map or force the other team to fight you at a neutral objective, it's always a positive play for you. Even if it's just a 5v5 fight where you're blowing sums, you're blowing ults, you hope to get at least a trade kill because it counts way worse for them than it does for you. We saw it with Bwipo in the side lanes where he's just like, yeah, you know what? Like, I can go super ham, or they're going to try to overload sides, dive me, but it doesn't matter because it's just a free TP back to base.
The thing that FlyQuest did that I liked the most was specifically the players with teleport were the most reckless.
Yes.
Because it allowed them to keep 5 people on the map for the extended period of time rather than having to run back. But we have some more Otacon tips, Azael.
Yeah.
We do.
Aren't you going to tell us about Otacon?
Well, we're going to do a segment, so.
All right, we're starting with Counter. We got the perfect segment for you.
And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
So I've been seeing people get annihilated by Otacon, especially in solo queue on live. But I think what people aren't realizing is that the abilities are very repeated. They're very easy to dodge if you understand what they're actually doing. So both forms of Otacon, whether it is Voracious or it is Runus, are going to have the same kind of little bullet. And basically when they're shooting that out, all you have to be doing is moving to the side. See, it always shoots straight in a line. This one does this little sucks. You always stay to the outside. That's literally all there is to this entire one. You're just moving to the side and then staying to the outside. Now, I can spawn Runus up on the top side, and we can go over there, we can check that out. And this is basically just the opposite. Again, you're gonna be moving to the side, but this time you're gonna be staying on the inside. One of the things that people don't realize is that the auto attacks only give you 1 stack of the debuff, which reduces your armor and your MR, whereas the abilities actually give 5 stacks every time. So if you're getting hit, not only are you taking more damage from the ability itself, but you're also taking a lot more damage in a potential team fight after. So this is literally all you have to do. You stay towards the inside. It doesn't actually go all the way in. You can see that won't actually hit you. And if it does hit you, it's like 250 plus per hit. You can see the orbs do about 300 damage as well. And then again, you're gonna have 50 stacks to reduce armor and MR. You've got to be dodging these abilities. They are where almost all of Otacon's damage is. So that is it. That's all you have to know. keep moving to the side. For Runis, you stay to the inside. For Voracious, you stay to the outside. That is it. It is very, very simple. I want to see people stop getting eliminated by this on the Rift, man. People are getting annihilated by it. I hear so many people talking about how much damage it does, how hard it is to take, and it's really that easy. You take almost no damage if you dodge these abilities.
What the hell was that? That was actually a helpful sage advice. Wait a minute. I was learning.
I felt like there's a little bit of rage towards some of your teammates.
Yeah, that actually you do.
I have literally seen teammates die like 100-0 to this thing, and then we get wiped like, well, we shouldn't have started. I'm like, maybe you should have dodged the abilities.
You need to clip that. And every time in solo queue, just paste it in chat after your teammates don't do it.
I have even seen pros getting smashed by this thing. Like people, you know, it's not that they can't dodge it. Maybe they just aren't paying attention to it.
I turn my brain off.
To be fair, there's a lot of other things going on. Yeah. But the fact that it stacks it up so much plus does the additional damage means that if you do get jumped on afterwards, you are going to get absolutely smoked.
Well, also the designers designed the shred in there so that teams would wipe on Otacon.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Raz about this yesterday, about how dangerous the buff has felt.
Yeah.
And I was actually thinking that right now it's a very swingy mechanic, but it's going to be less swingy over time, either because people learn to dodge the abilities or they respect it for the damage that it actually does. Because it's one of those things like teams don't throw at Baron because it's happened so many times before, but Otacon is hurting them as much as Baron a lot of times.
The rest of the team shouldn't be getting any stacks. It should literally only be the person that's tanking it getting one stack per auto. If everyone dodges it, it's only the jungler or your support or whoever's tanking those autos. So it's not actually that dangerous at all. I think as soon as people get more used to this, I see so many people, especially on Runis, where it does the little kind of like spins for damage. They stay on the outside, they start getting hit, and they're like, oh crap, and then they try to run to the inside, and they just run along with it and get hit for like 1,000 damage and a bunch of stacks.
Like, unironically, because I don't think people actually know the differences of the play patterns on each. Yeah. They will start on the outside because of like, I'm an AD carry. Maybe it's like going to be the one that's internal.
Move to the side, stay inside or outside. That's the whole thing.
And you're getting contested on Otacon, and you literally lose. You lose the buff. You're probably swinging the game. I'm like, oh my god, we just lost out of nowhere. So yeah, I like Otacon in general. I know that people have mixed opinions on it, just because when you hit 20 minutes for most games, a lot of the times you're like, okay, we're controlling Baron, but the game is not going to be decided around Baron because they're going to deny it for it. So it just turns into a bit of like you're playing on sides, and if you can't play on sides, then you're just a stagnating gameplay. This one is a buff you're contesting now. So it feels like you're always fighting for something in the game.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I'm going to track it. We're going to see which pros get hit by the Otacon rings today.
A lot of pros.
Yeah. The first matchup is 100 Thieves versus DSG. And let's talk about 100 Thieves, because they did have such a surge at the end of Summer Split last year, but then were very disappointed with their Worlds appearance.
Yeah, because the road for them getting there was like a miracle performance versus Cloud9. They looked so good at their identity in team fighting, but then when it mattered most, especially versus Rainbow 7, that's when it really started to boom
with that series.
Hey, Canids is in the league now, you know. But I think the big thing for me is you could see kind of shades of it, especially in their match at finals against FlyQuest, where they were getting really, really torn apart on the map. They still didn't seem super comfortable with lane swaps. Granted, they were going up against one of who became our best and most creative lane swap team. But I think now lane swaps are, it hurts my heart to say this, but they're a lot more boring now.
Whoa! If Emily doesn't like them, it's over.
You guys already thought it was boring. Oh my god.
Handshake, Emily, handshake.
She's like, she's shaking her hand. There's a tear stream running down her face.
It's just sad.
They're bad.
But I do think they're formulaic enough that 100 Thieves should have been able to kind of shore up some of those weaknesses. And I still think this mid-jungle duo of River and Quid is amazing, and FBI should add a lot more stability to their bot lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The point that you just made about FBI adding something to 100 Thieves is probably going to be the biggest focus for everybody, because we're expecting them to have the same identity, the same style, the same strength, being River and Quid, and Sniper being like a really outgoing player. But the fact that you're bringing on FBI, who's been an incredibly stable,
he won a title last time he was on 100 Thieves.
Exactly. So like that should be a straight up boom for them. They should be stronger for it. And I want to see how it impacts their gameplay, because I remember when he's playing like FBI and Hui bot side, they're like playing Callista. Like it changed their style for them to be more bot focused. So maybe that changes how 100 Thieves play the game.
We also have him going up against Hui today, and this is some old old-timey footage of when they won the title together.
Oh, no!
Back in 2021, but they're actually going to be enemies, even though they've played some of the most games with each other of any other duo.
Yeah, the most games of a duo played together. I would not have guessed that. I would have thought it would be like Doublelift and Aframu or someone super old school, but these guys played together for a long time.
3 teams.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy to think about it. Especially when they made their names on Golden Guardians, then it was like, okay, now we're moving you to 100 Thieves. You win a championship on that. Bring them back for like NRG. So it's crazy to see that transition for them.
I'm pretty excited for 100 Thieves, though. I felt like last year they kind of got a little bit of unfair treatment, maybe from the other pros. Everyone's just, they're frauds. They're frauds. They keep winning. They're frauds. They're frauds. Surely they're going to lose now. They're definitely going to lose to Cloud9. They're really frauds. And then they lose at Worlds and they're like, I knew it. They were frauds.
Well, there was the brief moment in summer where they had a bad record, so everyone was really sure that they were actually frauds, and that was a confirmation. So
they went to Worlds.
Yeah.
And I've heard from a lot of teams that they've gotten a lot better. So I'm actually pretty excited for this team. I'm pretty high on them.
I know a lot of people were like, oh man, I don't know how Sniper's going to do in Fearless. I do think their drafting last year, the creativity and more so the way that the team seemed to know exactly what they wanted to play. I actually think there is a potential for 100 Thieves to be one of those teams who ends up drafting some really creative compositions that they have themselves have practiced.
Yeah, speaking of Sniper and Fearless, though, on pros, Surdy had a little bit to say about Sniper and how Fearless is going to affect him.
Sniper is objectively a weaker player in best of fives because if you look at his champion pool from last split, the vast majority of his games just spread across 3 champions, which were Cassante, Renekton, and Jax. And in deep Fearless, when your teammates might not trust you on champions other than your mains, it becomes way easier to beat a team like that loses faith in one of their players. Even if like they're fine mechanically on the other champions, if they're not practiced on them in comp, it can be like hard for them to win.
I mean, I think it's definitely true if you are limited. One thing I heard that was pretty interesting, though, when I was talking to Colt's Golden Glue, he said that during all their practice, he actually thought Sniper was playing better on tanks this year. So it'll be interesting to see if he even is defaulting to the same champions.
Yeah. We have a Sniper tweet as well, I believe, that production has told me about to try and pull up. He is going to...
oh, my God.
Okay, he said this
Oh, this guy. Well, he said he was going to retire.
This is like JoJo
Yeah.
Kyonan streaming.
I do not believe you.
If this gets 10,000 likes.
This is a real fraud watch. Wait a minute.
How long he's been working on that hair?
Oh, that's,
That would be it would be
You know
very
what?
sad
That's a
to
Sniper,
miss it.
if Disguise beats you, I'll shave my head too.
Okay.
Solidarity.
I like it.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves is debuting against Disguise, who is the Tier 2 guest team for the LTA North. And this is an exciting team for a lot of people. Mostly, I'd say it starts because Disguise Toast founded the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a guy who has been around for a long time. If you don't know him, he kind of had his origins back in Hearthstone, actually as a streamer where he literally streamed with like a piece of toast over his face. He went to some random tournament, won it, started to kind of get some popularity from that. Was one of my favorite streamers back in it. He's heavily involved in a lot of different scenes in variety streaming. I know him from the TFT stream. I just saw him at TFT Open in Macau, and he's heavily into esports now, which is really cool. He's talked about just kind of wanting to support some of the dreams of these players. They're involved in a number of different games. Obviously, they came into the NACL. They actually won a title in NACL as well, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's been really fun to kind of see their journey and see how they'll actually do here in the Tier 1 league.
And it was his first year in NACL, in which they were able to win it. And so what was interesting to me is the fact that he was able to, that he called his shot, like immediately, saying that he wanted to join the LCS, now LTA. And the fact that he was very open and honest about like just the organizations, of course. The jokes about like, we don't got a lot of money, guys. Take a look at our roster announcement. It's just like stick figure drawings. Like, it's endearing. It really is. And that's why a lot of fans out there are DSG fans, not just because they're fans of this guy's toast or any of the fans of the friends that he has, but also just the fact that they love how open and honest and grassroots this team is.
And that's a throwback to the earlier years in esports for sure. The Patreon to fund the team, the incredible transparency around what the expenses of the team were. But now we also do have to talk about the roster because they brought in new players to play up here in Tier 1 with the LTA. I'd say Abadaga is a player that we haven't seen for a while that I was very surprised to see. But then we also have a veteran like Huhi who was with Abadaga and FBI actually in that 2021 100 Thieves team that won the title.
Exactly. So when we were talking about who he going up against FBI, like Abadage is like, wait a minute, hold on a second. I was there, guys. I had my hand on that trophy. It's interesting to me, the construct of this roster, because they definitely wanted to have a little bit like the veteran players of Huhi and Abadage who have been there before, won a championship, but also still wanted to bring in young talent like Scary Jerry. So I think that it's interesting to see him, XU, even Castle, and seeing how the team can grow and develop over time.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, when I spoke to their coach, one of the things that he was really emphasizing was just like how all these players, he felt, really feel that they have a lot to prove and are really, really hungry. They feel that they've been slighted in some way, they feel they've been overlooked or not getting the respect they deserve or whatever. And so, there was a lot of talk of that and just how hungry these players are and how hard they want to work to get that success.
Yeah, and I think that's where I actually point to XU, because I think he's a really interesting case of someone who wants to come back into League, really wants to prove himself, and actually surprised me with how well he did perform on Dignitas. I was really rooting for him after watching him in NACL and seeing how well he was actually specifically able to play around that bot lane of Tomo and Isles when they were on the same team, I thought was really intelligent, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he develops on this Disguised roster.
Especially just knowing the story about XU sending the DM to Disguise, like that entire thing, like now being on Disguise, like after actually having a pretty good showing.
Tell the story, because people won't know
on Dig. The story just being like he wanted to join Disguise Toast, and so like he sent a DM towards Disguise.
Like a cold DM, seeing if he could join the team, basically.
Yeah, and it didn't work out. He ended up getting onto Dignitas, performed incredibly well as well. Like he had success. Now he's on the team, so it's like, oh, now you want me, huh? So it's fun to see him, especially since he had a good showing on Dignitas, and now he's back in the league.
Absolutely, played very well around his bot lane on Dignitas. He's also been a player who often likes to have the game played around him. And there's a new face there with Scary Jerry.
True.
So Scary Jerry, he is making his LTA debut, Tier 1 debut. He's promoting from Maryville University. And Kangas, he's going to catch us up on his NACL journey.
Thank you, Jet, because it's time to talk about one of the newest faces in the league, that being AD carry Scary Jerry, who had a very interesting path to get to Pro League of Legends. Not a lot of players actually take the path that he took. He went the collegiate route, first playing on Converse University, and then back-to-back finals at Seoul on Maryville. He did lose both of those finals, notably in 2024 against Surdy, the GOAT, who won collegiate and NACL in the same split. But getting to know him, he did win NACL in his last split, and talking about his play style, the team played through him quite a lot on this roster. What you can expect from him, lane dominance. If he's able to get a gold lead, Scary Jerry can run away with the match. But you've already heard that. What I actually want to talk about is something else, and that is creativity. From an AD carry, what we also look at the NACL level is when are they going in, what's their target selection, and how are they pacing their abilities. When you watch Scary Jerry's play, you'll see a different level of patience and a different level of ability to find the right plays. He'll wait for the right opportunity for his team to set up the play and then him to go in, and he'll also look for unique flanks where he's just, again, patiently waiting until it's time for him to pounce. Now, if the team decides to play through him on this roster, we're talking about who he likes the team to play through him. As long as you're also getting Scary Jerry into a comfortable position, you can expect firepower. He was able to win the NACL, but did unfortunately have a rough end to his 2024 as they kind of bombed out at America's Challengers, which was the Tier 2 international tournament. But we don't need to talk too much about that. Scary Jerry's still hype player, and we're excited to see him now in the LTA.
Thank you very much for that, Kangas. What are the expectations going into the series? I think for me, I am going to favor 100 Thieves because of how they ended last year and because they have that pre-existing synergy. But if it would be an upset, I would be looking for XU to be making a lot of noise early, probably in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern for DSG is just I don't know who their consistent carry is supposed to be at the Tier 1 level, right? I had this team as 8th overall. I think 100 Thieves is heavily favored. I think they're going to be a strong team this year, and I'm interested to see what DSG can do.
It's going to be very interesting. 100 Thieves and DSG are about to kick off the day. But first, we did send Raz to the tailgate to talk to a VIP.
What's up, guys? I've got Disguised Toast here, co-founder, owner of Team Disguised Toast. First of all, I got to ask you a question. How does it feel to have your baby? You called your shot. You wanted to be in the league. Now you're here. It's day one for you.
It's very surreal. Sometimes it doesn't still feel like it's happening. But seeing like our logo, our name up there with all these big esports org has been very humbling.
What's your hope and expectation coming into the league? It's a big day for you.
Expectation, hopes, I would say just end not last for the season. 7th is good enough for us.
And you've been vocal about just like some of the orgs in the league in general, and you wanted to shake things up. What's one thing you wanted to shake up and change? What's the new vibe with Disguised?
Just hoping to get people to care more about the content. I believe someone did a study on views with all the orgs so far, and I believe, you know, we're a week into the season. Our views alone on our channels trumps all the other orgs combined. Combined. And they've been doing this for what, 10 years? You gotta step up.
Hell yeah, step up, and you're gonna step up today. I appreciate the interview, man. Let's go. Are you guys ready for today's games? Yeah! Let's start the broadcast, guys.
The LTA is only 2 weeks away.
Mal podemos esperar para o início da LTA.
I'm pretty excited. I feel like Sniper seems very, very ADHD, especially after seeing him all day today. So like, I think it'll be easy for me and Castle to punish him in the top lane.
Okay. Well, that's not what happened last year, you know? Every single time we played against Immortals.
Oh, wait.
Oh wait, you were in the LCS. Oh, got him, got him, bro. That's a good comeback.
I mean, you just get carried by your jungler. Like, River's actually good, but, you know, the rest of the team is just whatever.
Bro, I mog you guys in the game and outside of the game, you know what I mean? So, like, I just gotta flex my jawline 3 times, count to 3, and then GG.
That's true, that's all you do. You don't do anything in game. All you do is your cosmetics, you know? Like, you're just the brand. You're like the mascot for 100 Thieves, yeah.
Oh, is that why I made it to Worlds and you did it? None of you guys did? That's what I thought, bro.
Welcome back to the inaugural weekend of the LTA. You just heard some trash talk from a couple of today's pros. So let's go ahead and get things started with one of last year's World's competitors. It's 100 Thieves. In the top lane, Sniper. In the jungle, River. At mid lane, Quid. At AD carry, FBI. And at support, Ayla.
Sniper. During the draw show, you were talking the most, especially to XU. First of all, recently unretired after Worlds, and you called your shot on Twitter saying you were going to go bald if you lost to DSG. What's up with that? Are we holding you to that?
Honestly, I just wanted to do it for likes. Like, my Twitter's been dead. My Twitter's actually been dead for like 2 months now, I think. So like, okay, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Even if we lose, I'm not going bald. Like,
you're going bald, brother.
You know, like, wait. Okay.
Bow him. You're going bald if you lose, brother.
Okay. I mean, I already kind of promised XU that I'm gonna go bald if I end up losing. So like, that's even more pressure on me. Like an 18-year-old. A lot of pressure on me, bro.
True. You're gonna hit it though. Go for it. Thank you. We appreciate you, brother. Go to your station.
All right, the pressure's on, but now for their opponents, one of Tier 2's hottest teams taking the stage, it's Disguised. In the top lane, Castle. In the jungle, XU. At mid lane, Abadaga. At AD carry, it's Scary Jerry. And at support, Hoohee.
XU. You and Sniper were going back and forth during the draw show, and you got new colors. What are you looking to prove, brother?
I mean, he talked about me not being in LCS last summer, and obviously that's not really how it's supposed to be. I just got snubbed, so I'm excited to prove that I belong here and, shut them up.
Hell yeah! Honestly, I think we can end with that, XU. Thank you. Appreciate you. Go back to your station. Good luck. And it's time to get to the game.
All right, the stage is set. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. My name is Captain Flowers. I am joined by Kobe. Sir, this is going to be a fun one. The trash has been talked. I want to see who can put up and make the other guy shut up.
Yeah, sometimes, the trash talk is just like, oh, you're bad, you messed this up or whatever. But Sniper was getting very real, hitting home there on some sensitive chords with XU. Hitting on both not being in the league and then also the not going to Worlds thing. Nice and spicy here. So we'll see. Don't worry. I will personally enforce him going bald if they lose. I got you.
You'll personally enforce the consequences. Okay.
I'll go up there with a shaver. We'll get it done. Don't worry.
All right. Kobe is promising some justice here if 100 Thieves loses this series. But as one of our 3 teams who did go to Worlds just a few months ago, they want to start off with a win against a Disguised team that across a lot of the power rankings, people usually have them rated pretty low, so they've got a lot to prove.
I mean, coming into the league this year, Disguised are supposed to be the underdogs. Even their owner, Toast, in the interview at the beginning of the day, was like, you know what? 7th will be a dub for us.
It's not 8th.
As long as we're not last. So they are certainly the underdogs, of course, coming into this. I have also been hearing, even with early scrim rumors around 100 Thieves, that they are even overperforming some people's expectations already this early into the year. So there certainly is a decent amount of hype here really building around 100 Thieves. And I mean, they got a lot of fans last year, especially with Sniper popping off, getting so many solo kills. So we will be happy to track those top lane picks as we get into the picks and bans. Cassante being banned out. Sniper was a very good Ambessa in the draw show show match that we played, and Ambessa is definitely very high priority, right on up there with the likes of Cassante. So we'll see about that. That top lane draft will be important, especially with all the trash talk going on.
And he's not much of a top laner anymore, but Skarner also massive draft priority these days. We saw yesterday we got to open up the LTA split with FlyQuest just saying, you know what, Shopify, you can have it. We don't care. And they had him figured out. But in general, unless you are completely disrespecting your opponents, you will ban it away. They ban out the Aurora. First pick of the draft is the Jace for Disguised. Ambessa slammed in response from Sniper and 100 Thieves.
I'm telling you, if Sniper could carry me in a snow match on Ambessa, I have full confidence.
First-person experience.
Yep, I have first-person experience getting carried by his Ambessa. Castle, though, there's a reason that they slammed this Jace first. Yes, it is a flex pick, but it's also a castle specialty. So with all of the trash talk leading into this, I really do like that. Presumably, we have first picks for both teams with their top lane champions going with some of their best champions here. Yep. And presumably we will also get some jungle visitation up to the top side of the map.
Oh, you gotta believe it.
Yeah, so as we get into the junglers here though, with the Vi picked up, it's been very common to pair it obviously with stuff like Ahri, that you can go for kill combos with in the mid lane. That would be nice and comfortable for Abbedagge being back on stage here in North America. We'll see if they can finish up that combination. Thank you, Kangas, demonstrating what will happen if Sniper loses.
Oh, yeah. Sniper doesn't have the mustache, though. He doesn't have any backup plan here.
That's what you have to do after the shave, yeah.
Okay.
You have to grow hair somewhere else.
You grow it back out in a different spot.
Yep, there you go.
Fair enough. We do have the Poppy locked in for 100 Thieves here. Now, that is going to be able to cancel the Vault Breaker from the Vi. It'll cancel Jace's To the Skies in melee form. Worth pointing out, for those of y'all that don't know the differentiation, only stops dashes, not blinks. So Ezreal, unafraid of the steadfast presence of the Poppy, can still maneuver through that one. But generally, whenever this champion gets locked in, you always want to lock it in against something that it's already good against, and it does a lot to kind of trim down the pool of champions that your opponents want to play into it too that haven't yet been picked.
Yeah, especially if you are assuming that there is going to be some sort of other dashing champion that's going to be paired with a Vi also to look for those kill combos, because usually you need something with dashes and high damage that can follow up with those Vi ultimates. So with some nice defensive utility already drafted up here. Then, of course, we look towards the supports, towards the bottom lanes as well. Ezreal is a very flexible AD carry that can pair with so many different types of champions. Presumably, though, I would also think that they are going to go with some of the engaged supports, because they already are showing 2 poke champions with Jason Ezreal and 1 hard engage with the Vi. So see about those supports as well locked in later for them. But first, we will get the jungle for River, one of the big stars on the Thieves.
Yeah, River on 100 Thieves, like when you think back to 100 Thieves at their peak, when this team was their scariest in the LCS, what immediately comes to mind for most people is the River-Quid duo. The way that these two were able to take over the game and run things from the mid-jungle. Viego, definitely a champion with a lot of snowball potential. It could be. The Elise is locked in. That should be the support for Huhi with Azir, the mid laner for Abbedagge.
All right, we're in for a fun one here. Let's see. Elise support has been taking over solo queue. Of course, the likes of Keria as well, and so many supports love playing these high damage versions, but Elise support is like, you are either an Inter or you are also another carry, like legendary, all other lanes for the enemies. So I am extremely excited to see who he pilot the Elise support, because even when he was a mid laner, he was really well known for roaming around. So we'll see.
Aurelion Sol.
We'll see.
Well, so I immediately have to look up, it has been so long since I have casted Elise. I need to look up the name of her cocoon, because I only know the solo queue name for it.
Do you know Meteos is?
I know the Meteos word, but we can't use that one. This is the official show, so we got to look up the official names for Elise's abilities. But we do have the final pick of the draft for 100 Thieves also. The Galio there in the mid lane. This is going to be some very powerful follow-up. Ambessa can jump into the back line with her ult with a well-placed aim on that. Throw Galio over the top. Lands right down together with it. You have massive disruption in the back lines. This duo, this solo lane combo between these two champions could be really scary, especially if they get ahead.
I wonder how many chatters we got timed out by mentioning the Meteos Elise.
Oh, I told him to type feet right before this game started. I must have taken out like 200 people. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
Well, let's get back into this one. Disguised Toast here on the LTA stage. Welcome to the LTA. Golden Glue, by the way, used to coach this team when they were in Challenger. And they were able to actually win Challenger in 2023 with Golden Glue at the helm. So it's cool seeing the coaches there shaking hands, and Golden Glue now being on the 100 Thieves side of it. He's got love for both organizations.
You love to see it. Well, you might not love to see it in the moment, but being able to see somebody like work so long in the scene through so many different orgs, like, I'm just excited for this head-to-head, man. I'm excited we get to see the Elise support. I'm excited we get to see the debut of Scary Jerry here in Tier 1 as well. tuned into Tier 2 here in North America whenever I can recently, and I know that all of the Tier 2 guys that have been in there, Kangas, who was in Tier 2, working that scene for a long time, with like Cubby and Rafa and all them, they always talked up Scary Jerry about how this guy's the real deal. This guy can make it happen. Well, here's your shot, Jerry. Let's see how scary you are.
Let's see it on the stage. All right, we're getting invades for those deep wards for the lane swap scouting that is done already. 100 Thieves got theirs down. Meanwhile, you got the mirrored ones here for disguise, and then everybody resetting here out through mid lane. The ward does see River and Ayla, so the defensive one here for DSG, see how much value it's going to provide.
Yeah.
As the rest of the team does go past mid, and that one by the Wolf Camp kind of saw at least Castle.
Okay, they're all grouped up. They really want to. Oh,
Ayla's
dude,
the target.
The trap on Ayla here could be huge. River going to walk right over that ward right now. Huhi lands the cocoon. Castle right on top of him. The rivers run dry, and 100 Thieves are going to lose their first scrap before it even starts. First blood on Castle's Jace.
The defensive wards here, seeing the incoming scouting for the lane swap pays off huge for Disguised. It's the prep, Flowers. It's the prep coming in that can completely upset expectations. This team, the underdogs of the entire league, basically, coming in with a very good level 1. And Huhi on the roaming Elise support will start out with their lane swap on top side.
And I'm glad that you mentioned them being the underdogs alongside that play, because I feel like especially if you're coming in with everybody kind of expecting you to be weaker, the defensive play is very strong, because you know they're going to push you. You know they're going to try to do something sneaky early on.
100%. Always recommend more risky strategies and more, tricky prep coming into it. But here's some of the history of this Disguised team. Of course, they did win NACL in their first year after forming. So 2023 was quite good for them. 2024, got a little bit more middle of the pack. And then, jumping up here to the LTA. Big congrats to this team. And the crowd already loving them. So first blood acquired for them. Of course, they did change the feats of strength in this patch. We are on live patch, so you got to get full 3 kills. So not quite as big of a little swing as it has been for the beginning of this new season. But here we go. We're going to get the first recall for Scary Jerry back to base so Ezreal can get his tier. Always one of the really nice buys there. And it allows our roaming support here, the Elise, to start to get active. I mean, Huhi was a big part of getting that first blood, being able to repel to close the extra distance and having the ability to start your E for double spells there, allows the cocoon follow-up and allowed them to get that first blood onto River. So we'll see if it continues to shine.
Ooh, Castle getting the better of Sniper down here, trading back and forth, running pretty low on mana though, so as the wave is crashed into the turret, we will see Castle be able to take his own recall here. Go ahead, go back to base. Teleport already used by him, so not exactly going to be able to immediately reappear back down there in the bottom lane, but he doesn't need to. The wave's going to be in a very favorable spot, has his own tier ready to start stacking that one for him as well. 1-0 still, just that early kill like you were talking about. Obviously the feats of strength change. Disguise would love it if it was the previous one, but overall I'm really happy with the change, changing it from the first blood to the first 3 kills. Yeah. Feels like a lot less can be lost on just one single bad decision from one single player.
Yeah. Well, a little bit less random, a little bit more room for comeback here, even if you do give up the first blood. Elise support, by the way, for people who haven't been terrorized by it yet, does build damage, like it's full damage. That's why we say it's such a risky pick, because you are very squishy later on. The majority of them do build into the Storm Surge and go for the big burst and really try and harass enemy solo laners roaming around. And so we see, again, Huhi here. Now he's level 3, so that's basically full kit for Elise, full build.
You're good to go. Quid's in trouble. Flash cocoon from Huhi. Quid flashing away to stay safe from it. But hey, that's the job. That's what you need to do. Get that summoner spell. Now the door is wide open for a repeat gank from Huhi or XU or anybody wearing a DSG jersey.
Yeah, and he's got the most important buy, the boots, to be able to, to make those roams. And he's got the Ezreal, of course, this very safe AD carry for Scary Jerry to just try and farm up. And you were mentioning, some of the, like Hengis and them talking about Scary Jerry and really focusing on later on his team fights and stuff after he, gets fed. So if he's able to farm efficiently on the Ezreal, of course it's going to be a little bit difficult there with the extra pressure from FBI and Ayla, but we'll see about it as he is down a little bit on the top side of the map here. River comes in to try and even up a little bit of the mid pressure, but honestly, I think this is going to be reaching.
Yeah.
Abadaga is doing a good job hovering to the other side of the map because they've got that control ward up there in the river already. Nice defensive vision for him. He has his flash as well. He is Azir, has his own dash. So there we go. River finally gets that control ward in the river brush, and they are just going to trade our first neutral objective packs.
Yep, 1-for-1 on those. Very easy for Abadaga to play towards that bottom side of mid lane like you're talking about. His jungler's already on the Drake. Bottom lane, Jace has total control over the 1v1. That half of the map just feels very comfortable for Disguise to play from. And you can see it again here with XU having the confidence to go in there, take the enemy Gromp. He knows River's up top side taking the grubs. He's not going to be around to contest this. Sniper is stuck in Turret City, USA. Just having to hope that he can farm up minions underneath this one, dealing with Jace in the laning phase. So XU's just happy to steal away some resources.
Yeah, Jace, by the way, well, as XU is might be looking for a dive too. It is level 6 on the Vi, so even Mbessa can't dash when Vi ults.
There we go. Vault Breaker collides immediately right back into it with the Wombo combo. Jungle top from Disguised aren't messing around.
True to his word, XU comes to dive Sniper. Him and Castle take down Sniper for round 1 of the blood feud that is taking place here on stage. And as you say, that's going to be 2 of the kills necessary for first 3 for Feats. Mid lane though. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we're not going to get a whole lot out of the Zero ulti there. XU with the sniper.
Wait, we got more action here too. Another one down.
Oh my goodness, he gets splattered all over the jungle. Disguised up 2-1.
They're a more perfect champion for squishing the spider than Poppy there. And they're able to just smash him into the side of the wall. They get their kill. They shut down a little bit of that roaming support. And he actually went Dark Seal too. He is going full solo queue elite support. Went a Dark Seal to really try and snowball. But here's another look at our XU gank. I mean, there's not much you can do about that. It was really nice. Built up the wave. Level 6 timer for jungler for Vi. And then Mbessa is not going to be able to escape.
They're so stoked, dude. They're so stoked.
They should be.
Yeah.
This is an underdog team. They came in, good prep, level 1. They punish with their defensive ward. They have the extra vision. They get their kill there. They also get the morale boost from taking down the enemy trash talker. Mbessa does scale quite well, but you need money to scale, Flowers. And Castle has just been denying Sniper. That big wave that he was just killed under tower, lost a bit more CS there too. So it's not just the kill on the Sniper, it's the denial of income for this champion that does have, very high potential for later in the game for carrying team fights and whatnot. But Jace, especially with Jace being a semi-tank bruiser build now, where people have done so many variations of very tanky Jace builds.
Yeah,
it's not going to be easy to get Sniper back into this game. With the extra mana that they usually go with Fimbulwinter from upgrading with that, and then so many of these bruiser items for Castle and Grasp constantly stacking up, it does become oppressive.
And with the extra mobility that character has too, with To the Skies, the extra move speed that you can get from the acceleration gate, he can create so much space if he's ahead. Because what is Varus going to do? Yeah, Varus is ahead 400 gold. If plus 1,000 Jace just walks up to him with a Fimbulwinter and starts hitting him with the hammer, you've got to fall back. You're not going to get that maximum DPS in the fights. I think the Castle's set up in a great spot to be able to have some serious impact in the mid-game fights once we get to those. Yeah. We do have 50 seconds until our second set of grubs spawns. You already said it earlier, but it's good to reinforce it. 1-1 on neutrals so far, so neither side really close to claiming that feat just yet. Disguised can claim the feat of warfare with a single additional kill. We'll see if they can set up anything for that.
Always good, too, for your support Elise to go pair up with your jungler, especially when you're playing a Vi, because you can guarantee the picks here. So Huhi and XU trying to sniff around, see if they could get anybody out of position away from their defenses, clearing out the vision around this river so that both top lane and mid lane will have more room to work with. But if we look at River, he is just camping on that brush right now. This Viego is surrounded by wards. He finally makes his move, but there's just so much vision for DSG. They can easily play around him. And in the past, River has been the star player for this 100 Thieves squad.
Yes.
He's very good at circumventing vision usually, but when it's just blanketing the map like this, it's going to be a little difficult. Here we go, though, the approaching fight on Grubs. One has been taken already.
Okay.
XU still has his smite, though. River does not.
Okay, well, they've secured the first 2 of this set without the smite, so this is a really good omen for them to be able to get the entire set.
Yeah, should be able to guarantee it. The second charge for River comes back up now, though, so he's threatening.
Okay.
They're trying to push him off.
It looks like Disguised is going to decide that discretion is the better part of Valor and Grubs here. Just back away from that one. You have to get all 3 to get the credit towards the feet, so no credit for either side on this second set of the Grubs. We're going to stay at 1-1 on those.
I will remind people, though, because everybody gets so focused on feats now, Grubs getting to 4 is, to me, almost a bigger win.
You get your grubbies, yeah.
To me, it's almost a bigger win than getting like a 1/3 feat credit there for getting an entire pack, because spawning the Void Might when you're trying to take towers.
That's the real name.
Is actually a very big, it's actually a very big bonus. So they do at least get their 4 grub bonus for 100 Thieves. We'll see if that turns into any extra turret plate money or any extra side lane push later on into the game, because of course they are running the Galio comp here, and we have yet to see Quid make a heroic entrance onto any of those side lanes or into any of those skirmishes.
Speaking of meaningful leads, meaningful things in the game, look at the itemization difference between the Jace and the Mbessa. It just got a little better thanks to the Brutalizer purchase, but full Spear of Shojin already completed for Castle. This guy is frightening right now. Nice sidestep there too, making sure he doesn't get caught by the Chains of Corruption. That hitbox can often be larger than it initially looks, so just sidestepping away from it, making sure that he does not allow himself to get punished there. And it looks like we've got ourselves a 2 Drake to nothing lead for the side of Disguised. Now also 1 more neutral objective away from being able to claim that feat as well. And with 1.5 minutes left on the clock, usually first turret will fall one way or the other pretty soon after the plates go.
Yeah, the Bruiser Jace is just so good working off the base damages, and you get so much extra mana with your tier, and you have so much extra cooldown reduction there for your Spear of Shojin, and being able to amplify everything feels so nice. So DSG with the double dragons advantage, like this game is starting out so incredibly well for this team that people did not have a lot of high hopes for. So we'll see if they can continue on into the mid game, the critical stages here, to be able to snowball. Full Gnasher's Tooth done, as you say, for the Azir. It does feel quite nice for Abadaga, and this is a player that we previously saw on 100 Thieves in the LCS. But went over to EU, back to EU for quite a while there, and was most recently in Tier 2 in the LFL in Europe. So we'll see about his return here, if he can make a bigger impact as this game goes on. Of course, Azir looking for the team fights to really flex.
We've got a lot of first items coming in now. That Nashor's Tooth that you already talked about. Junglers have their first items completed. Hollow Radiance for the Galio there in the mid lane with the Yumu's Ghostblade done for FBI. 100 Thieves got plenty of bodies down here as they're crashing another wave into the turret. 5 seconds left on the turret plating to keep that protected a little bit longer as Quid keeps Abadaga out of his own red side jungle, but Quid gets shuffled back underneath the turret. Nice job from Abadaga there, punishing the aggressive play of Quid, forcing that flash.
The flash, such a critical summoner spell here too for the playmaking for this 100 Thief side. Quid definitely going to regret that last little bit of damage. He wanted to go get his passive punch on him. He went to go punch Abadaga and ended up losing out in the extra cooldowns. No actual kill given over though, so that extra third kill still not there.
We got a teleport coming up top side. They're looking for the punish on Castle. Quid trying to close the gap with a taunt, does land it. Sniper making sure that he's careful to not enter too soon. He does not want to allow Castle to burst him down in a 1v2. Castle just getting the distance, turns right back around, slaps Sniper with a little bit of damage! And Castle just made him look silly in a 1v2. Yes, it's an equal trade, but that's making a statement.
It is making a statement. I mean, 100 Thieves, technically, they get more gold because it's assisted kill and it's a shutdown, but the psychic damage of killing Sniper again.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
XU's yapping for him.
Exactly.
Some people got an accountant for their taxes. This guy's got an accountant for his yap. This is incredible. XU, although maybe he needs to get out of the chat and get back in the game. FBI shuts him down, shuts him up, and now Rivers looking for a little bit more. Goes in for the Spectral Maw, finds the stun on Huhi. Say goodbye to the Spider, as now another fight in the jungle. Abadaga trying to defend himself, but Quid jumping right back on with the Justice Punch into the Winds of War. Abadaga at 50 HP. Galio in hot pursuit, but the Azir should get away.
It turns out Sniper's just the martyr for 100 Thieves. The entire rest of his team goes berserk after he gets killed, and they get their vengeance on DSG. The race for the first tower, too. Or actually, it's not even the first tower. That was already taken. But they do at least get solo tower gold onto FBI down there. In the end, traded, and Castle getting the same on top side. Here you go, Flowers. This is another look at it.
Right.
You said it, I think at about, like, this point, you were like, okay, Sniper's got to be a little bit careful about going back in. Doesn't want to get bursted down by this tank chase. And then as you said that, he goes back in for the extra damage, and Castle does not want to let him get away with that. Flashes to follow. The crowd is loving it. Hey, OTV there in the house supporting.
They got to support their boy, yeah.
Love to see it. OTV, very, very old school League of Legends players themselves. All of them, by the way.
Well, now, hold on. We got the fight breaking out. Ayla and River here on the front line. The Rift Herald's already going to be claimed by XU and Disguise. Sniper trying to create a little bit of space here, but he's got to be careful. The Galio jumps in on top. Exactly the synergy we were talking about, but the rest 100 Thieves cannot join. Sniper in some trouble. He'll get gunned down first. Castle is absolutely making a kingdom out of this top lane.
Dude, we're going to make this series into a movie, Flowers. The trash talk at the beginning, Sniper getting targeted because of it, goes down again. DSG, they find their mark, but it still remains very close. We'll see about the Dragon setup, because this is the real kicker here. The extra objective, Dragon Soul, would be huge. Cloud Dragon Soul, by the way, has the highest win rate of any of the Dragon Souls. Even though people disrespect move speed, Flowers, move speed wins you games.
So, I think that is a double-edged sword. I agree that move speed wins you games, but okay, hold on. We can get back to this in just a second.
Got to get it first.
The Spider Cocoon is trying to keep River away. It looks like XU's just going to have to leave. It is a TY for leash moment. Drake secured by 100 Thieves. Now they're looking for a little bit more here with a fight. Quid jumps in with a taunt. They lock up the Jace. They beat down Castle. 100 Thieves feeling great about it. What I was about to say, the reason Cloud Soul has the highest win rate is because nobody ints for it. The other ones, you'll make a bad choice to try to get Infernal Soul or Hex Soul. Cloud Soul, you're like, well, I guess we'll take it if it's there. You'll never make a dumb decision just for it and throw.
So, speak carefully, because I definitely do make dumb decisions to just...
Well, you're a Volibear player. You need to go fast.
I need to
For
go
you,
fast.
I understand. For you, I understand.
The other types of players that sometimes make questionable decisions are, in my experience, support Elise players. So this one has not quite snowballed to the level that some of them have in solo queue. And of course, he did invest, going Dark Seal, trying to get the early move speed, trying to go full damage. Support Elise is notorious for later in the game sometimes being a liability, because you are so squishy. And really all you can rely on is your repel for defense. But you also always have the opportunity to make a really big play with your Cocoon, with your CC. So it's all about the very small moments here for the Elise. Is it going to be a liability later on, or is he going to make the game-winning pick, Flowers? It's always the two sides of the coin.
Support Elise players do not play from planet Earth. It's either heaven or hell, one or the other. You can't go anywhere in between. 100 Thieves up only a couple hundred gold now, but considering they've been down by about 1,000 for most of this game, that's feeling pretty good. Now here's the test, Mr. Kobe, for this new org on Tier 1 for Disguised. Can they hold the line and not continue losing this lead? They try to turn it back around as 100 Thieves wants to make the play, but now they got to be careful because XU's in the middle of everybody. 100 Thieves in a 4v1, having fun. Quid getting a payday for that one.
I have to say, 100 Thieves here showing a lot of very strong resolve in this game, even in the face of a lot of those earlier objectives going the way of DSG and, of course, the level 1 and everything. But 100 Thieves fighting back very nicely. And I would put a lot of credit into River, especially on this Viego. Of course, he has a very good team comp to work around. You know, Galio being a supportive mid laner, all the CC setting up. You saw him after the Dragon that they were able to force DSG off and then chase over the wall. Able to get these resets. Now Quid, though.
Well, Quid's just going to bring them in for the rest of the team to try to mop them up. Slam into the wall from the Poppy. Heroic entrance for the heroic follow-up. And Abadaga just gets a hero's burial on that one. Disguise have lost another man. 100 Thieves up over 2,000 gold.
And it's fairly dangerous, too. Otacon here does get tagged, but everybody's going to back off. Nobody wants to get the extra debuff here from it, and should be able to just take care of mid lane wave. So I guess just going to stop at that single kill. Back-to-back plays from 100 Thieves, though, attacking side lanes, Flowers, with 4 or more people. As we mentioned early on with the Galio, it's one of the big strengths here, trying to attack those side lanes. And 100 Thieves doing a good job kind of focusing there.
So one thing I'm looking at right now, we were praising the Jace early on in the game, right? But when I'm looking at the scoreboard for Disguise, do you know what I see? I see a Jace and a box of donuts. I got zeros in the kill column for every other champion. It means all the money is on Castle. If Castle's not around, 100 Thieves is going to rock their world. And the problem for Disguised, I'm not seeing the team play. I'm not seeing Castle be used as this tool. And now, Disguised are going after the Otacon. They're full sending, and 100 Thieves needs to try to get down and stop them. Quid has no teleport to make his way here in time. 100 Thieves still just looking on. The Otacon down to 4,000. XU incredibly low. Having to try to flash away and make a little bit of distance as Abadaga is going to be stunned up. Has to try to escape himself. Sniper distracting the rest of Disguised. FBI with a nice confirmed kill on the enemy mid laner. They've got the Otacon down to 1,000. It is secured by River and 100 Thieves. XU falls as well. And it's absolute tragedy for Disguise.
Oh, Scary Jerry and Huhi are going to be able to survive. And it looks like Castle running for his life still inside the Rift Herald pops out at mid tower.
Castle's playing GTA and he's got 5 stars. River's bringing in the tanks and everything else, looking to go after him. He's only going to lose the false life. Sniper jumping right back in, looking to finish off this fed Jace, add a little bit more money to his own pockets, and Sniper calculates it.
Yeah, Castle getting dangerously close to taking down 2 of the Otacon GAs there, but Sniper does finish him off, so it's just one of the GAs he's able to pop off of 100 Thieves. You have to look back at this play, though, Flowers, and think about why DSG went for that play. It is because they knew there was no teleport on the Galio, and Galio had just used ultimate. So their thinking was, you have to presume, hey, Galio's top side, he has no ultimate, has no teleport, let's try and burst this Otacon down quickly, but they were unable to do it quickly, and then they just got shredded by Otacon, and 100 Thieves did a good job attacking there. The all chat has just continued to deliver.
Oh, the all chat is one of those like daytime talk shows where everybody's just like borderline throwing chairs at each other. I'm loving it. River is loving the opportunity to jump in on this Drake, take this for free. It is 2 Drakes to 1 favoring Disguised. The new additional emblem you can see up there in the UI is indicating that 100 Thieves secured the Otacon for themselves. 4,000 gold lead, even neutral state in terms of the Dragons. It's getting more and more difficult, Kobe, for Disguise to find a way to win a fight.
It certainly is. Maybe they can just win a fight versus Sniper then. 3v2?
I don't know. Sniper's got buddies showing up. Ayla jumps in there immediately, looking to back up the Ambessa as Sniper gets the first kill back onto the Elise, and now they're looking for the second here onto Castle. River taking the possession. All they trade for 3 Disguised lives is a false life for the other side. 100 Thieves are not done yet. The push stays pushing.
Not done yet. As you say, River wants to continue. FBI here still has his GA. Ayla still has it. So not much Scary Jerry can do. He's one of the holders of the box of donuts, by the way.
He's got all donuts. Yeah. 0, 0, 0.
What flavor are they, though? Because honestly, if they are
plain.
No. He's got 2 items, okay, at least.
It's Ezreal with a Trinity Force and a Muramana when his team's down 6,000 gold, man. Those are plain donuts.
Not even glazed.
No. No, there is no glazing going on here. Disguised 4-13. They are in a tough spot this game. It started really well, but again, I feel like this is what you see a lot of when you have a younger roster or a younger org come in. Even if they have those individual early advantages, it's difficult to hold on to them once you get into the more complex macro elements of the game, more of the team plays of the mid and later stages.
Yeah, a lot of these side plays here for 100 Thieves really worked out to their benefit. And River definitely very scary on this Viego, backed up by so much firepower on 100 Thieves. I mean, Quid has done a nice job here controlling the mid game for them, keeping them safe, and quietly, FBI, your sniper, your Australian sniper, once again on the Poke Varus, one of his favorites.
Oh yeah.
Able to land a tremendous amount of poke damage. So they're just going to start up that Baron. Doesn't look like DSG are going to make the early move, though they're starting to come over now.
Yeah, we've got Baron already down to half. Sniper tanking it up, River doing the damage.
For Castle, but it's too late probably. Already 4,000 health and dropping.
Yeah, he's trying to get over here in time, but it's going to be smoked before it even matters. Baron secured for 100 Thieves. Health bar is still pretty high. Disguised will try to close in, see if there's any sort of a punish, maybe find a straggler, but no sir. 100 Thieves just pulled off the heist and got out without so much as a bounty.
Objective focus here. Reign supreme for 100 Thieves. Now they've got the giant gold lead on top of their Baron to work with. So the split push should be easy for them to start here. They've got the Galio ultimate ready for Quid plus his teleport, so tremendous side lane control, tremendous ability to move across the map and cover here. And when you combine that with the Baron buff flowers, that makes for easy push, easy siege for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely disastrous for Disguised. I mean, what do you do to stop Sniper from just flying in with the ulti, Quid from ulting over top of him, Ayla just tackles in there, and FBI free fires?
What DSG have to do is you'd have to try and rely on the newly buffed up tower damage, and you just have to defend at towers, and then 100 Thieves are going to be forced to make that play on your towers. I mean, and hope that you can get a nice outplay with the extra defenses there trying to go your way. They do have some critical flashes here on the side of DSG, so some playmaking ability. Abadaga and Scary Jerry, both the carries here, do have that extra safety of flashes. Maybe they can get some outplays, but if 100 Thieves just play it safe and use the Baron buff siege power to their advantage,
yeah,
the FBI with the safety of the spell shield as well as the magnitude of his poke. Oh, he actually hits an ult here too.
Ooh, dude, Castle's already at half HP. That's your most fed player. That is all your kills on Disguised. And 100 Thieves smell the blood in the water. They'll take out the tier 2 turret mid with Quid at the same time. They're just shoving their way straight through the enemy base. Scary Jerry is already dead. There goes the bottom lane inhibitor. The mid lane inhibitor turret is about to fall as well. The mid lane inhibitor will go right with it. 100 Thieves easily breaking through the enemy defensive lines. Sniper goes for a recall. He will be able to return immediately with the Unleashed teleport. Quid goes in for the taunt. He finds it onto Abadaga. Ayla with a tackle backwards. River going in after the spider, but who he gets away for a second. You can't say the same thing about the Azir. River tries to stay alive, but it ain't gonna work. The shutdown credit back over to Huhi from the grave almost, but he did barely get away as 100 Thieves with a 4v3. Continue the pressure, continue the push. They continue towards the Nexus. XU trying to distract them. FBI and Ayla putting the damage into the tier 4 turret here at the Nexus. A little bit more damage onto that second one. Got it down to about half HP. 100 Thieves. Still no signs of stopping. Another Unleashed teleport coming on back. No turrets left to defend him. XU and Castle both gonna die here in the front lines. Disguised falls apart. And 100 Thieves, despite a rocky start, are gonna take game 1 under 30 minutes.
FBI back on 100 Thieves goes legendary. 8 kills, 0 deaths for him on the Poke Varus, one of his favorites. And against his old partner in Huhi, they actually are the duo that played the most together of any duo of players in the LCS. The majority of their time on 100 Thieves, Golden Guardians as well there, but this time around, FBI is going to get the dub. And I believe all time that's going to put him to 7 versus like 5 for Huhi after the breakup that they had?
After the breakup. Even that's got to sound dramatic with the way that we've had the back and forth here between these teams. But yes, you called it out. Legendary and Deathless for FBI. Also a Deathless game for Quid, even though he didn't get as many kills as FBI did. I think that Disguise had a really solid early game. They countered what 100 Thieves were doing at level 1 very well. They did a good job getting Castle ahead, but the coordination, the ability to function as a 5-man unit wasn't there, and as soon as it slipped away from them, they never got a grip back on the game.
Yeah, I'm excited though with the prep that we saw for game number 1. Excited to see what they pull out for game number 2. Fearless draft, remember, for this best of series. And
yes, sir.
If they can continue to push 100 Thieves.
All right, game 1's done, but a reminder for those of you here at the Riot Games Arena, go get your LTA North merch right now. Grab a new hat, shirt, or bundle both together and get a free Mini Poro plushie. Merch is currently available exclusively here at the Riot Games Arena. And speaking of that arena, let's head over to another part of it right now, the LTA Lounge. Break it all down.
$10 for a hat? That's like 1997 prices. That's insane. Either way, we got to get to the game. DSG, 100 Thieves. It did look like DSG had an upper hand in that game because of what happened early with Castle getting fed, but then the game turned. So we're going to break down. Yeah. Emily's going to show some of the reasons that 100 Thieves was able to come back.
If you look here, right, look at this bar. So basically, at one point in the game, I looked up and I was like, 100 Thieves are 2K ahead somehow, despite the fact that I thought DSG did a good job. So if we see all of these objectives going down, for me, it starts at this Drake fight here, right, where 100 Thieves are able to get in. Ayla is actually able to get that punish onto Castle. They get him. He is essentially the raid boss here. I'm going to skip ahead to just essentially them, again, setting up on the map, being able to get someone dead in a team fight. And then they took mid-tier 1, they take top tier 1. Abadaga is all the way up here. So now they're gonna be able to collapse on him. This is actually almost a reprise of something that happened before the Drake fight where they also overextended, XU overextended in the bot side. Right around here, I believe. And they were able to get that catch onto him. I think the big thing for me, if you look at where 100 Thieves were at in this game and what allowed them to get ahead, was these larger map plays where they'd recognize where they can take turrets and also where DSG were not only overextended, but they may not have warded their flanks.
Yeah, for me, it felt like 100 Thieves was kind of the ones that were running around catching DSG who wasn't coordinated, but the backbreaker was definitely the Otacon fight. And I did find, thanks to Azale's Otacon segment before the day, just a little bit of extra stuff with this Otacon. So I need to find exactly when the buff went down. But I want to just show the actual shred from Otacon. So where would it have been? We are needing to speed up just a second to getting to where the Otacon contest is happening. Because what people don't realize is your magic resist can get very near 0. So what I'm going to point out here is XU is the one tanking Otacon the majority of the time. So every time he gets auto-attacked, he's going to get another stack of this frail and unworthy buff, which is going to slowly lower his magic resist. So now with 23 stacks, he's down to 29 MR. But if we keep playing this clip out, and he's at 50 stacks, that gives him 56 armor and 2 magic resist. And specifically, when all 3 of them are in this circle here, all of them are getting shredded at the same time. So XU is at 50, Castle's at 17, and Huhi's at 25. So you can see as he gets up to 31 stacks, 8 MR on the Elise, 2 MR on the Vi, and the tank Jace is down significantly with his resist, not to mention the damage. So by the time 100 Thieves walks in, even though it is a 4v5, Galio hasn't joined the fight yet, the fight is basically already over. 100 Thieves kills them, takes Otacon, is able to snowball the rest of the fight, and that, I think, is the straw that broke the back of DSG. So we'll see if they can bounce back in Game 2, but right now we're headed to a break. So let's take a look at our LTA Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Coming. I'm looking by. No flash by. Jace is there first. Jace is there first. No flash Jace, guys. No flash Jace. Coming. No flash Jace. He's not flash.
Jace.
I'm coming. He's in. I'm gonna push bot. Nice, guys. Good job.
Play for me, Torre. If I go jungle, we can look them as well.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think they're looking.
Yeah,
I'm coming bot side too. I'm coming mid to help you.
Got him.
Good job, guys.
Good job. Can we play for their bot tower?
I think so. I think so.
Galio no flash, Castle.
Yeah.
Nice job,
so
Castle. Good.
Nice.
If I get any it's good, by the way. I can just follow.
Look back. I have really good TP behind guys in 5. I will TP behind them, okay?
Look more.
Let's fight. I'm gonna TP behind.
Gone,
I'm gonna TP behind.
Okay.
Just keep going.
Look at Liz.
Yeah.
Look at Liz.
No flash here, Liz. Look at you.
No flash easier to.
Look at you.
Flash easier. Yeah.
I already have really good fight. I'm really good fight.
Yeah, walk up.
I got Zin.
I'm on Jace.
Yeah. Roger. No flash.
Yeah.
Adacon.
I'm on Jace, guys.
Wait, play slow.
I'm Roman tier.
Zero's dead, guys.
Kill me back.
I can block Vi. Can we finish?
Yeah, finish.
I'm on Jace. Finish. Can we look Jace, anyone?
Nice. We got it.
I'm looking bad.
Look Jace.
Yeah, look Jace.
He has herald.
He has herald. I'm TPing.
Yeah, kill all these guys.
No flash Jace. No flash
Kill
Jace.
Jace. Kill Jace.
Yeah.
At least splash as well.
I stopped Jay.
Or Jace splash.
He's tilted. Restricting dog by. Keep typing you dog.
Yo, what up DSG fans? It's me, Disguised Toast, and I'm here at the DSG League of Legends gaming apartment. We're here in the parking garage and we're about to head upstairs and meet the LTA team. Let's go. Here we are, home sweet home. The disguised LTA apartment compound. Let's check it out. Here we got the boys hard at work. Our state-of-the-art kitchen, our Red Bull fridge, and hey, you've got a mid laner imported straight from Germany, Abedage. What you cooking, man?
Water soup.
Water soup? Okay, never heard of that one. Is that any good?
No.
Castle, you mind getting up so I can show them?
못할 시대 아니랬는데.
All right, see, one of these chairs, one of these bad boys. They'll get you sitting straight, all right? But that's what we do at DSG, you know, we care about our players. Gaming practice room, and I believe our jungler, XU, is practicing right now. Let's go say hi. Hey, XU.
Whoa.
Hey, you practicing?
Yeah, just practicing some Wild Rift.
Wild Rift? Why are you practicing Wild Rift? We play League of Legends.
You said we can't afford more than one PC, so doing my best.
And yeah, this has been the Disguised gaming apartment compound. Thank you guys so much for watching. I know all the boys are super excited for this season, right? All right, that's gonna do it for us. We'll see you guys this weekend at the LTA Arena, Sunday, 1 p.m. Come check us out. See you guys next time.
Hello and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena, where I'm sitting down with the man himself, Disguised Toast. Poe Belter, welcome back to the arena as well. Toast, I gotta say, you're down 1-0 in the series so far. How you feeling right now? How are the nerves watching the team?
Feeling good, a little nervous, but the team had a really good showing the first 15 minutes. I think the wheels came off the wagon a bit, but they got what it takes. They just didn't put it together.
Now, I know you've been grinding a lot of League lately. What advice do you have for the team?
I don't know. I like XU's shit talking though. I think he needs to do more of that.
Okay.
Get in the heads of Sniper.
Maybe yell across the arena.
Yell across, walk up to them, like maybe unplug some mouses, some keyboards.
Good. That's good. Well, how's your experience been so far opening weekend here at LTA?
It's been a lot of fun seeing all the fans. I brought a lot of my own friends out here. They're just in the audience supporting
Where are the Toast fans at? That was a good reaction. That was a good pop.
Yeah, so I really appreciate everyone coming out.
Awesome.
And we brought out Mr. Poe Belter as our DSG co-streamer and my personal coach for League of Legends.
How's it been coaching him?
It's been good. I mean, I think Toast actually learned a lot. The first time I coached him, he was like, nah, I'm like not actually like doing that bad and I don't deserve to be here. And then the next day he was like, okay, actually maybe there is some stuff I could learn. So I respected that switch up in the attitude. And then he climbed instantly to Platinum, and he's on the road to Emerald.
Humble King. Humble King right there, everybody. Real quick, I don't know if you check this out. If you're live here, you can get bedazzled masks and cool stuff. I got my head bedazzled.
Oh.
How's that looking? This is my first time looking at it. Hey, that's not that bad. Let's go. Okay, Toast, have you seen the meme that it kind of looks like somebody bent over and like their head peeking out? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I've seen those memes.
You seen that meme? What do you think? Yeah,
like that, yeah.
All right. Well, I have a gift for you, actually, Toast, because we saw your apartment tour. We saw it was a little barren in there, so we thought, why not give you something to make it a little more homey? So we got you a welcome mat for DSG. Welcome to LTA North. Disguised Toast. Home sweet home. Now it won't look as bad in the next video. But thank you so much for being here with us today. We're going to throw it back over the casters to get us in to the next game.
Thank you very much, Kangas, and hopefully Toast and Pobe can find themselves a more favorable ending to game number 2 here. They had a favorable start in game number 1, but 100 Thieves brought it back. We're back into the draft. Remember, it is Fearless. All 10 champions from game number 1 are banned for both teams. It's Yone, Corki, and Callista banned out by DSG. Once again, back on the blue side here, as it looks like 100 Thieves will ban out Cassante, Skarner, and Ash. First pick Rumble for Castle.
Oof. And on the other side, answered immediately with the roaming Aurora mid. This is a huge playmaking champion, and Quid definitely looked really good in the last one. I don't know if we're going to see it kind of swapped into the hands of Sniper. I would assume generally with this team that it's Aurora mid. Of course, it is technically flexible for them. XU shouting out the show match where he played Katarina. I think as well it's his girlfriend's favorite champion. So
it's like the Whippo strategy.
Yeah, because in the show match, it didn't do that well on the Katarina play. So we're not going to see any jungle Katarina though. So no problems there. And he is going with the scaling Wukong, that team fighter that does pair so well with Rumble.
Okay, we've got the Wukong, the Rumble. Let's see what we end up getting locked in mid lane. Ryze I have not seen for a little while. Ryze is one of my favorite communities of League of Legends players. I don't know if you've ever interacted with them on the internet. They are all completely insane. They just type...
That's your favorite type of player,
no,
right?
they're great. Sometimes a couple of them will show up in Twitch chat and you won't know until you just see a wall of EQ, EQ, EQ.
Yeah.
They're great. I always love seeing Ryze because I get to meet more of those people. But no, we're going to get the Orianna instead. Let's see what 100 Thieves wants to round out their first half with before we get into the second half of the bans.
This is one of the most fun, budding rivalries that we've got in the LTA now, with so many of the fans, so many of the players really getting into it. Yes, as you say though, with the Fearless bans plus the regular bans here starting to whittle them down, we're still looking at the DSG bottom lane. So some targeted bans here from 100 Thieves. towards Mr. Scary Jerry and Huhi. The Elise support that we were so hyped up for, seeing if it was going to be able to snowball or create much, didn't really amount to anything. What Huhi is really known for, though, has been like the engage supports. That Rakan ban right there, targeted directly at him. He loves playing things like the Amumu, which is, or at least used to be, a favorite of Toast. I know. We'll see since Pobelter's coaching. Maybe he moved on from that one, but definitely always still a possibility there to come through. All right, they'll go with the more common Leona instead to take away another one of the engaged supports from him.
Well, we'll see what he does end up going with. I would love to see him on an engaged support as well. I think that his strengths as like a team leader, as a shot caller, as the guy who can be trusted to go in at the right moment. Like, I love seeing him on those types of picks. Let's see, 100 Thieves. What are we going to go with here? We're hovering a lot of different stuff that I don't fully expect to be locked in. That one was kind of the exception. So we've got the Zen locked in for River here in game number 2.
The Los Ratones shout-out sign there. I mean, honestly, if they come over here, though, then we'll see if any of the LTA teams can beat them. I think they have a pretty good chance. Bwipo's been doing a lot of trash talking and inviting the stream to scrims.
Oh yeah, bro. We welcome it.
Are you pro stream scrims for the LTA teams, or are you against it?
Oh, I'm all the way for it, dude. I'm content is it.
Content is king.
Content is king.
That's what I'm starting on right now?
No, dude, that's what I'm saying. Let's do it.
Kind of getting behind it. Let's see here, though. Final lock-in will be some more team fighting, some defensive pickup here with the Braum for Huhi, since so many of the engaged ones were targeted and taken off the list.
All right, let's see. We've got Jinx can also always be a very scary one. When we're talking about how, we even heard from Kangas on the lounge at the top of the day. If you play around Scary Jerry, you let him scale up, feel comfortable. Jinx is one of those scale up, get to the point where you're feeling comfortable with your power, and then boom, you just take over the game, wipe the team fights. We'll see if they can enable Jerry to play like that in this game, but it will be, okay, the final squad for 100 Thieves here. The Aurora, Zen, the Rel, and then Misfortune and Akali locked in for these guys.
So with these solo laners, 100 Thieves has way better side lane control. So the mid game will be very, very scary for DSG. DSG are fully indexed all into team fighting. This team has to group. This team has to stay 5 strong for DSG. And 100 Thieves, they have a lot of options. Like, they can fight team fights. They can also pull the map apart and try and play side lanes a lot in the mid game. Akali and Aurora are extremely good and threatening side laners because not only are they self-sufficient in the side lane, but then they're very good at roaming to the fights, to the skirmishes in other areas and coming in with those flanks to make it just so hard to play in mobile carries like Jinx and Orianna. So this draft, I have to say, I really like from Golden Glue, from 100 Thieves over there. Seems like they have done a pretty good job setting themselves up with a lot of tools here, especially for the mid game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Disguised can put together this we only want a team fight, we only want a death ball type of execution. But I really want to see 100 Thieves pull everything apart. Keep it in 2v2 skirmishes, 3v3 skirmishes, things like that. Because I feel like you don't want to walk in to the Rumble, Orianna, Wukong combo. You want to take advantage of the totally not BS Akali Shroud. You want to take advantage of the Aurora mobility that you're talking about and really just run these guys in circles.
Yeah. You also don't want to fight a Braum level 1, so maybe DSG can cook something up with level 1 with the power of that Braum passive and Q ability, being able to allow a lot of invade angles. They got a nice little advantage in their level 1 in the last game, so here they go. Braum heading immediately to the tri-brush to bottom side. Let's see if they try and push in at all.
All right. Disguised, getting the better of 100 Thieves, aggressive level 1 in the previous game. I feel like 100 Thieves have to have that at the front of their minds right now, making sure that they're not just giving away anything for free. It looks like we're not going to get the spicy level 1 that we got in the first game, and I do believe that we might have an interview standing by. We've got Raz. What do you got for me, buddy?
I got something different for you, Flowers. I've got actually Moaz, the eldest brother of Sniper that we didn't even know about. How is it? You just flew in today, right?
Yeah, it's been good. It's good. I'm always happy to watch my brothers play, right? This is not the first time. I used to watch Viper a few years ago. Now I'm watching his younger brother, right? So really surreal, but very happy to be here.
how is it just like having Sniper in the family? Because he's just crazy and eccentric here. So like, how is it just being able to handle that energy in the house?
Listen, at home, you know, we talk what we want. We say what we want to say, right? Like he can say whatever he wants to say, but at least I'm his older brother. I can shut him down. I can shut him up a little bit. Here, you might not be able to do that. You know, again, I had a serious convo with him about like, you know, don't say you're going to retire if you can't, you know, pull through. Don't say you're going to shave your head if you can't pull through. If he loses today, I will shave his head myself.
Oh, personally, that's crazy. I can already hear the crowd popping on that one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, you're doing God's work. Appreciate you, brother. Gonna send this run straight to the casters.
That is the most big brother comment I have ever heard. I will shave his head myself.
Well, he was targeted in the previous game, but still came out just fine. Teammates doing a lot of work there as well in the previous one. Sniper this time around facing the 2v1 because of the lane swap that went on with the start of the game with that interview. And now we're having Exu actually come on over. Now, you can see there is no cannon minion with this wave.
Right.
Because it doesn't come till 4 now, and they're going to go for it, 3v1.
Okay, Sniper already popping the weirding. Goes between worlds, just trying to buy himself a little bit more time. Who he drops the turret aggro. This is the problem with trying to do the dives in the new age of the turrets that heat up so fast. After the first couple of shots, it's just lethal.
Also, Aurora is quite good at dodging some of these. You talked about it right there. Immediately with the hop, going invisible, and then flashing the other way as well. So it's kind of sucks that it costs Scary Jerry his flash as well a little bit there. Dangerous. We'll see if that gets punished, but they did take away some safety of the Aurora for Sniper. I think he'll be just fine, though.
Yeah, he's totally chilling. I called it the wrong name. Between Worlds is the ulti. That's across the veil or something. Aurora has a lot of weird little bunny hop names, so it's okay. We got it. We got there eventually. Sniper stayed alive. That's what really matters. Yes, it cost the flash, but not dying is the key element here. 100 Thieves picking up a solid early game compared to their previous one. There haven't been any of those early blunders. Everything's just going fine. And based on what we learned in game number 1, they have the coordination. If they're on even ground with Disguise come the mid game, I have to give 100 Thieves the edge.
And it's interesting, too, because Exu here on the Wukong is a bit delayed in his jungle clear because of going for the dive. So not only was it just like flashes traded and some summer spells up there and not getting too much punishment down on Sniper, but it also delays the very fearsome Wukong level 6, which is, you know, the big power spike for this champ, the big like first gank that you get off when you're level 6. You have so much more threat. Generally, when Wukong has his flash and level 6, you can pressure a lot of different lanes. Generally in this game, though, we'll probably be looking bottom lane since Sniper and Quid both are playing very mobile champions. Both have a lot of ways to avoid those ganks. And we shall see as we turn our eyes towards the bottom side of the map, since that's also where Exu will be ending his clear. Probably will just be a regular reset, though.
Yep. All right, we'll see if we can get anything spicy cooking up. It is 60 seconds or so until that first set of the grubs, the first Drake about to spawn. Remember that game number 1 was a bit of a handshake early on with the neutral objectives, just agreeing to divide them evenly. Abadaga here on the Orianna, just continuing to try to farm up as Quid puts as much pressure on him as he can. The 5-point strike spam from Akali can be so obnoxious.
And I do look bottom lane again. River here, because he's got his level 5 on Xin, just did his smooth full clear, has a bit of an advantage and walks towards that bottom side. Not going to overextend themselves, though. Huhi and Scary Jerry play just safe there, no problem. And of course, it is a Braum. Even pre-6, very, very hard to pull off those ganks on.
Ooh!
And
Castle just cooking him there, man. That flame spitter, once you're in the heated up state, is just so deadly. And Sniper was in almost the entire duration of the thing.
Yeah. Very nice. Even if you hop back, even if you're invisible, the AoE just burns you down. Castle really thanking the rest of his team for burning out that flash, you know, trying to make it worth it, trying to punish and push him out there. Now we got the reset, though. Quid's heading back topside with level 6 on the Akali as Exu starts out these grubs, and River does get his ward in.
Okay, both of our junglers level 5, all... Well, just mid laners level 6, top laners still level 5 too, excuse me.
And if you look at the bottom lanes here, it's really the big difference is the reset on bottom.
Quid first blood. they both hit level 6. It's too easy for Quid with a perfect execution. Burst the Rumble down before the fire can truly be a threat. So that's not only first blood going over to 100 Thieves, it means control over the top half of the map. It means an uncontested first set of grubs.
Really good lane assignments here from 100 Thieves after that reset. They got their bottom lane into mid lane so they could get control over the grubs. And then with the solo kill here, Quid had, wait a second.
Abbedagga, defensive shockwave to try to stay alive. He will get out with just 100 HP, but meanwhile, Disguised trying to finish their take of the Drake, but Sniper's hanging around nearby. He goes between worlds. Ayla ready to follow it up with a 3-man crash down, but they're still in a 2v3. Sniper's got to try to get away across the Veil yet again. Huhi trying to escort XU and Scary Jerry away from this horrible, horrible place called the Bot Side River. Another shattering strike for another stun, but not enough damage. 100 Thieves, no kills, but they forced Disguised off the Drake.
Yeah, a couple of those plays there with not quite enough damage. The one in mid lane too, where both of them flash forward, FBI and River trying to get the extra damage on Abbedagga, but could not finish him off. And then bottom side, they still are able to push first once again, get some more damage on the tower. Again, always the team with the grubs early on. You have to worry about the feats of strength going towards first tower in addition to those kills, because those ones you can get a lot of times before the neutral objectives, since neutrals get traded so much. Tower damage really does come in super, super handy there. So 100 Thieves feeling pretty good about this opener. I'd say namely we're worried about the Sakali because Quid had also purchased the Dark Seal previous to getting his solo kill, so started stacking it up already. Whenever you're Akali and you get your kill on your first ultimate and you already had the Dark Seal and you're starting to stack up, it's like very, very nice feelings for snowballing. And again, from draft, when you're targeting these immobile carries of Orianna and Jinx, and Orianna already got the flash blown, Quid is definitely feeling very good about his opportunities in this game.
Yeah, a reminder, last game he did go deathless. Didn't quite have all of the kills, like we said, that his bottom lane carry in FBI did. But Akali is the perfect type of champion to pad your kill stats with if you're unhappy with the low number in the first game.
Plus, he has so much, catch on his team with an Aurora, with, well, FBI.
Okay, XU working together with Castle, though, and FBI gets busted up top lane, 2v1. They commit both the ults, and they get their target.
Yeah, nice job. That's that Wukong ult and flash available. It's like, it's so hard for especially like a Misfortune. Nicely done there by XU, heading up to work once again with Castle. I mean, he called his shot. He was like, yeah, I'm going to do a lot of games with Castle in their, their trash talk, and he has done in both games. See if this will be enough, though. The Rumble getting some early money, very nice. So Castle getting some cash in there. He invested very early on into the Merc Treads because the magic resist as well. Going to be quite nice with the double AP solo laners.
You could see River on the approach to the mid lane there, seeing if maybe there was an angle against Abbedagga, but then they see Castle clearing out the control ward on the other side of the river. They decide not to go in for that full-on 2v2 there. As we're waiting for the second set of grubs to spawn in less than a minute, here's a friendly reminder that subscriptions to the LTA North Twitch channel are now open. You can subscribe to the channel, get yourself some exclusive channel emotes, have all the usual channel perks that you think about when you think about subscribing. So hell yeah to everybody that subscribes and supports the stream through that. And we'll see just exactly who's going to pop off with this next set of grubs. Kobe, I feel like they're always contested on the second trio.
And some of the big things are going to be support ults for that grub fight that you're looking at, Flowers. This is going to be the time to shine. Braum very good at stuffing some of these engages, some of these big team fights. So we'll see about who he's positioning. Meanwhile, Ayla's been very proactive, so both in the previous game as well as this one with the possibilities on Rel, and currently soaking some damage hovering here in the river versus Abbedagga, getting small chunks taken out.
All right, who he tries to throw out one of the winner's bites, doesn't connect on it. Ayla, not afraid of these guys whatsoever, wants to play forward and aggressive here on the rail. Again, stepping away from the winner's bite. River's going to be your target, drops the Crescent Guard immediately, but a big Rumble ulti comes down over the top. It's enough to cook Ayla, it's enough to cook River. Sniper goes for the Between Worlds, and Quid is going into the back line. He's already found the first kill. He's about to go for the second. Abbedagga is down, but Castle takes out the Akali. It's a bloodbath both ways. Scary Jerry tries to to get another, but Sniper and FBI are now on the hunt. Jerry gets away, but it's so many gray screens, Kobe.
It truly is, and honestly, it started out so well for DSG getting that pick. Abadaba, he gets the shockwave onto River, and they're able to start getting some kills early, but then once the Akali arrives, once Quid is able to get there with the teleport, he answers back. And so we do end up with a 3-3 there. Score tied at the top as well in this game.
Critically, Disguised hit 3 first, so that's feat of warfare for them.
Okay, so here it is. Xin Zhao kind of notorious for being an easy pickoff because he has no dashes, but did buy a little bit of time with the ultimate there. But really the kicker, once Quid arrives and once Sniper arrives, you know, these two solo laners, 400 Thieves, do a lot of work. Scary Jerry trying to do something from the back, but even with getting excited, yeah, not able to finish that one off quite at the end and survive for himself. But still think it's going to be quite big here as Quid finishes the Proto Belt and does still have Flash.
The active items for mages can feel so scary when you get them online early, just adding that extra bit of damage, that extra punch to the rotation, getting that slight bit more that could have prevented reactions like the previous one that stay alive, finish off the target. 4-4 game still, like you said, slight gold lead for 100 Thieves. The first Drake is still on the map. After 100 Thieves scared Disguised away from it, nobody's bothered going back.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more scary than the normal Drakes too, with the Ocean having the slow, so
yeah,
nobody wanting to get kind of caught in there. A lot of vision set up around it, 400 Thieves, and they do have jungle support on bottom side of the map right now, so Ayla and River will link up with the Xin Zhao Rel to try and move in. Scuttle Crab first, and then maybe set up for it.
Well, the big thing that I'm also looking at, because that first Drake is still on the map, the neutral objective feed is very slowed down. The kill one, yes, it's already claimed by Disguise. The turret one will probably fall right after the 14-minute mark or so, but then if that one goes over to 100 Thieves, it'll still be a long way to go until we have this neutral objective one claimed, because it looks like 100 Thieves will be ahead just by 1. They're on neutral objectives, so up to a grand total of 2 for them. We'll see if they can get the Rift Herald when that spawns here in about 2.5 minutes, because that's the next neutral objective on the table.
Oof, level 11 power spike here for Quid. That is going to be quite worrisome for, for DSG as they're roaming around. It's when the Akali is the highest level in the game, and when you get rank 2 on your ultimate, already we're kind of worried about that burst damage. They're definitely going to have to respect that positioning, and you'll see Abadaga on the top side is like, I don't really want to be in a long lane versus Akali right now.
Yeah.
With that kill pressure, even though Abadaga does have his flash on the Orianna, so under tower should be fine. Can't really overextend, and this is going to be one of the things for the game as it progresses through the mid stages here. Once these outer towers do start to go down, how do DSG control their side lanes and their minion waves in the face of two very, very good split pushing solo laners?
It's tough.
It will be tough. They did get a nice pick for themselves earlier when they all group early on the objective as 5, and they fight as a group as they want to with this comp.
River and Quid alongside their bottom lane duo invading the enemy jungle, stealing away the blue buff, and they'll have no difficulty completing that task. XU still just trying to hang around, remove some of this vision. He does not want to go back towards that brush, not at all. River, but the wind becomes lightning, but it does not connect. Huhi and Scary Jerry looking to wrap around here, maybe punish the overstaying members of 100 Thieves as Ayla has to try to use the crash down to get away, but it ain't gonna happen. They overstay their welcome, and Disguised kicks them out of the house.
Ayla punished here by XU. Wukong finding it. Abadaga here getting the assist on the Orianna. Feels nice there. Nice little bit of punishment. Again, this is the team that if they're getting free kills in the mid stages where there's not a neutral objective, where they're able to group up and use their full 5-on-5 like that, that is an extra cherry on top for them.
Oh yeah.
We're not really expecting to get a lot of picks and stray kills between the objective timers, but very nice to do so. And XU here on the Wukong, super popular jungle right now, very effective in solo queue as well, with the exact same build that he's going for right now, the Trinity Force damage carry. We'll see as next objective coming up fairly shortly here. Sniper does have teleport, Castle has teleport, so both those side laners that are far away from the Herald have the possibility of joining.
And with 100 Thieves claiming the first turret down there in the bottom lane, we saw Sniper taking that one as Castle rotated down just a little bit too slowly. 100 Thieves will also be able to secure feeds for themselves if they get this Herald.
Group.
They're the ones starting it up first. Disguised, aware of this, they want to stop. If Disguised gets it, they're just going to hold off the feeds. They're still only at 1 themselves, so then it'll still go on to the next Drake. Disguised moving up.
Castle's going for a recall too. He just hit level 11, rank 2 ulti on the Rumble, going for the purchase and teleport in. Here he comes.
Yep, he's going in behind the Rift Herald pit. He wants to be able to get a flank angle here. Quid goes over the wall with a blast cone. Crescent guard for the Zinjao, keeping himself healthy enough here on the front line. Quid jumps in and immediately drops the smoke. Castle's trying to burn him out of it. Quid has to Shuriken flip back away to try to keep himself alive, but the Super Mega Death Rocket does not connect. Scary Jerry looking to get away, but the wind becomes lightning. Chases after him. River goes in, but he goes in alone. He goes in to die. 100 Thieves. They end up trading a 1-for-1 there as finally they get one back with FBI's shot, making it even. River traded away for Castle.
I actually surprised there. Abbedagge lived on the end with Orianna getting chased through the jungle. The rest of the team, though, XU circling around.
XU comes in. Beautiful shutdown there on the enemy carry. FBI's down. Sniper taken with them. Quid hiding out in the smoke. He has to flash away or surely he would have been gone too. Big moves from DSG.
Abbedagge surviving the 1v2 in the jungle and getting back to his tower to teleport out, allowing for this flank for XU, circling around their dying tower. DSG, they get the rebuttal. They get the last laugh. Here's another look at how it started with the deep wards being placed by Ayla. And then you get the teleport on that ward as Castle also had the mirror teleport on the other side. But then look at the left side of the screen. Abbedagge, like I was talking about, he had to deal with the Rel plus Sniper in his face, but he peels for himself with his Shockwave and then is able to go back for a reset and teleport in afterwards. Meanwhile, the rest of 100 Thieves, since they chased him out, we're trying to push in on this tower, and here's the overcommit. Teleport coming in on tower. You can't stop those anymore, by the way, even if they had been able to kill it. But XU really flashing around, coming through with the flank, and once Abba arrives, they've got the extra damage. Toast and Po Belter are pumped.
XU knows the kind of trash he was talking before this series. He does not want the Twitter DMs that come with losing after talking that kind of trash. He is ready to try to carry this game 2, take us to a game 3. 1-1-7 here on the Wukong. He has been a part of every single kill for Disguised in game number 2. 100 Thieves still maintain the smallest of gold leads now. That's finally going to go the other way. Disguised taking the lead now, just shy of 19 minutes into the game.
And with so many neutral objectives added to the game, it does get a lot easier for comps like this to operate in the current meta, because you're constantly going to have, Dragon Spawn right now. XU is going to be able to move over to that one. They should be able to lock this up. They pushed out on the side lane tower as well. I believe Castle got his solo gold on that one. More money funneled into the Rumble, so nice job taking care of the aftermath of that team fight here for DSG, collecting everything necessary, and now they just continue to look towards these spawns. Otacon in only 30 seconds back onto the map. They can try and use that as threat. Of course, 100 Thieves will want to flex the power of their solo laners, as we kept on looking forward to this stage of the game when the outer towers do start to drop and there is more room to work with. The picks are going to become a little bit more difficult to avoid.
100 Thieves also with the empowered boots. Hold on. Huhi could be in a little bit of danger here. Uses the Glacial Fissure defensively to get himself back to the safety of his team. Otacon has spawned in the top side of the river. Voracious yet again. That's almost always the one that you're going to see in pro play. As 100 Thieves and Disguised dead even in gold, even on the Drakes, even on the Grubs. The game is on a knife's edge. One really decisive fight, one way or the other, can tell you the pace of the game for the next 10 minutes.
And I'm looking at a nice 2-item power spike here for XU on this Wukong. There's a reason this jungler is so popular in solo queue right now. A lot of carry potential, and we've seen XU not only flank around for that team fight, but also got the earlier pick on Ayla. Like, Rel is not that tanky when faced with the 2-item Wukong right now with the Conqueror, so we shall see. He's playing good defense right now. we talked about the difficulty of handling your side lanes, and so Exu has taken it upon himself to like hover in jungle, ready to shadow the side laners if someone tries to make a play on them. These control wards that you see on screen, these shallow control wards are so critical when you're playing a comp like this to try and defend your jungle and defend your laners that are trying to collect the minion waves as they arrive. But Exu does get chased out now.
He's already lost his clone. Shattering Strike, crash down, doesn't quite hit what they were looking for, but that is a massive shutdown as Sniper trying to evade his own death down here in the bottom lane, but no sir, the Electro Harpoon finds his face. 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Both trash talkers down! Sniper and Exu both on opposite sides of the map getting picked off. Exu had we were just highlighting how he was playing safe on his own control wards, but he moved out into the river punished, and now they're going for Otacon because no Exu means no smite for the side of DSG.
FBI with 2 fully completed items plus an additional BF sword. Plenty of damage there alongside River, but it looks like DSG is not willing to accept this as a freebie. Otacon still at about 6,000 HP. Castle stepping up, trying to stop him, but remember there's no equalizer here in the Rumble. Quid trying to go after the remainder of DSG, drops the smoke, immediately backs himself back away. The bullet time flies out. Scary Jerry trying to stay alive, but River's already been killed. Sniper makes his way in back from the respawn now. Who he trying to get out? Abadaga tagged by the Shuriken flip, has to flash back over the wall to stay alive. Castle and Exu both scrambling for positioning now as Otacon stays alive and everybody else leaves.
Ooh, what a dangerous one. Again, more casualties on both sides, but the flank from Quid and Ayla there is able to put enough pressure on Scary Jerry to not only kill him, but they got both summoner spells in the process. Now, once again, though, they are going to look for Exu, chase him out of his own jungle.
Quid, he is hunting down this Wukong. Just gonna force him all the way out of here, make him scared to even wander into his own side of the map. That belongs to Akali now. Storm Surge, Empowered Sorcerer's Shoes, Rocket Belt. This guy is scary no matter who you are. Let's take another look at how this Otacon scrap happened.
And here's the flank we're talking about from Ayla and Quid. They target Scary Jerry from the very beginning. Quid lands his combo, and Ayla is able to get the knock up and CC on him, forcing both summoner spells, and then Sniper teleporting in. There was no escape for him. FBI's Misfortune ultimate does end up being enough for them to get it, and they kind of are able to pull off the loop there. Meanwhile, though, River Xin Zhao with the 3 deaths now for him, soaking up some of the extra pressure on the other side of the map, and so DSG still remain ahead in kills, though slightly, ever so slightly behind in gold. Their team fight is very, very strong if they can get a solid front to back. They just have to worry about these flanks and picks.
All right, bullet time from Misfortune doesn't accomplish a whole lot. Quid, though, looking for Scary Jerry here in the back. Needs a little bit of follow-up. A lot of damage onto the support from 100 Thieves, but Ayla's staying alive. Quid tries to dash back out, and he kills Exu on the way. Scary Jerry and Huhi both try to back out. Abadaga gets the kill back onto Ayla, but it's still 4 alive for 100 Thieves. Only 3 for Disguised. Scary Jerry, the big damage threat, down to below 300 HP, has to retreat. And 100 Thieves will take the win in the fight.
These flanks and these teleports in are ripping DSG apart. 100 Thieves proactively, constantly looking for these angles and finding another one there. Even though it got dicey in the jungle with all the AoE coming out, they still are able to pick up the extra kills. And this time around, they're rewarded with another objective.
All right, another Drake going the way of 100 Thieves. Let's take another look here again.
These double deep wards for 100 Thieves. They only had a little bit left on expiring, and that's how Quid was able to get in there. Got a little dicey for him, but he did have the ulti to both execute and operate as an escape for himself. River once again playing frontline and shoving off the rest of the team.
I love the react cams. When we get the really animated, emotive players, the react cams are always such a fun time, man. 3-1-5 here on the Akali, 6-2-3 on the Misfortune. Another good game from both of the carries, 400 Thieves. Quid gonna find Huhi and Scary Jerry as he rounds this corner, but he's really not afraid of anything there. Just pops the smoke, drops the aggro.
I mean, it is just a fun game to play a Cauliflowers. When you're talking about the draft and you're looking at an Orianna and a Jinx, those are prime targets for him to deal with. Now, this time around, too, Exu does not have the flash on the Wukong, so we shall see how cautious DSG are in their setup, trying to get some vision around this Baron.
Also, when you're thinking about playing Akali doesn't like dealing with a lot of hard CC. The only hard CC on the enemy team, Rumble has none. Wukong has his ult. Orianna has her ult. Jinx has nothing except chompers. Why are you ever going to step on those?
Oh, another pick.
Oh, hold on now. Sniper, all right, we're fine. We're fine. But it looks like we might not be. Quid has found Abadaga here in the jungle, tags him with the shuriken flip, gets back out of the way off the shockwave. Abadaga's down, but are they going to trade Quid for it? No! Second half of the perfect execution for the perfect exit as bullet time over the wall starts dusting Castle's health bar. A little bit more is all they need. Super Mega Death Rocket ain't going to do it as River stays alive. Quid still just baiting him in on the other side of the fight. XU barely gets away, but Disguised is hemorrhaging in their own jungle.
See, you look at the game from an Akali perspective, and it's pure fun. You look at the game from the low mobility carries, and you're like, wow, not so fun. 100 Thieves, though, with that one. Even though Sniper's attempt with the Aurora ultimate doesn't actually put too much pressure on Scary Jerry, it's just Quid hovering in the jungle, finding the Orianna in the rotation. And that's the issue. When your team doesn't have the ability to push out a lot on your side lanes, then even your rotations between your own jungle side lanes towards your middle are going to be a little bit dangerous. And if you hang around there in the jungle enough, looking for those members passing through, Quid was able to find another one. And again, these deep wards constantly replaced by 100 Thieves so they can pull off these plays yet again.
Mid-diff, quid-diff, man. This guy is absolutely creating the gap between these two teams as this game goes on. They've got the Otacon now. They've got the False Life. It's 2 Drakes to 1 for them. Next one's not going to spawn for a couple of minutes. There's nothing really on the map to contest other than those damn structures for Disguised, and I think 100 Thieves are tired of looking at them.
Yeah, and they also are going to create a very dangerous trap around Baron. They've got double control wards down here. DSG just going to run in, though.
They're running after it. River might be in a little bit of danger here. Drops the crescent sweep. FBI's already going to lose his first life on this one, but Quid jumps into the back. Another withdrawal coming out. Really well thought from Disguised. Honestly, huge from them. They don't lose a single man, and they take 3 of the Guardian Angels.
That's massive. They nerfed this Otacon GA to give 200 gold per reset now, and DSG don't lose anything. As you say, Flowers, the only even flash that 100 Thieves got was the Braum flash, which is definitely not as important as any of the other ones. That is a bit of a lifesaver there for DSG, because some of the most dangerous scenarios in the current meta are when enemy team has Otacon GAs and Baron is alive. But taking those out is step number 1. Now DSG can come back and they can contest step number 2, which is the Baron itself.
Okay, Disguised, you did it once. Now you got to do it again when you can actually kill them. But you can still only actually kill a few of them.
Flanking. Look at him.
Quid's looking for it. He wants Abadaga and Scary Jerry yet again. The Baron down to about 5,000 HP. Ayla's got to deal with Castle, who's burning him down pretty low, but Castle has now had to use his own Zonias. Bullet time flies out. The rest of Disguised trying to scramble. Castle's left on his lonesome, and he's eating bullets. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. FBI takes him out, and River's going in with the wind becomes lightning. Scary Jerry with a flashback over the wall. XU trying to protect him as Ayla goes in, who he has sacrificed, and FBI's ready to kick Abadaga's front door in. 100 Thieves take 3.
They're going to take that tower as well, Flowers. I don't see them stopping. Inhibitor will go down. We're getting the recalls, getting the reset here. The defense from Scary Jerry and XU is going to be difficult.
This is it, though. They have to try to defend here. TP bringing Quid back with the rest of 100 Thieves. FBI staying alive for now. Finally going to be shut down. Scary Jerry falls. Ayla taking the kill on that one. XU is gone. 100 Thieves in the enemy base. They've got another wave marching up. Nexus turrets will melt like butter, and the hot knife is 100 Thieves. 17-14. It's going to be another 30-minute game. Quid's just having a little fun with it. River wants to end the game. GG 2-0 100 Thieves.
Striper can smile and he can breathe a sigh of relief. Does not have to shave his head, even though he already said at the beginning interview that he wouldn't deliver.
Yeah, that's why you don't gap. Don't gap beforehand. No.
Even if you're not going to deliver on the bet, like, you don't have to say it until you lose.
Yeah, you got it. You keep that to yourself.
Self-reported, Flowers. He self-reported so early.
We don't do that. We don't do that. We got to train them.
In the end, though, they do get the dub. I really did like the 100 Thieves drafts with the solo laners, especially in the second game here with Fearless mode. Really kind to come to fruition. 100 Thieves able to start out the LTA 2-0.
We saw a couple of bright moments from Disguised, honestly, especially early on in game number 1, the way that they handled the team fight here in the mid game after the Otacon in game 2. But 100 Thieves, they had what it took to get the win. We're heading for a break. Chat, we'll be interviewing FBI in the fan zone on the other side before Team Liquid versus Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
River's gonna be your target, drops the Crescent Guard immediately, but a big Rumble ulti comes down over the top. It's enough to cook Ayla, it's enough to cook River. Sniper goes for the Between Worlds, and Quid is going into the back line. He's already found the first kill. He's about to go for the second. Abadaga is down, but Castle takes out the Akali. It's a bloodbath both ways.
Jinx, my flash.
Already know. Look at Jinx.
Yeah.
I'm coming right now. Help Riv, guys.
We can't no W. We can't no W.
I can look Jinx here. Oh, I missed everything.
Close.
Already no flash.
Castle stepping up, trying to stop him, but remember there's no equalizer here on the Rumble. Quid trying to go after the remainder of DSG, drops the smoke, immediately backs himself back away. The bullet time flies out. Scary Jerry trying to stay alive, but River's already been killed. Sniper makes his way in back from the respawn now. He trying to get out. Abadaga tagged by the Shuriken flip, has to flash back over the wall to stay alive.
They're here. Quid smurfing, guys. We can win.
We can fight after. Look, Rumble, we can't.
Rumble, we can't flash. Rumble,
look here. Yeah, Rumble, no flash. No flash, Rumble. I'm getting kite.
I'm joining Jink.
Yeah, me too. We're both signing thing.
Just kite them.
Yeah, careful yourself.
Kite. Go out
Go to con.
Okay.
How about Barrel?
Hello, welcome back to the LTA North. I'm here in the fan zone with FBI
after your return to 100 Thieves and the 2-0. How did it feel to be back on 100 Thieves and also winning 2-0?
Yeah, it definitely felt really comfortable going back to 100 Thieves. There's a lot of familiar faces, and yeah, I've always loved 100 Thieves as an org, and I think they provide literally everything that you need as a player, and it's been really enjoyable so far.
That's awesome to hear. I heard you talking with some of your teammates about the end of the game, the inhibitor. What were you discussing right after the game?
Nothing about the inhibitor. I was just talking about my methods were really disgusting, and yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
How's it been playing with the new players on the team, Sniper with his Zoomer energy and even River once again?
Yeah, there's definitely a mixed bag of characters on this team. I think, like you said before, Sniper's always very, very energetic, and then River's a really chill guy, so it's a good mix, I would say, in terms of team personalities, and I've been really enjoying playing with the team so far.
How have you dealt personally? I mean, you've been in the LCS, now the LTA, for so long, and last split was probably a pretty big letdown. How did you deal with the offseason to get yourself in condition to play against 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, considering that we just won the split before, the previous year on energy was obviously very regrettable. But for me, after, it's just, you just take each year as it comes. I would say that, I mean, the last year really doesn't mean anything in terms of your current year. And I just went back home, relaxed for a bit, and then went for a Korean bootcamp. So I'm feeling in good spirits. That's
awesome. You played great today. I definitely feel like the MF in Game 2 was awesome. How was it playing with Ayla? Is there any extra Australian connection, or are you so much of a resident now in the LCS and LTA?
Yeah, we also have Australian coach, Sam, so it feels like I'm back home sometimes, hearing the Australian accents, and it's been really fun, I would say, playing with the team, and a bit of Australian camaraderie, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for taking the time, FBI. Go join the fan zone, and we're going to send it to the lounge to break down the next matchup.
Welcome back for our second series of the day between Team Liquid Honda and Dignitas, the two teams we have not seen yet. And we covered this a bit yesterday, but they look exactly the same, outside of maybe some new photos.
Maybe shorter hair from Impact. That's the one thing. I know he had a little longer hair last time around. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Though Humpty's looking better. Maybe it's just a pose. But yes, they are.
Why flaming my boy Humpty? What are you doing
he's trying.
over here?
He's trying. But yes, the exact same squad. I thought it makes a lot of sense to be able to bring them back with the success they had during regular season and, of course, in playoffs. So I think the main thing I would say that changed for the team, they brought in Swiffer as assistant coach for the squad, but also just based off of the finals that they had during the LCS summer split and the letdown they had in that finals, and then, of course, at Worlds, they want to be able to do better.
Yeah, and this is a team that's very hungry to prove themselves once again because they were so dominant for so much of the year last year. It was them, and then it was FlyQuest kind of nipping at their heels, but TL did best them in spring. They did have a pretty good international showing in terms of gameplay, much better than FlyQuest at MSI. And it was these two teams with TL kind of edging them out for the top spot until FlyQuest, like the younger brother coming up, just like punches them out of the way. So I do think this TL lineup, especially since they know each other so well, they've stuck together now going into their second year. They're really, really hungry to get back into that top spot.
That's true. Emily, I fell into that trap. I talked about the bad parts at the end of the split and not so much literally the full success they had in spring and then the perfect split they had in the summer split. So it's one of those things where you need to remind the audience how good this team is, and you know which team is going to be knowing that full well. Dignitas. You're going up against them. They have to know that. It's a revamped roster for Dignitas. The one piece that they kept, of course, is Isles, that you actually liked just yesterday. You talked about a little bit, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think reuniting this bot lane is really interesting because when they first came into LCS, when XU was on this team, when they were together, we were talking to a lot of bot laners, and they were like, actually, Tomo and Isles are kind of difficult to go against in scrim sometimes. They do like going for those hard 2v2 plays. I think the big thing that I do want to also call out, Lyra making his glorious return.
I saw him earlier today.
To the Riot Games Arena stage. I have seen this man single-handedly carry Envy back into the LCS previously. But obviously he's been out of pro competition, and that is because Shaden is dealing with some visa issues coming over. He will be their starting jungler, but for now, Lyra is substituting in.
And we talked about basically every player at this aspect except for Kani. Kani is a player that you have to remember because he's the one that kicked Quid's teeth in when we were at play-ins with Rainbow 7. When I was watching his play going into play-ins, watching him in LLA at that time with Rainbow 7, he is such a exciting player to watch, willing to take skirmishes constantly. I remember a lot of his Lucian gameplay when he was there, so it's like he's somebody that is going to try and be dominant within the lane.
And speaking of exciting players, I think the name on this roster that everyone's looking at is Surdy after his solo queue exploits, after a little bit of trash talk, and he is absolutely not worried about debuting in the LTA against Team Liquid. Let's take a listen.
Okay, does anyone want to play Team Liquid?
I'm good. Any takers? I'm good personally. Any takers?
Whoa. Oh, nice.
Wow. It's rigged, right? It's always rigged.
Bro. Okay, Surdy, your first match in the LTA is going up against Team Liquid and Impact. Any thoughts on the matchup?
Looking forward to it. I think Impact is really good at a lot of the things I've struggled in the past, but I know that I'm better than him at the things that I'm good at, so look forward to making a splash.
I mean, they were on the same organization with Surdy, who was in Academy at that time. And so it feels very natural to make this the featured matchup, both Surdy versus Impact. And I know what you're thinking. This is the successes of Surdy, of course. He was the NACL champion with Fly Challengers. He was the CLL champion with St. Louis University. And he was just he basically did everything that you wanted out of a player. He streamed a lot. He got like peak above 2K LP in solo queue, rank 1 and rank 2. So he's someone that everyone is hyped about. But that being said, he's going up against Impact. This is the featured matchup you want to talk about. And I know you're thinking the same thing. I'm thinking the same thing. Of course, we'll look at Impact immediately and look at his accolades. We should talk about it. This man is just the GOAT.
Yeah.
Just look at it. 6 LCS championships. An LCS MVP that just came off last split. So he's a fresh MVP.
He's amazing.
Too. He's hit everything, and I forgot to mention the most important part, the world champion aspect. He is a world champion. So, you know, it is what it is.
You just forgot to mention it.
I forgot to mention it, so I had to. So I wanted to talk about this matchup.
Okay.
Because I know we want to hit the featured matchup between those players, and I know what you're thinking. I know what the people are thinking. It's very lopsided. So I wanted to kind of etch that into your memory.
All right, what you got?
Let's talk about it. First things first for me.
Oh no, Raz, I've seen a graph like this before.
Oh yeah, but this is supposed to talk about the strength of a specific player. 3 NACL and collegiate titles versus 0 for Impact. Kind of disgusting, I'm not gonna lie. Go to the next one. Ooh, the LP difference, less than 2,227. So you can already see, I feel like Impact is shaking a little bit.
I don't know, he looks pretty skeptical of this presentation.
I mean, he needs to start looking. He's looking away. He needs to be looking at this so he can recognize the skill difference. And the last 20 solo queue games, 13-7. Meanwhile, Impact is in a losing end of this. So overall, if you're thinking about this, and I have to add one more. I personally must add one more if we could. I'm using my clicker and we'll see if we end up getting it. But I feel like I already made the point very clear. The clear point is that Surdy might have an advantage here.
What? How?
I just showed it to you. I felt like I made it very clear. You need to be the one with the rebuttal, the retort.
I think Impact, in all seriousness, putting aside, I am excited to see the debut of Surdy.
Yeah.
I actually think Impact, though, I know people have picked on his champion pool before. I actually think he's proven them wrong. However, another thing that I want people to know about Impact is he actually has a ton of creative picks just kind of lurking in his champion pool. We've seen, obviously, I think the Mordekaiser is one of the ones that everyone now knows him for.
Or GP.
But yeah, I'm waiting for the Shen to come out. Like, I'm waiting for, I think Fearless with this Team Liquid team could be really interesting. And Impact is actually one of the players that I'm looking at because he can bring in these picks that aren't necessarily the super OPs of the top lane, but that he knows really well. He knows all of the matchups really well, and his team can play around him.
Exactly. And one thing that lane swapping has really brought, not only Core JJ and Impact being as smart as they are and how this team was the best and most creative team in lane swapping last year, like, it can change and give you a lot of angles on different picks. So Impact can go in a long range of options. It reminds me of the beginning of the split, the beginning of the year. I mean, Flandre is the one that brought out the tank Jace.
Now everyone's playing it.
Now everyone is playing it. So if we're talking about like new picks and opportunities, we could see it here with Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think another player that I would not like people to sleep on in terms of maybe some creative picks coming out of the jungle is actually Umti. He's played a variety of different things in the LCK. I know we've made all the Maokai and Sejuani jokes. He has made them where he's like, oh, you know, I kind of want to lock in something fun, and Impact is just like, no.
or just the coaching staff breathing down and is like, are you sure Maokai Sejuani's not just right here?
But I do think, obviously, that was for the team. It worked really, really well. But Umti also has a lot of really creative picks that I'd like to see maybe come out once we get past those first few bans. As we've seen thus far in Fearless, it's been more about eliminating OPs and then trying to come up with compositions that are still really, really strong in the current meta. So we'll see. And I think TL is actually also really, really good at identifying those things and then having their players being able to pilot it.
Meanwhile, with Dignitas, for me, it's a big question mark on how much of the confidence that we're hearing from like Sergio or the players will actually culminate to something on stage. Because specifically hearing from Serdian saying like he expected lane swapping to be much harder, of course, coming in. And he felt as though it was, but he was like, oh, I feel pretty confident about it. So that confidence could turn into something. I think it's about time to send it to casters. Let's get to the games.
Hello and welcome back to the LTA North, where the first time in our new conference, two legacy orgs battle once again. Please welcome first the returning Team Liquid. In the top lane, reigning LCS MVP Impact. Commanding the jungle, Umti. Oh, Yapton, my mid lane Yapton, APA. Establishing his legacy in the bot lane, Yon. And continuing his legacy in support, Core JJ.
APA, you guys can head your stations. APA, I gotta ask you, having fallen a little bit short in summer, what do you have to prove here in the first split of 2025?
I mean, it's our first match versus Dig. Don't have to prove too much.
What are your expectations coming into the match then?
Should just be a 2-0.
Fair enough. A lot of confidence coming from APA. You can head your station. Thank you, guys. Back to the casters.
And their first ever LTA North opponents returning to the region. Please welcome Dignitas. Finally, debuting in the top lane, Serde. Earning his stripes in the jungle, XU. In the mid lane from LCK to LLA to LTA, Katie. Back in black and yellow, AD carry Tomo. And in support, returning to the roster, Isles.
Thank you for that. And Serdi, I need to talk to you about now your first LCS game. I know I got your thoughts when it first drew, but now that you're a few minutes away, how are you feeling?
I'm really excited, actually. I think there's no better litmus test than Impact for coming into top lane as an LCS player. Sorry, coming into LCS as the top lane player. So I'm excited.
You're definitely coming in as the underdogs, but what has to happen to be able to take the win?
I think we just need to play to our strengths. I think we know what we're good at and what we're bad at pretty well, and we've done our homework on TL, so we're going to play to exactly what it is that we need to do.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck in your first game. Let's send it back to the casters to get us in.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the caster desk, where we are welcoming two new teams to a new region. Also, shout out to Lyra, jungler, coming in for Dignitas, taking the stage today. It's going to be a lot of pressure on him because it's been a while since he's been on the stage.
It's been a long while. Lyra actually hasn't played since 2019 in competitive. He took a break for military service. He is back. But it's going to be exciting to see these two teams, our final two teams of the LTA North, making their debut for 2025. Of course, Team Liquid coming in as the heavy favorites. But Serdi was one of the guys who was actually kind of confident against them. You know, a few players have been telling me, you know what, TL's not as good as they think. TL, you know, is beatable. No one was really saying that about FlyQuest, but I know that talking to the TL guys, like, I don't know what people are talking about. They seem to have forgotten how we ran this league last year. So
had a
it's
pretty
going
good
to be an exciting
2024.
one.
Also, Surdy's the only guy that raised his hand during the draw show of saying, hey, I wouldn't mind Team Liquid going up against Impact for his first ever top lane opponent. The story around Surdy has been so exciting to follow because a lot of voices have been saying he's been ready for a while. He's happy that he's finally getting his shot now, and this is our first look at the top laner, who I think is got to be the most hyped upgrade or promotion from the Tier 2 system. I mean, Sniper had a lot of conversation around him as well, but Surdy has done so much to earn his spot, so now he gets the opportunity to prove why that is. But APA, in the interview on stage, he was like, no, it's going to be a 2-0. He seems confident that there's going to be no competition here. So what are your thoughts, Azael? Is there a shot that Dignitas can do this, or are you on the APA side?
There's always a shot. There's always a shot. I mean, who would I be betting on? Who would I be predicting? Obviously TL. I think Team Liquid is definitely heavily favored. They made no roster changes at all. They are playing with their full, intended roster. Dignitas, even if you wanted to predict them, they don't have Jaden. They don't have the intended starting jungler here. They are playing with Lyra, who did very well in the LCS back in the day. But again, he hasn't played competitive in 5 years. He's supposed to be their coach, and he's having to actually sub in and be a player. I did talk to Rigby, the coach of Dignitas, and he was really emphasizing, how seriously Lyra is taking this, how he is practicing like a ridiculous amount. In the first week or two, on top of doing scrims, he played 80 games, I believe, of solo queue as well. So like he is doing, non-stop grind in solo queue plus the scrims, and really trying to get himself to a level to where, he can be proud of how he's playing and not holding the team back.
And to Lyra's credit, he has had very high highs in the region as well. Do not pick Yasuo versus pick Yasuo. What do we think? Are we on the pick Yasuo side, audience?
Okay.
Are we on the not pick Yasuo side?
The real question is, do you want the team you're cheering for to pick Yasuo? Because everyone wants it on the other team.
Important distinction. Important distinction to make. Well, we have a couple of bans coming through here already for game number 1. No surprise, Skarner taken off the table. This has still been just the champion on the patch right now, maintaining its close to 100% presence.
Yep, and it is going to be Swiffer on stage for TL, as Spawn is remote for now, I do believe. So, they are going to be working as coaches together, and Spawn is going to spend some of this year remote. Obviously, had a great first year, with TL in the LCS last year, had been with the org for a really long time, had been with Lyon, for a really long time. And that was kind of one of the big stories around TL last year, was the promotion of Coach Spawn, up to the LCS level, and how well they did, how much they grew as a squad throughout the year.
And now we're going to see if that growth is going to maintain the ability for Team Liquid to kind of control the region as they did last time it was Spring Split. First split here as it's
that is a
sick
sick
and
poster.
Renata Glass locked in.
Okay.
Whoa!
I see you.
Season.
That's a really good drawing.
That's beautiful. All right. Well, so Dig fans are showing up here today. I was wondering who's going to have more signs, who's going to have more noise for them. I guess we'll find out during the games as well. But Kalista also prioritized for Dignitas, a very high presence champion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalista really strong in the bot lane, a lot of early game power. And the name of the game this season, let's be honest, is objectives. It's all about fighting around these objectives, stacking towards feats of strength, going towards things like Otacon. Kalista really does give you the advantage in going for that. People are going to be very excited to watch this matchup in the top lane, though. Impact last year had the debut game against Sniper, who actually solo killed him in that game. So we'll see if Surdy can try to replicate the success that Sniper had in his first game. It is a very classic Impact champion here. He is on the tank. We get Senna coming out, though, which is really exciting because Renata is one of those typical pairings with the Kalista. And I think this was much more of a denial pick here from Core JJ. Wanted to take that Renata away. They are going towards Senna, which I believe to be super strong right now. You can play that Enchanter style. You also can, in more AD heavy comps, just rush straight towards Black Cleaver. And there's some builds that are really, really powerful as more of like a secondary threat. Sure. So I do think it's quite strong. It is going to be Draven, though, which is going to be really scary, for Senna. Senna is very powerful in chip lanes. You don't want to take all-ins. You really do want to poke and prod and kind of heal through that. Constantly be getting, soul poke, but Draven, Renata, really strong duo, so they're really matching power with power here in that bot lane 2v2, not shying away whatsoever.
And I want to say this is also going to make Surdy's job a little harder because there's going to be 2 more bans, and also we remember Team Liquid from last year, the team to lane swap. If you're lane swapping against a Draven,
it's scary as a top laner if you have to lane against that alone.
That's definitely true, but at the same time, you know, maybe all the jungle attention will be going down to that bot lane, and you can have an isolated 1v1.
Okay, I like this. I like this.
Okay, that was that was pretty savage. I respect the poster game. I have no art skills whatsoever. As Akali and Vi going to be getting banned out. Vi, obviously, you know, is a strong engage champion here. You know, would be something that could help to lock down this Kalista, which can be pretty evasive. They don't have the jungler, obviously, picked for TL just yet. It is jungle on one side, top lane on the other. That is kind of where we are seeing that difference for now. But going to be interesting to see where APA wants to go as well, because he was one of the players I think a lot of people kind of had questions about coming into this year. You know, what would be his focus? Last year was obviously heavy towards the marksman, but, you know, he first made his name for himself as like a Ziggs ASOL guy. You know, obviously was more known for the mages back then. And it is going to be kind of just bans towards meta stuff here. This tank bruiser Jace, so popular. Akali as well, really rising in priority.
I mean, APA was the guy that everyone criticized in his debut split. Still made it to Worlds, but then everyone was like, okay, when's he going to expand that champ? Well, he definitely did last year, but how much more can he expand it in Fearless Draft now as well? Because you're going to have even more. Oh, the face even moves. That's a good sign right there. Hey, and there's the Ziggs. All right, final bans come through here. It's Jace and Akali from the side of Team Liquid. So only one ban towards Surdy. I do like that Jace nod. Now, what do they want to lock in here? We're expecting a jungler if they want to save that mid lane counter pick for APA.
Yeah, very likely, unless they think it's a contested pick, you just go jungle here. You know, if it is a contested pick, if you think there's a denial, then maybe you do go towards mid lane. But Wukong, another really strong pick on the patch. It does give them a little bit of engage as well. Wukong, you know, can be that primary engage. If he's spotted, it's very difficult often to be the one doing it, though. So you do often like to have some more engage on top of this. I don't know if they're going to really be able to get that from mid lane, though. So it already looks kind of like a pretty skirmish-headly team here that TL is drafting.
Yeah, I love it into the Kalista and the Senna as well, because they don't have a lot of tools to just immediately disengage from the Wukong, so you can lock them down. But it's Yone and Rumble locked in for Dig.
This is really strong, especially as pairings with the Sejuani. You have double melee soul laners, so you can attack, you know, either the soul lanes. You can look down towards bot lane as well if that's going to be spicy. But Yone Rumble, also really strong combo, because you go in, you throw down the ulti from the Yone, lock people in place with those knockups for the Rumble equalizer. You have Senna ult coming over the top to help those divers. It's a very cohesive comp. It really wants to dive deep and be able to try to punish. Azir here as the pick for APA. Looks like it's more just about the disengage here. Your engage tools become less important when the other team really only functions by diving in on you. So I do think that TL has strong counter engage, you know, with the Wukong, with the ulti coming through from both Renata as well as Azir. So you're going to have to really be on point with how you're engaging as Dignitas and make sure you're coming from multiple angles, or the hostile takeover is going to absolutely cook you.
Yeah, the disengage tools are very strong, but I also want to say, Team Liquid fans around the world probably just let out a sigh. We set this up saying, can APA's champ will expand? His Azir was one of his most critiqued champions historically. Now he's piloting it day one, game one for their LTA North debut. What a statement here from APA to say, yes, I can play this champion. Yes, I can pilot this, and trying to silence some of those doubters. Into Canids, Yone, who, as you had just been saying, with a Sejuani in the back pocket, can be a danger. So, more so, engage tools on the side of Dignitas, disengage on the side of Team Liquid. We'll see which style is able to come out on top for game one.
Absolutely. Going to have to find out, you know, if there's going to be any sort of a lane swap as well. Team Liquid was, of course, known as not only one of the best lane swap teams in the league, but one of the best lane swap teams in the world. A lot of teams, when they did go to Worlds, you know, even from the LCK, the LPL, were actually trying to learn, you know, how they were lane swapping, how they were playing out these circumstances. I do think it is simplified this year compared to last in the way that you do have to do these lane swaps with some of the minion changes. You know, the top laners are higher level. The cannon minion comes later, so it's easier to kind of cover on the dives. But TL doesn't mean that they can't still get a big advantage by playing out these lane swaps, and I'm going to be excited to see if they can pull it off.
All right. Make some noise, Riot Games Arena. We're getting into game number one between Dignitas and Team Liquid. Each of these organizations debut in the new region, the new format, the new everything. And again, two storied organizations in the North American region. Happy that we get to have even more legacy here, as the level ones look to be fairly tame. Impact actually finding Toma right now, level 1. Toma's going to try and dash away here. Let's see if he loses a summoner spell for this. I think he can just walk. Yeah, dodges the third.
I can tell you don't respect top laners by calling that tame, because that's about the most action top laners get in the first 10 minutes.
You know what? Fair enough.
He hit that guy like 3 times.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, hey, I mean, with the current state of solo queue, top laners are actually having a rough time these days. constantly getting first blooded. But look at this. We talked about Lyra at the top of the match. It's been a while since he's been in the region.
2,000 days since he has actually last played competitively. It was with Clutch Gaming at Worlds in 2019. That was his last competitive game. So, going to be excited to see how he can perform here. This guy was a legend in the league, especially when he first came in. I think of back to like the Nidalee days and stuff, how he was just hard carrying some games. It is going to be Surdy getting the bad news here. He does not catch them.
Oh no! Welcome to the LTA North, Surdy. That's a flash level 1 with the trademark Team Liquid lane swap here. Jan and Core JJ going to make it just rough for him, and they had the ward down, so even the back gets stopped.
He's going to keep chasing. This is going to be pretty annoying. Core does have to be a little bit careful about the Sejuani, but he is going to spot Lyra. Gives himself that full info. And as soon as you saw the rumble coming through, you oh my god, he got the big wolf.
He got it?
He got the big wolf. That's
crazy.
actually... that hurts, man. That actually really hurts.
Well, welcome back to Lane Swaps, Team Liquid. It's going pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you saw Surdy did go for a carry, it wasn't going to be tank versus tank or anything like that. You do know that TL is probably going to want a lane swap. It's double ranged down in the bot lane for a dig, and you have a Cassante who's going to be able to be better at low economy than the Rumble is, right? So that's going to mean it's an advantageous thing for TL lane swap, and now they're able to pull it off.
And they're already kind of pulling the emergency brakes here. Isles is going back to the top side here to back up Surdy, so they're going to have a 2v2 up there. Because, again, it's so scary against the Draven if you're laning solo.
It really is, and I think basically the read here is just, okay, we can't punish Cassante anyway, so give solo XP to our Kalista.
Yeah.
I just cover the Rumble. Rumble already lost his flash at level 1, so if there were an angle to a dive, it would be in a game like this where he already has no flash, so he's going to come in and cover. And it's also going to allow, maybe a little bit more trading and a little bit more soul collecting up in that top lane, because it's actually so important for a Senna to be able to get that. Each soul not only is just gold income, but it's a tremendous amount of gold worth of stats. And if you are not collecting those, you're really not a threat later on, because you're so dependent upon that additional range, to really be strong in the late game.
As Candy and APA take a mini trade here in the mid lane. We do see Umti has path towards the top side, so even though Isles is there, Heal Summoner Spell will help, but Surdy flashless, maybe they look for something. But actually, they would have known that the Gromp wasn't taken.
Exactly.
From the earlier invade.
He's just going to go for Gromp. They'll just nonstop push in top lane. They know that Sejuani should be down on this bot side. APA should be able to stay safe here. We'll see if they do go for a look, but I mean, APA has a soldier.
Yeah, he's fine. Conquering Sands gets away, shifting Sands to the turret, and Dignitas Lyra jungle first look right there, not going to find it. Now he's going to head back to the top. Scuttle, there's nothing to do on the top half of the map. So now it's up to Jan and Core JJ to realize that. They're actually just winning to trade against Isles, and Surdy almost getting first blood. That's heal down.
Yeah, I mean, you are very vulnerable. Again, when you are playing Senna, I play a lot of this champion. You want the short trades. You don't want that extended all-in. It's so difficult when you do get chunked down if you get hit by an ECC. And so now Isles has no heal, has got to be really careful, because if he gets caught by a flash handshake or anything like that, he is going to be dead.
The only thing I can say is that Jan and Core JJ might be feeling empowered to just keep pushing here. Maybe Lyra looks for it. No, Lyra's actually backing. So there's not going to be any assistance up here.
And it's so tough, too, because with that invade towards Gromp, we saw that there was a ward put down on the Tri-Brush on top side. They also took the Scuttle, so there is quite a bit of vision coverage. And with that big HP advantage, even if you go for the gank, I don't really know that it's going to work for sure. There is, of course, still barrier available. There's the bailout. It's a lot that you have to be watching for. APA playing pretty respectfully here towards Kane, who I think is a player who may be kind of overlooked. This is a guy who actually played very well at Worlds. It did very well against Quid, who was kind of looked at as the Quid and River show. Going into Worlds, people are thinking, okay, yeah, maybe some of the other lanes won't be able to hold up, but for sure mid and jungle are going to dominate. Wasn't the case. Kane actually did really well. Not even just playing the meta stuff. He had a really strong LeBlanc game at Worlds. Has been able to be quite a flexible player, and I think it's going to be pretty exciting to see what he can get done in the LTA.
And a lot of conversation around newer mid laners so far has been mostly Loki on C9, Saint as well. So Kane has flown a little more under the radar here. Let's see if he's able to have a flashy debut game in the LTA North. Right now, though, we have still Jan and Core JJ up top, and now Tomo has joined in on the party.
I mean, so far, very close. Obviously, a slight lead for TL. Really just gained by that jungle invade. The fact that they actually pushed out Lyra. They stole away the Gromp. They take the big wolf from Core. And it is going to be Dig here over on those grubs, but is around, and TL can move to try to contest.
He's only level 5 for Jan CoreJJ. No ultimates available, which means it's harder for the Wukong to walk in confidently. If you can just smite one of these away, or at least deny the feat of strength stacking there, as he's actually going to go for it. Dignitas will concede and just back off.
Yeah, so basically Dig had the push on top, and they just used that for a first move in towards grubs. As soon as Jan gets that wave in towards the tower, he's moving down. Dignitas say, you know what, we got 2, you can take the last, and we'll just back it out. We'll take that slight win. It's also really, really nice, you know, as Senna, when you can move around towards grubs, because you get a lot of souls from that. You can see he's up to 23 souls now, so already hit that first 20 mark for the additional range. They're going to look for Tomo.
And again, no heal on Isles, so maybe flashes are going to have to be used here. Jan throws up, get the shield from CoreJJ, as it's just traded on back damage, but Team Liquid coming out ahead in that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a trade of barriers, but they get the flash off of Tomo, so they're going to keep the pressure up here. Isles, you know, trying to position as aggressively as he can, but they have no vision defensively now, and without that summoner, could be scary if the Wukong is in the darkness there, and may well be.
Okay, they're spotted it out. Oh, now he's there, and his level 6. Cyclone used Tomo in trouble. No summoner spells. Whirling death for Jan. First blood picked up by Team Liquid's bot laner.
Nicely done. Going to be able to get those advantages with the summoners, and then hits 6, flashes in. No real way out for Tomo in that situation. Now going to be able to grab a plate on top side and open up the first real advantage of the game. Remember, it is not first blood anymore. It is first to 3 kills that counts for the feats of strength. So that is still on the board for both teams.
But the concerning thing is once Draven gets a kill, usually there's a few more to follow. If you're able to get ahead, this champion can't snowball. So cause for concern for Dignitas. Let's get another look, though, at the replay.
Yeah, we can see it one more time. It's really about the previous play here. He's just going to flash E in, pops the ult, clones forward. Another use of the ult there. Doesn't really have to maximize damage at all. He's not even EQ ulting. He's not using the reset Q on the second activation there, in between the ult activations, but it just didn't need to. All he needed to do was get in there for the CC and allow his team to catch up. That was the primary thing. And the cash out was worth an additional 333 gold for Draven. So that's not really just 1 kill of gold. He basically just got 2 kills for 1.
Also, shout out, we just saw on the camera APA's parents in the audience. Love that they came here to support. If you want to support Team Liquid and the league as well, here's a friendly reminder that subscriptions to the LTA North Twitch channel are open. So check those out right now. Azale, you have an emote, I believe. Do you remember what yours is?
It's Nodders.
Nodders, there we go. I like it.
It's pretty cursed, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I don't remember what it looks like. So I'll have to take a look at it later, and then I'll rate it. I'll rate it after the cast.
It's a good one. They cooked. They cooked for sure. It might give you nightmares, though, so.
Okay.
Not before bed. Don't look.
All right, with my morning coffee.
Yeah, with your morning coffee.
Once the nightmares have started.
Room, you know.
Team Liquid right now still pushing in the top lane here. Still level 5 for Isles, as CoreJJ is matching that right now. But looking at the bot lane, is actually hovering around there. He's going to go for a back. I thought maybe we look at Surdy right now, but so far the action really has been around Jan and CoreJJ. What can the Draven and the Renata Glass get done?
And I'm not too surprised. I mean, this is kind of what the game becomes often when you draft these style of lanes. Kalista, Draven, both want to get ahead. Both are very snowbally champs, and both kind of suck from behind. So both teams really want to keep, their bot lane enabled, want to pin down the enemy bot, and really try to put them behind.
It's okay. Team Liquid, they're just warming up, Jan, he's got that 1 kill. He's working towards that first item. I believe that the game state will begin to accelerate once they start stacking up some more objectives. These next grubs are spawning here in 30 seconds. We saw that there was not a full contest for the first stack, but could see it for this one here, because if you can get to that 4 for either team, it really helps your taking ability, as Lyra does not realize that he's just spotted by Umpty right now. We see it. He does not. Let's see if Lyra gets punished for this now on a control ward. I think that he'll probably back off, I imagine. Ooh, that W landed. Maybe they go in, but now Lyra, again, I'm just waiting here. Because of the vision that we have, we know that Dignitas are in a bit of trouble if they get engaged on, but with level 7 Sejuani, you are still pretty tanky. Now they see that Umpty's in the neighborhood.
Yep, going to get that info, and we'll see how many grubs they are going to look for here. are going to be starting this up. Both top laners do have TP available, but they're both still sitting on the bot side. Caney gets the earlier push as APA went back to base.
Yeah, and he's not even TPing back to lane. He's walking all the way there. So if he groups up, he's going to lose the wave as now the whiffed engage from Lyra, and now he's going to get punished for it. Dawning Shadow over the top for the shield, but Lyra will still go down. APA now TP's in and has the shuffle flashed away by Isles, but the Whirling Death again for Jan will pick up another kill.
And that's the feat of warfare there as well. 3 kills now for TL. They're going to get all 3 grubs as well, so they will get some progress on this objective here. That's going to be the first of the 3 that they need for those feats of strength. But they are heavily in the lead now. All 3 kills going to the Draven is exactly what you would want. I mean, he's almost the entire gold lead. That is a 1,500 gold lead individually for the Draven at this point. And Team Liquid are running the exact same roster back from last year. This may seem like a foregone thing, but it doesn't actually happen that frequently in League. Even among the top teams, 0 roster changes. This is the first time in Team Liquid's history that they didn't change someone year over year.
That's wild.
Inspired as well on FlyQuest. He talked about how this is the first time in his entire career he played on a team where there wasn't a roster change year over year. Almost always happens.
And just for context, Team Liquid has been in the region for like a decade.
Yeah,
That's an insane amount of time to not have a roster swap. But here's that play where, again, Jan is getting fed. I said it before. Once you get that first kill, you can get a couple more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Lyra looks for the engage. It's a swing and a miss, and they just realize it's going to be a lost fight pretty much immediately. And you could see that Tomo was just bailing out. As soon as that whiffed, they know, all right, Lyra's dead. There's no way we're going to win the fight. Tomo's just walking back to top lane to farm, and it's just going to be cleanup duty for Team Liquid. They are now back towards this bottom side. They have a significant advantage here. And you can see, wow, I assume that Surdy must be close to level 9, but yeah, there. But still, it's over a full level lead for Impact, in that 1v1. We haven't watched that at all, but he already has a Spirit Visage. He's just going to be building some MR and kind of just chilling against Surdy. And it's now on Surdy the pressure to make something happen because it's his team that's losing. When you're playing top lane and you're just kind of farming it out and your team's winning, you don't have to do anything. You're doing your job. You just chill.
And I think that that's the repercussions of what happened with the lane swap. Tomo was getting the solo XP, and Impact was getting the solo XP, as Isles and Tomo have not been able to survive the 2v2, but now they're going for their own play. Teleport flank here, as Jan could be in some trouble. Dawning Shadow again over the top. Bailout's used. He's going to flash forward! Jan makes it a 1-for-1 trade.
The flash is in, does get the kill. I don't know if it's even worth, I'm not going to lie. It looked really cool. But did spend his summoners to trade for the 1v1. Does end up giving up the shutdown. Nice play from Dignitas. The TP comes in from Surdy from behind. Isles gets the root. They drop the equalizer. Everyone is there. And they're able to get that shutdown onto their Yone, which is going to feel really, really good. It's just all about this kind of coordinated play here. The teleport comes in from behind with Surdy. Caney is on the side. They get the equalizer down. Jan realizes the only way out is to fight his way out. Hits both sides of the ulti, flashes in. It's actually the E that does finish him off with the stand aside. So, it's hard to be, positioning for that. Maybe could have been blocked by the Senna, had they been expecting it. But I think he thought he was out scot-free. Still had the flash, didn't elect to use that. But not only did you get the 1 kill on Draven, which is big, it means Draven has no summoners. So for any next potential fight, he could be a lot more vulnerable because there is flash on Surdy, there's flash on Lyra, there's flash on Caney. Everyone is going to have that up. Draven could be an easy target.
Good thing to bring up because Caney picking up that kill is now completed first item, along with a couple other components here. But I think bright side for Team Liquid, there's not a lot to fight over right now. The next dragon will be up in 3 minutes time. Maybe you go for the Herald as Caney getting a good trade onto APA right there, utilizing that item that he just picked up.
Yeah, and you can see the bot lane being covered here. So many wards, thrown down towards that bottom side here. All in this area from Team Liquid. You just have wards all over there on the minimap in the bottom right, covering Draven so he continue to push up. is covering them as well, making sure that there's no sort of play that can surprise them down on the spot side. They have that early Bloodthirster working in towards IE, and they know without summoners he could be vulnerable, so they just want to keep him safe.
And how much scarier is it for Surdy to walk down here 1v3 and try and catch the wave? As opposed to Impact, who's playing this tanky Cassante right now. It's so much harder to take him down. So Team Liquid, they're going to get a tier 2 turret. Dignitas might get an outer turret if they can get this wave to crash.
Yeah, I mean, they'll eventually get it, but you're trading 2 towers for the 1, and you're also getting so much of that gold isolated on the Draven. Draven now 2,000 plus gold ahead individually, about 2,100 gold. We're at 15 minutes. Like, that's a really good gold lead for your team.
Yeah.
That is a catastrophic gold lead when it is just in that isolated AD carry 1v1. Draven is going to be sitting on a ton of gold at this point. Yeah, 1,500 in pocket, so he's going to be getting close to that next item. He's just out here on the map, going to continue farming, continue pushing in for these towers. Team Liquid also can easily take that top lane tier 1, which has been chunked quite low. And this is where it starts to get tough, as Dignitas, where you're getting pushed in on multiple sides of the map. We saw FlyQuest doing this yesterday to Shopify, where, yes, you have to overload one side to make a play, but...
Speaking of plays, that's a double flash, and again, Glacial Prison missing the target right there. Team Liquid are able to get 2 summoner spells, only for their 1 on their mid laner.
But that ulti from Lyra at least forced the flash from APA, right? Sure. So, I'll call that less of a miss and more of a, forced summoner, because I do think that's still not a bad trade, but great play overall from APA. Gets in, gets both those flashes, and there's flash on Wukong, which means you are in danger if you walk close as those AD carries.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be able to contest this at all. That guarantees another tower is going to be going down. If they want to use it top, that would be an easy tower. Likely they can get top without even dropping it, and then just use that mid and secure, the last of the outer towers and really start to balloon this gold lead.
And the timing of that play was great for Team Liquid because Jan's flash was still on cooldown. It's coming off shortly, but that was the objective, that maybe Dignitas could take advantage of Draven not having that summoner spell for. Team Liquid was still able to get it because of APA.
And they got the feats of strength off of that. Now they have those upgraded boots, so even more power in them. Cani going to get interrupted here by Impact. Not going to be able to chase him down or anything like that, but still just being as annoying as possible. APA pushing up this top side, collecting a couple of those roses, and the bot lane is just 2v2ing
Oh, we're TPing. Behind APA right now, no flash available. Equalizer goes down, denying 1 escape path. But where does Cani want to approach from? AP is actually walking forward. He sees that Surdy's going for the back. That's flash out from Surdy. Dawning Shadow again does damage to APA, as Surdy will walk up and get the kill credit. Finally on the board.
Yeah, APA just decides, okay, I can't actually walk out. Cani is behind me. Yeah. I'm just going to go in, look for a kill. He gets the flash off Surdy and gets the tower. So, yeah, he goes down, but you get a summoner, you get the tower, the gold becomes pretty equal, and you know that they committed multiple members to topside and the Senna ultimate, so the teleport as well. So, quite a lot committed for that trade, and it still goes pretty well for TL because they're also going to get the dragon off this on the bot side. So, again, this is where it becomes tough. If you fall behind, the traditional thinking is, all right, we send an extra man, we get a 2v1, we get a 3v2, we make plays happen with that, which is smart, but when TL is really not playing afraid, they're getting deep vision, they're pushing all sides, you can only attack one place at a time, right? And that's where you're always going to lose out somewhere else on the map against a really good team.
I mean, Team Liquid played that very well with the rebuttal of, okay, APA, sacrifice your life, we'll get what we can, but I do want to talk about Dignitas and their focus in this game so far. It feels like they haven't been that afraid to make plays, which I am happy to see. Yes, they traded down in that one, but they were still trying to be proactive as now they're getting engaged on here. Fate's call. Tomo will save his supports as Isles will survive there.
But will they save the tower? That's the problem
I
now.
imagine not.
No flashes on him. Herald going to get dropped here. They can just walk straight up. Wukong's threatening the wraparound, so Dignitas have got to leave. They might even be able to get a second charge as all 5 members here from TL.
Cani is actually here, though. could be in some trouble, and he dodges out on the Emperor's Divide, but Umti's still alive. He can't go down. Team Liquid rally to save their jungler. And now they're even diving the mid lane. Tomo's in trouble. Isles keeping him up with the summoner spell heal, but that is also barrier used. Dignitas losing multiple summoner spells and their mid laner.
I mean, CoreJJ being so annoying there. Uses the Mikhails for the heal, uses summoner heal, uses his bailout, uses his shield. Every little bit there actually making the difference. Even the Mikhails heal, which is, I don't know, at this point in the game, probably like 150 or 200
it's not
health.
much, yeah.
But that was the difference.
Yeah.
And, he used everything in the kit to keep the Wukong alive, because that time, the ultimate from Lyra, everything connected. Cani wasn't able to actually find the follow-up ult. Maybe need to let that rip a little bit earlier to keep the CC chain going. But this was a pretty good look here. Get the Heartsteel proc, they back up, and then point blank, is able to find the ulti on him, is able to find that CC, but then the sidestep there from Umti, and here is where you'll see them come through. That is the Mikhail's heal, that is the summoner heal, that is the E, the shield as well. Everything coming through and everything counting to keep the Wukong alive. Well played by Core.
Get yourself a partner like CoreJJ. He won't give up on you. He's going to keep working to make sure that you're able to make it out of that one, as Umti now 4 assists here. He's providing that CC for the team and getting everybody fed, everyone ahead right now. Jan still with 4 kills to his name, and top lane also still doing pretty well in the experience department. Now we're rallying around the Atacon as Team Liquid are trying to control the vision to the area.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it gets really, really tough. You know, if you're already down 5K, they can force Otacon. They can really put the pressure on you to come and look for a fight, right? So that's where it's going to be very, very difficult. We'll see if they can find a pick.
We're actually finding Umpty right now. Chain CC, Fate Sealed, rather. As the Dawning Shadow over the top is still just not enough damage. Umpty burning down. Oh! Finally enough with the Leandries, but now APA looking for his own play. Emperor's Divide onto Surdy in the mid lane as he will be traded. Shut down gold over to Jan.
Yeah, Jan going to rack up another kill there. He has gotten so much gold from the cash-ins. Over 1,000 gold now, almost 1,100 just from that passive on the Draven. Wow. And he's going to be sitting on a ton of gold now, nearly sitting on 3K. So he has another item complete when he goes back to base, whatever he does choose to go for. Caney going forward for a little trade, but again, it is a Bloodthirster Draven. He can heal it back up, and there was no ultimate available for Caney, so there's never really a threat of 100-0 type play there. So TL just going to go back towards the top side, look for a reset. You don't need to rush when you're going against Otacon. You actually want it to be delayed as the winning team, which may sound a little bit counterintuitive, but it's about delaying it until the Baron. So you can actually chain these two objectives. Sure. Because if you're dodging out on all the abilities coming out from Otacon, you take very little damage. The GA effect lasts 2.5 minutes. So if you take that at 23, 24 minutes, you can then force a fight right around Baron and then just immediately res, run back to Baron. Even if the other team goes 5 for 2, it's still a 5v3 on the map after you all come back instantly with that. And it makes it almost impossible to defend the Baron. And those two objectives back to back is almost always going to be a win.
Sage advice from a literal world champion. You can dodge the Otacon damage. Somebody tell this guys, they'll figure it out later. Team Liquid right now are starting it up here as there's no vision down on it right now from Dignitas, so they don't see it. They're going to have to peek their heads in and take a look.
Yeah, spotted down now by that blue trinket, so they're going to have the info that it was being hit, but TL will just pull off it, and they're going to look for Isles.
Yeah, Isles in trouble right now. Fairly squishy champion. That's a flash away as now Umpty's engaging snap onto Tomo. Doesn't have a lot of backup with the team, but here comes APA. Blast cone's over. APA flanking deep on the Azir, but they've already traded Umpty for nothing right now. Dignitas are still up on the Rift. Can they survive the onslaught that is Team Liquid? APA gets past them, and he'll take down both of the bot laners, as nobody else from Team Liquid will fall. Lyra in trouble as well. Will he burn down? No, just barely alive. APA might be hunting, though. Gonna back away. Dignitas do not walk up with an advantage in kills. Umpty almost trades his life down, but APA saves the play.
Yeah, MT goes in, at least is able to force out some cooldowns. TL, the rest of the members, massive gold lead on them, are able to fight through and take it. Surdy and Caney actually got some pretty good damage done on the other side of the fight there. They got impact low, they were close to getting some kills, but they just didn't quite have enough in the tank here. And once you get in onto Tomo, impact looking for the flash play on him made it very, very difficult. They were just really low on consistent damage after that.
And again, we talked about the start of the day. Is APA's Azir going to be it? He's actually made a couple of pretty clutch plays so far. Getting the double flashes from Tomo Isles, which set up the Herald play. That play right there. So, the gauntlet was kind of thrown. And I think the doubters are getting silenced right now. APA has looked fairly solid on this pick.
And now luxury items start to come in, right? He has that Seeker's arm guard ready, so he has the stasis available. Knowing he's down flashed, you are a lot more vulnerable, but that makes it that much more difficult. Jan still has his flash available, as Caney is pushing bot side, does take a tier 1. Dignitas likely not going to contest this unless the TP
they have
right
a teleport.
Now.
Yeah, Caney could look for it. He's going to go for a reset first. That's not going to be enough time. It's already down to 4K. Hell, Team Liquid can just play goalie. That Otacon is theirs. Dignitas, I think, a little behind on the play right there. Team Liquid, they get away with it.
Yeah, I think they were debating a little bit. I think the initial idea was Caney pushes for tier 1, bases, buys, then TPs in. But they realized, all right, we're too late, so he's just going to stay bot and try to get some damage down on that tower. But because he didn't push forward the whole time, he can't even finish off the tier 2.
Yeah.
So now you have those GAs available here. And this is where TL are just going to look to get hyper-aggressive, try to force a fight right around the Baron spawn. Either they threaten to take the Baron or they just march it down and just flash on you under a tower. Again, you don't have to trade evenly. You just have to trade. As long as you get a kill or 2 or chunk them really low, you can then utilize that res to go right back to Baron. And it is going to be incredibly hard to stop TL if they do that, because they will kill the Baron so fast with this Azir and with this Draven that's already monstrously fed.
And this is what Team Liquid was so good at last year as well, just being a little ahead of the play, a couple seconds ahead, and now they're forcing this objective. Dignitas again will have to approach, and again, they just went for resets.
It's gone.
So it's just going to be gone. I guess the play might be wait out the respawn timers here because the Atacon buff
You can try, but they're not going to wait. That's the problem, right? With Atacon plus Baron, if you give it, you say, sure, wait it out, but then they have Baron buff minions, they're at your tower, they're going to dive you. 100%, they're going to dive you. They're not necessarily going to win the game, but they're going to dive you, and then they're going to come right back and do it again.
And they're going to flash forward. Core JJ onto Surdy, slowing him down as well. Umti's here. And Surdy's locked in place for a little bit. Gets away, APA with another shuffle under turn, but it only hits the tank as Umti gets onto 3. Dawning Shadow gets the revive. Nobody's fallen on Dignitas. That was the dive, but was it worth it? Katie goes in for the hero play. We'll have to snap back to the base. Dignitas are holding the line for right now, but like you said, Team Liquid, they're just teleporting back in.
Yeah, they still have 3 of those GAs available as well. So we'll see, how it goes. Impact has it, Core has it, and Jan has it. There's going to be a TP flank coming in here from Caney, but he has no ult. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Can they do it? Lyra's trying to lock down APA, but it was not long enough. Jan's now walking forward, 1v3ing the rest of Dignitas. They can't back up Lyra and Caney, so it's a 2-man mission. Can Caney make it happen? Gets one more down. Now goes in onto Jan, locked in place. Caney can be the damage dealer. APA can't quite get onto them as Tomo's unleashed onto Impact. Shut down for Surdy. And all those GAs have disappeared for Team Liquid.
And they got some real kills after they killed APA off. They get that big kill on him. That is massive for Dignitas. Great defense. And that was just kind of an overforce from TL. They didn't get onto key targets, so yes, they were okay to play aggressive when you do have that res, but they just couldn't really get any sort of a decent trade out of it. You look at the initial play, and just even the targeting, this is actually the subsequent play after APA had already died. He comes back, he has that stasis. You can see that Jan is going to try to look for an outplay here onto Caney. What he's going to try to do is flash over the Q3 from the Yone, but he gets hit by it anyway. The hitbox is very big. Those kind of flashes have to be almost pixel perfect because the hitbox actually travels behind the character as well. So tries to look for the outplay. He was hoping to flash over the top, then have the extra damage to finish him off there and be able to make something happen. It does not work out. But I think that is less the failure, and more the failure was the initial dive and the initial play, where they only really got in onto the Dignitas tanks and got so little from that Otacon.
If APA was able to scoop up Tomo or Isles there, maybe that's a better play for them, but they still have flashes available. It was really just the engage on the Lyra.
And that being said, TL still at Soul Point. There is going to be, more on the map for them to get. They didn't really get much from the Baron at all. You can see only 1,000 gold from the Red Bull Baron power play. So that is worse than just the initial Baron take. Not a lot of value grabbed, especially not what you expect when you see both the Otacon and the Baron taken together.
Because it's important to remember that, we saw Caney going in aggressive there. Even if they have the GA, it still gives over gold as Lyra now trying to frontline here for Dignitas. They're jockeying for this dragon that's spawning right now. Dignitas do not want to give over a free Dragon Soul.
It is Chemtech, which isn't great, but still it's a Dragon Soul. It's a lot of stats, it's a lot of power, and TL are playing from ahead. They got to button it up here, though.
Yeah, APA in particular, completed item up over Caney right now on the Azir. Very strong with 3 items. As Umti's going to be on to the Dragon Yang as well. Caney's jumping over the wall to get some damage onto Umti and scout out. They don't have a ward in the pit, I don't believe. As it's just out. Team Liquid, they get the Dragon. That is sold. Dignitas were not able to push them away.
Yeah, not able to push them away. And Impact's going in.
Flash forward. As now he'll just jump back towards the team. Caney with the knockup, but that's a very tanky Cassante. Umti on the flank. Watch for the Wukong. Can he get onto anybody? It's only Lyra yet again. APA now onto the backline, but he's in trouble. Doesn't have the backup of the team. Goes golden though. Surdy with a shutdown onto Jan. That's something for Dignitas, and that's a lot more with the APA kill as well. Double kill to Surdy. Dignitas are making it happen. Team Liquid wanted it. Man. Surdy's going nuts as Caney's pushing away Impact and Dignitas pushing the mid wave. They're taking down structures.
And this is objective bounties. They're going to get multiple objective bounties potentially here. They already got the one for the tier 1 mid. They already got a lot of kills, and Surdy is making it happen in some of these fights, getting very, very fed at this point. 5-1 now on the Rumble. We can watch this one more time. And the engage, it looked like it was going to be such a good angle for Umti, but his target selection has not been it. He goes in over the wall, and it's a solo engage onto Lyra, right? You want to be in the backline. Like, look at where APA is fighting. Imagine if he's in the backline hitting Isles, hitting Surdy, hitting Tomo.
Yeah.
It's such a different fight. Instead, he kind of is trying to do this like half-hearted peel the front line thing with your Wukong ult, but it doesn't really work, and Jan dies anyway. While meanwhile, Surdy is just left completely free, and that man is locked in.
Yeah,
no reaction at all. He is focused on winning here. This guy has done everything he can at the lower levels in League. He won NACL. He won CLOL. He's made it multiple times as well to the NACL finals. He was, the LP record in North America in solo queue was ranked 1 and 2 at the same time. It's time for the LTA. He is here, and he is putting on a show in game number 1.
And remember, he got lane swapped on. He had the Flash level 1 and had a rough start to this game. Now roaring back to life. He's looking like taking glass off in a rom-com. Suddenly he's beautiful. Let's go, Surdy.
The real message is he always was.
He always was. Exactly. We knew. We saw what was inside as now Dignitas, again, looking at impact here. It's so scary to actually get onto the Cassante. He's got such a big health bar, so it's usually just poking him down, seeing if they can whittle him.
I feel like TL is going to start sweating a little bit. I mean, they're up 4,000 gold. They have a soul, but
they're just going to engage onto Surdy right now. He is a little away from the rest of the team, but look at the damage! Surdy on a rampage just absorbs the engage. He will go down eventually, but that's not what Team Liquid wanted.
No, not at all. And I mean, just kind of goes in, man on a mission there. That was almost a solo kill from Surdy in what felt like, one versus multiple members. Yes, he got the Senna shield. Yes, there was some additional damage probably coming in, but it was mostly all him taking down Umti, and Umti is having, not a good game here. Did start out well, was able to find some plays, but he is kind of struggling with his engages, and it's going to be TL starting this up. Yeah. There is no jungler for them, though, so this is risky. Canids down bot. They at least want to force out that teleport, but they should have the info of what is happening, and they definitely do now.
APA is playing goalie right now. If he can just shuffle everyone away, just keep Lyra out of the pit. It doesn't matter if they have the jungler, but now it's just an engage from Dignitas. They lose the Baron, but can they win the fight afterwards? Can he teleport to the top lane? But that's too far away from the rest of the team, and Jan is still fed. He's still ready to fight, and APA's getting fed. Double kill over to the Isurus. Tomo's in full retreat mode. Dignitas thought maybe they could make it happen, but his name is APA, and this is his Azir. 7-3-3 with the triple kill.
Yeah, Caney goes for that long teleport. They didn't have a good ward for him, so he couldn't actually get closer to the play. I think they needed to go a little bit faster, try to get a ward down so he could actually join. He teleports in. They just engage away from him, and now they're looking to potentially end the game here.
I think that is. Do it. The Baron picked up, and they didn't lose any members. I mean, Dignitas were just hoping to win the fight afterwards. Equalizer will go down. Surdy is trying to do the damage. Caney jumps in the backline, but Yad just does that much damage with 4-item full crit Draven. Team Liquid taking out the turrets and the Nexus, and game 1 wrapped up.
That was looking like a really not close game, and then all of a sudden, like, whoa, wait a second here, this is getting a little bit close. And then Team Liquid able to close it out. Overall, really strong showing from them. Played around their bot lane very, very well. Core and Jan looking dominant. They stacked objectives well. But Dignitas, showing some glimmers there, especially when your coach is the one subbing in as your jungler after not playing competitive for 5 years, and you're able to pull it back in that way. Surdy as well, LTA debut. That's a big check for me. Like, he was looking good. 6-2-1 on the Rumble. A difference maker in a lot of these team fights, even when being put into a lane swap and a tough situation at level 1.
Exactly. Tough situation, but he was able to bounce back. But now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Kangas, and obviously, since there was a lane swap, I am going to be here to talk about it because Dig actually did a good job getting back into it later on in team fights, but I'm going to talk about how they actually made Surdy's life miserable for the first part. We had talked about this ward is going to end up being very important. It's going to scout Surdy in, Lyra out here, and we have the TL bot lane waiting here. Basically, they are going to be able to come down and essentially blow Surdy's flash pretty early on. It's going to end up really, really costing him. Core is going to end up being an absolute menace here as well, because after Surdy's flash is blown, he's just going to come down and continue harassing them. He even goes all the way down to harass Lyra, even gets a few minion kills over here. So that's really what sets this up. I'm going to skip ahead to 5 minutes because just to see the discrepancy, right? So look at Impact, he is at level 5 up here. Surdy is still at level 3. And later, this actually sets up this play where Umti over here is going to be doing grubs. He's going to become all the way over here to set up a dive. We don't see these dives happen as much just because the cannon minion is coming later. But Tomo and Isles have been doing their best. They're still level 5. Umti is going to come over here, and he is going to end up getting the kill on the backside of this fight. And I think this is really what sets up a lot of points early on, where Surdy was put down so far behind.
Yeah.
TL are so clean in a lot of these lane swap setups, but he still managed to come back. Him and Kaney ended up looking really good in a lot of these fights.
I think that's the interesting thing about this game is based off of that start, you would think that it wouldn't have been entertaining.
Yeah.
But then Surdy actually was quite strong in the game, and they were winning some fights against Chemtech Seoul, which is quite hard to do. So I got mixed feelings about this game. TL's probably not happy about it.
They're definitely not.
Dig is probably,
they didn't look happy.
Dig is actually probably neutral to happy.
Make it easy on them, please. But you're right. Like, they're going to be unhappy with it. Where, meanwhile, a lot of people that ranked Dignitas pretty low based off of the rosters, they came in with a sub-jungler who is their coach in Lyra, and a team that people didn't have really a lot of opinions on other than just kind of like the hype and hope around Surdy, and their team fights were great. I think Kaney and Surdy in back-to-back fights really brought them back in it, as you mentioned, especially if you look at the Yone play that Kaney had. I was really excited, so I hope to see a little bit more and hope we bring this to game 3.
Yeah, the one flag I would have, and we can even show it in the, we have one of the later fights, is this is one of Team Liquid's problems at Worlds, actually. They're great at playing the map, but actual 5v5 team fighting, they were a little bit lacking, and Dignitas was able to just outplay them in a lot of these team fights. I'm trying to see exactly which one this was, and this was early on when they had the Otacon buff, I think, and then once the Yone respawned, and this is Kaney without his ult, actually, with a TP flank behind them. Not only did they get multiple withdraws, they also ended up getting the kill onto APA because he'd already withdrawn and came back from Otacon. So just an insane fight here from Dig.
Yeah, and the flash over, trying to flash over Kane, or Kaney's Q3.
Yone. Yeah, Kaney's Yone.
Kaney's Yone. I was like Kane, no. Kaney's Yone, and still being hit up with that knock-up, still great. So, like, overall, I'm really excited for Dignitas. I want to see if they can pull this one in game 3.
I kind of hope they do. Otherwise, we have 4 2-0s.
Yeah, we can't have that.
We can't have that.
We can't have
that. Let's go Dignitas for game 2. It's going to be up next after the break.
League of Legends just changed a lot. Here are the 3 biggest changes in the game. So number 1, there are Otacons. They're spawning at 20 minutes at both side or top side. If you fight it before 40 minutes a lot, then he spawns there. It's up to orange and other color. But remember, the orange color is the important one. It's Guardian Angel. And other one is giving you roses and some XPs. So number 2, this is kind of professional things, but minion changed. The cannon is not coming at 3rd now. The friends are coming at 4th wave, so they are coming late, and minions are dying faster because they are being stronger at the killing minions now. So that changed the dive waves, or like pushing and pulling, like bounce back waves. So be mindful about that, guys. The final change are the boots. Now we have some upgraded boots, right, guys? I don't know, you guys missed it, but you guys actually don't have to try out right now because I don't think it's really good performance with 750 gold with the hard options, so I would not prefer. But if you guys want it because it's a fancy shoes, you guys can try it.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Wrench in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
Opening a weekend. She's on so many arcane characters, but if you're not here in the audience, you can check out her other cosplays on her social. So shout out to the bucket that got given away to one lucky winner in the audience. I've never gotten a bucket this year. Where's my bucket?
I gotta earn it.
You gotta earn
free
it?
buckets.
All right, I'll work for it.
Work harder.
One day I will get myself
One day
a
you
bucket.
too could get a bucket.
I've given enough away. At this point, I feel like I've already earned it, but you know, you can never do enough.
Nope.
You can never do enough. Game one, though, was in the books here as Team Liquid got the dub, but Dignitas made it close.
Dignitas did make it close. It was looking like it was going to be an absolute stomp, complete runaway from TL, especially with the early game that they were able to get. Emily did a nice breakdown on the AD, talking about that, but really, Dignitas did battle back. I do think there was some kind of oopsies from Umti on some of the engages, but Surdy was team fighting well. Katie was looking good. I think the team, was able to kind of rally and make some things happen. Going to be interesting to see how it comes into game number 2, where the drafts will shift. We're on Fearless, no re-picks. Will it be Impact just blinding a tank and TL opting into a lane swap again, or are we going to have more standard lanes?
Seems to be their bread and butter, even coming back into this year now, is what they were doing a lot of last year.
I do think it's a lot harder, though, with Fearless. If you start 1 or 2 bans up there, if you don't want them to just blind a tank, you ban 1 tank. Kassante's already gone from last game.
Yep.
Usually, Impact doesn't go that far outside of his kind of core couple tanks, and usually when he's off those S-tier tanks, he actually goes towards carries and bruisers and stuff.
Sure, yeah. So what would be the focus then? What do you think would be that tank here for Dignitas? Because right now it's Ivern Gallia, so they only have a chance for 1 more.
Yeah, I think if you're really worried about lane swaps in particular, Scion to me is always one of those kind of S-tier tanks in a lane swap, because even if you were able to dive it, which is so hard already, the zombie form does make it almost impossible to keep down. You can get so much of that gold, just keep you right back. So if I was worried about that, I would be thinking that. But I don't think Dignitas is going to be too concerned. I think they knew when they picked a carry and they picked double range bot lane that TL was likely to lane swap. So maybe it's going to be more about them just trying to scout, get better info at level 1, and maybe try to swap to actually match it and get those even lanes, even if it's Australia style.
I think I like that. The bigger issue with that last game is exactly what you said. It wasn't the fact that a lane swap happened, it's the fact that they didn't do their kind of scouting to see, oh, Surdy was not safe to walk into that tri-brush. I think he's going to learn from that going into this next game, as now we see the first wave of bans. It's still Jace now with Mbessa and Skarner first round for Team Liquid.
Yep, so a couple of those really popular kind of high mechanics picks going to be thrown out on bans. Those are also things that Surdy would have played a lot of in solo queue. Jace has just been such a staple in solo queue for forever. Yeah. And when you think about kind of solo queue top laners now, Mbessa is so popular. But this Aurora coming in here definitely could be top lane Aurora. It could be for Surdy. Also could be for Kani. Occasionally you do see people do some stuff like where they're really trying to cook and they do a support, but I don't really like that at all, to be honest. So it's mostly just in the solo lanes. But definitely could be Surdy or Kani playing this. Corki is kind of more of a bot laner these days, so that's where I'm expecting it to go, but we know APA has played so much of it. Definitely could be going mid lane if they feel like it's appropriate for the matchups.
Keeping it flexible. Could expect maybe a support to be locked in here. So that way they can hold that Corki for later in the draft. See what the priorities are right now, and it's Pantheon! All right, I'm excited. One of my all-time favorite champions.
Yeah, and this is actually something that CoreJJ has done in the past, playing that Pantheon support. He has had some really good games on it, some very dominant games. So it could be Core, it could be Umti.
Yeah.
We could see them actually flexing around here. These days, we're seeing it quite a lot as jungle in competitive play.
Exactly.
So it is quite popular for that, but I don't think that it's guaranteed to go jungle. I just kind of bring up Core because he has had some really standout games on Pantheon support.
Yeah, both of their picks so far are still flexible, and in the LPL, they've been playing a lot of Pantheon in the jungle position. So Nocturne's going to be the answer for Lyra here, as Dignitas will look to lock in their third champion. So Nocturne into Pantheon, that would be an interesting jungle matchup.
And I mean, it's kind of one of those classic top side, assuming this is going to be a top side Aurora, going to top lane, you have a flanker plus Nocturne. That's kind of the classic combo. Kennen Nocturne was one of the old ones. This is kind of just the same thing, where you turn out the lights, and all of a sudden, someone is going to be flanking you, but your wards aren't giving you that info of where they're coming from. It's very hard to react. Generally teams kind of ball up, they back up as the Nocturne all comes, because you want to be able to assist whoever it is,
and then
but then you're grouping up for,
exactly,
you're grouping up for that potential Aurora ultimate. So that can make things difficult. It is going to be Taliyah coming through. This makes me think it's more likely to be a jungle Pantheon, because Taliyah plus Pantheon is such a powerful combo. Point and click stun plus the seismic shove is really, really strong.
Hear me out, though. Remember the old dark technology. Pantheon, Taliyah bot lane? Huh? Corki mid?
So. It's possible, but I don't think
I just wanted to throw it out there, just in case.
I respect it.
Because then I look big brain.
They could be cooking, right? These still can all really be flexed around. Taliyah can even go into the jungle. So obviously there is opportunities to really swap things around. It's not usually TL's style to super cook. Usually if it's like, it usually goes there. That's where TL's putting it, right? They're more about just kind of solid macro play, less about surprising you in draft. So we'll find out, but I am right now operating under the assumption this is AD carry for Jan as the Corki, and it's going to be Taliyah mid and Pantheon jungle.
But part of the reason why we talk so much about the flexibility here is because it's called Fearless Draft. If I'm Dig, I'm afraid, because you still don't know exactly where they're going, and you could always draft yourself into a corner.
Yeah, I mean, if you try to really over-index and you're saying, okay, we're going to hard counter this pick. We're going to go, one specific way to try to shut something down, and then all of a sudden, okay, this is a horrible matchup. Yeah. Well, now you can just flex it around and kind of dodge that. So TL definitely going to keep those options open here. We're waiting for that final ban.
Look at this. The Respect Camille ban, by the way. Kind of got snuck under the radar there, but Surdy, this is one of the champions he climbed to that record-breaking solo queue LP with. He was saying maybe it wasn't great for his competitive play because all he was doing was picking Camille Jags every game and pushing, but still Camille can be pulled out in competitive too.
Well, and mechanics do transfer over, right?
Yes.
That is one of the things is that, team fighting, yes, it's going to be different at an organized level, but how you actually play out these 1v1s, how you play out these different situations, how you're mechanically able to use these champions, especially some of the complex ones, really does transfer over. And when people talked about this matchup, and people have talked about this top lane matchup a lot, Surdy himself was confident in saying, hey, Impact is really good and better than me at a lot of things that I don't think I'm that good at, but I think I am better at the things I am good at, right? The things like laning, like mechanics, he has that confidence there. So, you have to be willing to bring those kind of picks out. It is going to be the Renekton top here.
You know what I love about this? It still doesn't tell us where the Corki, Pantheon, and Taliyah are going, technically. We weren't expecting either to go top.
Yeah. So, no, it's true. I mean, there still is the opportunity for it to be flexed around. I'm still working under the opinion of support is open, and Core is going to counter pick support, and then they're going to play for the 2v2 with that.
Which it's not going to be the Braum or the Rel. Those have been banned away, and there are engage options right now. We have the Flanker, we have the turn the lights off with the Nocturne. Now we have the engage with the Leona locked in for Dignitas.
Yep, so Leona going to be coming through, waiting for this final pick here over on the other side to find out, is this going to be, going top lane with the Aurora, or do they want to swap it up and actually put something else top and put Kani on that Aurora? If this does get locked in, and it is the knock wave combo, so popular, you ult in, and it doesn't actually tether the ultimate, so you can use the Orianna Shockwave off of that if you time it well. It is almost impossible to avoid if the people using it don't mess it up. It's really more about how you can time it on the offense than how you can react to it as far as the defense goes.
How coordinated are you as the people pressing the buttons?
Yep, exactly. So now we're going to find out, what is it here for TL. So they are going to make a swap. So it is going to be CoreJJ Pantheon support, and it will be the Taliyah there going mid. The Vi will go into the jungle. So it is that last second flex. I was thinking it was going to be, Pantheon in the jungle, but of course I mentioned Core known for this. He's really, really strong. This is definitely, I think, less for the 2v2, especially against something like Ezreal, where he's so evasive.
And a Leona
more
that's hard to kill.
We're just going to try to push in, and I'm going to try to move around the map here, and it's going to likely be, this kind of roam squad here with Core and MT moving around. You're utilizing the tremendous amount of CC they have with their soul laners. Either you set up with the CC for the seismic shove, or you follow up on that stun from the Renekton. Both these soul lanes, really, really powerful to attack. And you look over on the other side, these are not durable carries. These are, carries that especially, you have the invisibility, you have, some ways to escape as Surdy, but if you're pushed all the way up, you're just going to get locked down 100-0.
And I'm a little surprised that Core JJ would choose to play the Pantheon for a lot of those reasons you were just saying. I actually was leaning more. It's going to go jungle, maybe something like an Alistar for the support, but I'm not going to complain. I play a lot of support Pantheon, one of my favorite all-time champions in League of Legends, and now I get to see the NA support GOAT pilot it right now, Core JJ himself. In game 2, already up in the series. Let's see if Team Liquid is able to 2-0 this one, or if Dignitas, off of the backs of Surdy, the new prospect coming up in the top lane, are able to even us up 1-1. We're getting in to game number 2. Everyone here at the Riot Games Arena, how are we feeling about the Pantheon support, about game 2? Dignitas versus Team Liquid Honda.
APA already yapping it up in all chat here. He says, how's the prep for DSG going?
Oh, that's some S-tier yapping right there.
Oh, man.
Now he's
never change
relying on
APA.
him. Oh, so you're just outing him. The screen can't see that.
That's okay.
He thought that was in confidence.
No, he didn't. It was in all chat. It was not in confidence. But it's going to be a fun one. And I'm excited to see how this does work out. TL again going, kind of much more early mid-gamey, especially this game. Look over at the scaling on the other side. I favor Dig, but we'll see how they're going to be able to do. And we have Emily standing by for an interview with APA's mom. What do you think about the trash talk?
All right, so the first thing the casters told me to ask you, Stacey, is what do you think about your son's trash talk? How would you rate it? Did you teach him?
No, I did not teach him that. Absolutely not. I'm not the trash talker in the house. No, not at all.
So who is outside of your son?
Okay, I am the swear person in the house. But in regards to trash talking, I don't know. I think that's just who he thinks he needs to be up there. It's okay. It's okay.
I like that. I've always really appreciated that about him, and also how reflective he is about his own play. Just generally, coming here, supporting your son, what's the experience like? I know for me, I get terrified when my parents even find my YouTube videos. So, what has your general experience been like at the LCS, and how bright do you think his future is here?
I hope he's here for a long time. That's the plan anyways. I'm proud of him. We've watched our kids through all the different sports, through wrestling, through football, through volleyball, through cheerleading, through track and field, through cross country, everything. Like, my kids played everything, and just to see him play at this level is absolutely amazing. Super proud.
Thank you so much for taking time. It was amazing to meet you. We'll throw it back to the game. Take it away, casters.
Round of applause for APA's mom. I see APA's dad. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Is she the smack talker in the family? Did APA get it from? No, okay, we got it.
He's giving us a so-so.
We're getting us a so-so. Level 2 hit earlier from Core JJ and Jan down there. They shoved the wave in.
Even if she is, don't admit that.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point.
Exactly.
That's a good point. But no early action other than that here in the early game for Team Liquid Dignitas Game 2.
But this is actually the first Pantheon support we have seen in the LCS, now LTA, since 2021 summer, I believe, with Sword Art playing it as Pantheon support. So it has been quite a while. Obviously, it is a pick that is kind of picking up here. And we can see Surdy on the top side is going to be playing Grasp. And look at this tail of the tape here. Not looking so good for Impact. Ooh,
man,
yeah. 9-11 his last 20 solo queue games.
He's got to step it up a little bit.
0 NACL and collegiate titles.
What does this mean for his legacy, really? I think is what it...
Nothing good. I'll say that much.
Nothing good.
He may be the reigning MVP, but how many collegiate titles did you win in North America?
A big fat donut
0
is the answer right there. So Surdy obviously ahead here in the 1v1 in terms of stats. But also in terms of confidence right now, but we'll get to that later. Isles actually goes in with the Zenith Blade. Core JJ is just trading with him. And this is part of why I don't like the Pantheon into Leona. You're just tankier as the Leona and actually do a decent amount of damage with your AD carry behind you. Both junglers are there. And Umti actually misses the Vault Breaker, so now Lyra going to go for the Fear. TourGJ is walking up if you spell shield correctly as Lyra. This is great, but Isles actually goes in. That's first blood for Lyra. Dignitas' jungler stepping up.
Nicely done. The coach turned jungler gets the first blood onto Umti here. It was a swing and a miss with the Vault Breaker, and also it was a late flash on the Zenith Blade that allowed the Zenith Blade to connect, and then once that connects, doesn't matter if you flash or not, the Leona's coming with you, so he goes through, loses the flash, gives first blood. That is a rough start for Umti, especially off of last game where I do not think he had a good showing. You know, definitely has been one of the players that has received a lot of criticism on this roster.
Ooh!
Whoa!
Surdy with the flash weirding, missing from the flash of impact. He might look for more. Twofold Hex. Cooldown can come back up right now, and he doesn't land the damage, but still, Surdy pressuring impact.
Yeah, going very hard towards the lane here. Umti going to back it up. Feels like, oh, maybe they know that I'm coming.
APA. This is in trouble. Flashing over from Isles. Has the Q plus the Zenith Blade. APA, nice seismic shove, though, keeping Caney away.
And he procs Phase Rush there, you know, so you proc Phase Rush, you're just going to be able to walk it on out. Surdy, you know, really emphasizing the lane with the Grasp here on the Aurora. Obviously not a great team fighting rune for the most part, but it is really powerful in these kind of matchups. You push in, you're always going to have shove in this kind of a matchup, and then you're just harassing the Renekton relentlessly under tower, especially when he's trying to go for those range minions. Every time he steps up, you hit the weirding, you hit the twofold hex, you're getting those Grasp autos in, and you're just constantly chunking him down and really trying to, you know, make his life a nightmare. Impact has already based and come back. You know, he did build towards those Merc Treads, which he's going to need this game. Anytime there's a Leona and you're playing frontline, you basically need to build them anyway. But we'll see when Surdy is actually going to base and what he's going to be able to grab.
And you're solo frontline as Isles, so you're going to want to make sure that you are in a good position to just live and absorb the damage, because there's going to be a lot of it on Team Liquid's side, as TourGJ again just poking him out.
A little Frost Bomb off of that, just getting a bit of poke. Isles is down summoner, so he has to be somewhat careful. Obviously, they did get that first blood over onto Umti, and so that was well worth it. Then gets a little bit of pressure on mid lane, but no flash, and his Ignite is also still down for about 10-15 more seconds. So you want to play pretty respectfully for now. Surdy does award this out. He is 6 now, so even if you go for the gank, it's probably not going to happen. Instead, Umti's just going to start up the grubs here and look to see what he can make happen with that.
Let's see if Lyra goes for a gank or if he goes for the dragon trade. Right now, it looks like sweeping. Thinking about the idea of wrapping around this Tribe Rush.
It's so hard to make happen, I feel like.
Well, Core and Jan have been playing so aggressive, so if Isles is able to make something happen, here's Zenith Blade in, but Valkyrie away for Jan, and big damage trade onto Isles. That's Ignite down. One more Q from Core should have it, but he's stunned up. Tomo goes in. Core with the flash forward for the kill trade.
Yeah, going to be able to go 1 for 1. That's actually really good for TL at the end of the day, because Lyra's wasting his time.
Yeah.
You know, sitting down here, he was not doing the dragon. You got all 3 grubs, and you traded 1 for 1 in a 2v3. So Core going to be feeling really happy. That was kind of the summoner advantage that he traded out. The Ignite came back up for Isles, but he did not have his flash. You know, Core was able to get something from that. Dignitas now going to be trying to start this dragon, but of course it is very late, and that means Umti is here, APA is here, and they're moving for it. We'll see if they can contest.
Can Dignitas secure it? APA throws up the wall so they don't have an escape path over the Dragon Pit wall. They do get the steal. Umti takes it out as Caney trying to buy space here. Tomo stuck in the pit, doesn't have the flash available. He's looking for the Arcane Chip, but it's not coming up. APA with a kill for the team.
Nicely done, TL, able to re-engage there, punish the loss of tempo with Lyra staying down for so long. Had he just started up the dragon, he would have been able to easily make that trade happen. Instead, it ends up getting stolen away, and they get the kill onto Tomo. So a nice punch back there from TL and a big play from Umti to be able to steal that away.
Yeah, much like fumbling a bat, he's going to be thinking about that one for a while. It's going to, again, just wasting the time. He's still level 5, I think, right now as he's gone back to the base. Well, let's get another replay at that.
Yeah, it's kind of just the drive-by. No one on Dig is really zoning him out. I think their thought process is, okay, we'll all play down towards the bot side, and then we'll get the dragon, and we'll just run for it, because we're not going to win the fight. But at the end of the day, that is not what ends up happening. Lyra has to flash out. Tomo did not have the E available here. He was trying to reset it, hitting those Mystic shots. Couldn't quite get the cooldown back up. So TL gets the kill, they get the flash, they get the dragon, and that is now 2 of 3 on the objectives for the feats of strength. They're going to be feeling really good about that. They can have the next set of grubs.
2-2 in kills, so whoever gets the next one here will be earning themselves that one. And then it would come down to the tower. But Team Liquid has an opportunity to just get it on this next spawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll see, because especially if it's going to be contested, because if you're saying as Dig, no, we don't want to give up this 3rd objective here, you go and fight. if TL gets 1 kill and the Dragon, or 1 kill and the the Grubs or whatever, then they have that feats of strength immediately. So definitely does put a little bit more pressure on it.
But if you're Dignitas, you have the level 6 Paranoia combo with Cani. So if you're the one to get that first kill, no flash in CoreJJ, but he gets away. Fun fact, the E, if it's full stacked and you stop using it, gives you extra move speed. So a little tip for all the would-be Pantheon players out there if you need to get out of a pinch. But
that a lot.
Yeah, well,
running away.
You didn't have to bring it up.
I've played with your Pantheon.
You flamed my Pantheon on broadcast before, but
now I have again.
We'll have a running count for production to have. But the point I was making is Lyra and Cani do have the combo. So yes, if Team Liquid get the first kill, they're first to 3. But Dignitas have the option to pull the trigger and be the ones to set up that play and actually find it first, which would help slow down Team Liquid's opportunities to get that. But APA, ooh, flash out of Cani. Good reaction time from the Orianna pilot, but still rough position all the same as now Isles goes in. Big damage traded back here. Jan's just looking at Tomo. Phosphor bombs and missile barrage are doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's kind of unloading on them. They're trying to bait them in, though, because Lyra is playing right over the wall. But Umti's now in the area. APA's in the area with the ult, so it would be a hard play to go for. Umti just going to Q blind over the wall there. And does have the support of his team, so feeling confident that he's going to be able to be okay in that situation.
This is one of the best things you can do with the support Pantheon as a jungler. Just say, hey, link up with me. I'm Vi, I can start the fight. Your Pantheon, you can chain the CC. You have a lot of damage up front in the kit, so they can actually 100-0 a lot of champions on Dignitas' side. I'm happy to see CoreJJ just at the hip of Umpty right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just such a strong duo. We talked about the power of linking up with both the Soul Laners as well. Right now, they're playing around APA. They know that Cani lost his flash, so if he were to walk down towards bot, easy flash stun. You get the seismic shot off of that. That's probably a kill. So instead, it's going to be Surdy sent down here. A little bit safer there on the Aurora. But, all things said, we haven't checked in on top lane in quite a long time. It is pretty much dead even. Actually, a 2 CS lead now for Impact. So Impact withstanding the early pressure as he has done throughout his entire career. He is so good at loss mitigation. You put him in a bad matchup. He barely ever gets behind. He almost got solo killed. Surdy couldn't make it happen. And then, as a result, hasn't been able to extend really any lead.
Yeah, the top lane has been pretty quiet ever since the almost solo kill that Surdy got early on, but Impact has stabilized. It's dead even in CS right there. But now they're on opposite sides of the Rift, and Dignitas have first dibs here on the Grubs, but they actually are making 2 different plays. One goes mid, the other goes top now as they're looking at CoreJJ. They got it. 3rd kill for Dignitas as now Cease and Desist used here onto the front line. No more W shield, but now between worlds, Surdy got out of Jan. Weirding for the damage and gets the kill for the team. First one for Surdy.
Yeah, nicely done. Surdy hit absolutely everything there. Both sides of the Q, of course. Hit the E as well, weaving in those autos. So not able to dodge anything as Jan was kind of sidestepping back and forth there, but couldn't avoid it all. And Core barely did not have his flash. Got caught by that shockwave before he could get the E up to block any of the damage. So it looked like he got snapped in.
Ooh, but now Umti's looking for a play here on to Cani with APA setting it up. CoreJJ over the top. 2 assists with kill credit to Umpty. TL, make a play.
Also looking like Core is actually going for Heartsteel Pantheon. So
I just noticed that too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, when you see this in solo queue, especially its lethality, people just go heavy towards the AD. But I think this is more consistent, of course. He's basically saying, hey, I didn't super snowball, so I'm just going to be kind of a point-and-click stun, and I'm going to absorb damage, with the E, get a little bit of damage in with that Heartsteel proc, and just try to be this tanky, annoying setup, basically, for my teammates.
And I'm wondering what abilities he's maxing, because if you're going for just a W max instead of a Q max,
because 3 points Q.
3 points Q. So it's still going for that more damage right now, but eventually you could just pivot to say, yeah, I'm just going to go all in on that one. You also get extra bonus armor and magic resist when you have the full stacks on your E shield once it expires. So yeah, he's going to be very tanky with this build, but is that going to be what the team needs?
Well, it's always the question, too. It's like, you can do a build that shores up a champion's weakness, or you can do a build that really accentuates the strengths, right? So, you do always kind of end up with that question of, okay, well, if you're going to go tank Pantheon, would it not have just been better to go Alistar or, something along those lines?
Exactly what I was thinking about in pick, yeah.
Exactly. So that's always kind of one of those questions. But I do think there's a lot of validity to just changing your build based on what is happening in the game, right? Just kind of autopiloting full damage when you're not snowballing. You're often not going to be strong enough, and then you're just paper in the team fight. So he's just saying, hey,
stop the back. They actually are thinking of making a play on the Cani right here. APA is walking up. If Cani walks too far forward, he's in trouble. Blast Cone's available. Weaver's wall, but he has an avenue to get away from there. Flash from CoreJJ with the seismic shove. Cani gets the ultimate off, and there's some more lockdown here from Isles, but the kill credit goes to Team Liquid.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill, and that's the exact setup that you're talking about.
That's even more disastrous for Dignitas. Double kill to the tank Pantheon.
Yeah, both going to core there. That should be the Heartsteel likely completed. Man, that's got to be frustrating for Canids because he actually checked a lot of these brushes. You know, he walked through one brush, he throws out the
in trouble
blue
too.
trinket.
How can this happen? Team Liquid just made a play bot side. Now they're making another play top side, and it looks like both are going to work out for him. Surdy jumping between worlds. He jumps back, but de-weighted around. Tomo now maybe baited. He's got a full health bar now. Big damage on the impact. He's eating forward. The Arcane shift aggressively because they have the paranoia behind them, but Team Liquid decide to back off.
Yeah, Surdy gets taken down, tries to use the between two worlds, kind of bounce back and forth, was playing it pretty well, but just locked down, CC'd up too early and lost so much of his health before going for that kind of little bit of an outplay. Couldn't actually make it happen. Tomo got over there, but couldn't finish off a kill either, and TL looking good again.
Yeah.
I've opened up here a 2,000 gold lead, and first hour, that is going to be the feats of strength.
There we have it. Team Liquid now picking them up. But I also want to give credit. Tomo jumping forward there. That was an aggressive move for the AD carry to play. And 2-1-1, he could be the saving grace here for Dignitas. They're a little behind in gold right now, but the game's not over yet. They were able to claw their way back in that game one and make it close, and I think a lot of it could happen off of Tomo's play this time around. I mean, I'm happy that he's in the league. Between his subbing in for 100 Thieves last year and now getting the starting spot here on Dignitas, also an AD carry with a lot to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, he was able to sub in 400 Thieves, came in for Meech, and really was able to turn things around.
Yeah.
You know, the team looked like it was really struggling, you know, at one point. And Tomo brought them some real stability. You know, he was able to come in, you know, for this team and help them get to Worlds, help them turn around a season and really surprise some people, upset some of these teams. So I think it was so impressive from him to be able to pull that off. And now, obviously, to have that and then get replaced by your team feels really bad. So I am glad to see him with another shot here. But, you know, talk about Impact a little bit more. Obviously, Impact has just had such a storied career. Got his start in the LCK, won a World Championship, but has been in the LCS now for so long. This is Impact stats versus the average LTA top laner, obviously including LCS stats. You know, he's played so many more games, so many more kills, so many more assists. It's like he has just been around for so long. And it also shows you the average career length is not that long in professional League of Legends, which is why it's so impressive to me that he has been able to keep his place at the top for a decade, for more than a decade now at this point.
How much of that average is just Impact is the question. Is Kaney now getting played on here in the top lane? There's that Shock Blast, or Shock Wave, not going to be enough to save his life. Impact getting the kill credit as the teleport comes in, and Surdy's going to regret that one. Core JJ now on a killing spree. 4, 2, and 3 on the tank Pantheon support. Team Liquid, find 2.
Yeah, TP's in immediately trying to bail out Kaney, but by the time he gets there, Kaney is already dead, so he just donates another kill there. That's tough, man.
Yeah. And now it's not only the kills, it's the Herald after the fact. As APA with the thanks.
Yeah. It was fair. Nice delivery, right on time.
And he saved time. He's that efficient with the yapping. It's the THX as opposed to typing out the whole word, you know? He's got to get back into the game.
TY. Got to optimize that build order.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right, Stacy, you can give some feedback for APA after the match.
We'll do the VOD review, not on the game.
Yeah.
We'll do the VOD review on the Trash Talk.
The APA Mom VOD review on Trash Talk.
Yeah.
We'll get that streamed as well.
Get him in on some type racer reps, you know?
Yeah. I've been making a lot of promises on broadcast that I don't think I can back up, but
that's okay. People forget very quickly what you've said. So you can kind of just say whatever you want. It's one of the beautiful things about it.
I'm going to say that's reassuring. But
or concerning.
Yeah.
Or both.
Maybe a little bit of column A, column B. Right now, though, back into the game here. It's 17.5 minutes on the clock. The next dragon just spawned, and look where Team Liquid is directly on top of it. But now Dignitas are contesting them for it. Now the lights go off, and there's the combo. They found APA, but he doesn't go down. They don't have the damage. Now there's no front line. 2 fall as Kaney will also drop. 3 kills to Team Liquid. APA just unkillable.
Yeah, APA tries to flash it, but they had the timing perfect. It just didn't matter, though, because he's Merc Treads, Verdant Barrier, and Seraphs.
Tomo's now trying to get under the turret. Umti looks for the engage. Maybe it's too much, though. Surdy has a lot of damage. Tomo as well, and neither of them had taken that much damage themselves. So it's just going to be the turret. He'll look back to the dragon.
I mean, APA just has such a tanky build. You know, Verdant Barrier, he has the shield as well, as I was saying, from Seraphs, has the Merc Treads. It is really tough to take him down. And yes, the Flash did not actually disrupt the Knockwave combo. The Shockwave still hit, but he creates enough space away that some of the follow-up damage couldn't really come through. They couldn't finish him off, and that right there could be the death knell of Dignitas in this series. TL now so far ahead here. They're going to move to Seoul Point. They're already massively up in gold, closing on a 7,000 gold lead here. It's hard to think how Dig will fight.
APA taking some damage here. Surdy jumps in. Seismic Trap misses. Here comes Isles. APA, no flash available. Is he tanky enough? I can't imagine a world where he gets away from this one. Locked down. Big damage. Shut down to Surdy.
Yeah, it's going to be able to finish him off, but you can see even there, it took a long time for them to be able to kill him. And you look down towards the bot side, they are pushing this in here with Impact, but, you know, for Dignitas, they are pushing up mid lane. There are objective bounties available, so if you can get in on some towers, maybe you can make it happen.
Ooh, Core JJ ulting into the mid lane just to push away Dignitas from the turret. Helps clear the wave, keep Jan safe, and buying so much time. Impact who's proxying between the turrets right now. And this one should fall very shortly with this wave. Actually, he's slicing and dicing away because they realize they don't have vision on the mid anymore. There is still the Paranoia combo, but actually looking like not available. Do I see that on cooldown for Lyra there?
Yeah, Nocturne's ult is still on cooldown. Very long cooldown on this, of course. You know, he does have his experimental hex plate, you know, which is going to be pretty nice. You get the ultimate haste on that, as well as the Kindle gem in pocket. So going to be reducing the cooldown a fair bit, but it's just so tough when you're this far down. You know, you really do kind of rely on limiting vision. You know, I talked a lot about, you know, this Nocturne plus Aurora combo. They haven't really been able to make that happen at all. It's just been that one kind of instance of the Orianna ult plus that Nocturne ult coming in. They haven't been able to get that flanking on top, where then all of a sudden, even if APA survives the initial burst, there's an Aurora on top of you, start getting those kills, you maybe start running over the fight.
And this is part of what Surdy was even saying about his own play. With all the solo queue has been grinding, sometimes linking up with the team and playing the competitive side is a very different play style. Actually make sure that you're on that flank, ready for the team impact. All alone with APA behind him. That's a Flash and Dominus to survive. So some cooldowns for Dignitas as they picked up.
Yeah, going to be able to get that out, but it was the Orianna ult. It was the Ezreal ult, so some cooldowns used on the other side here, too. A lot of roses out. They're going to go.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall used. Team Liquid's going to try and absorb this, and Lear just jumps straight through the unraveled Earth. Now Team Liquid look to turn. Season Desist onto the backline. They're locking out Tobo. He gets out of there, though. Between worlds, big damage from Surdy as Impact is able to take one for the team. Jan wasn't there, but now he is. Now things are looking fantastic for Team Liquid. Flash Q from Core, not going to be in range for Surdy, who will jump away across the veil, but Dignitas losing multiple members, trading with Team Liquid, but still getting chased. I think they're out of there.
Two for two at the end of the day. That was a pretty close fight. A lot of low health bars on both sides. Potentially could have gone down. You see APA there, about 200 health remaining. Of course, we saw Surdy barely getting away. Will the ulti hit? No, APA is not caught shopping. He's paying attention and does readjust just to make sure there's no chance of that actually hitting him. But Dignitas, you know, not rolling over whatsoever. It's just like last game. You know, they did get very far behind, but they're looking for fights. They're trying to make things happen. And Surdy was able to get a lot done in this fight. They just charge in onto Impact. They know that he has no flash. His ultimate's expiring. Lyra took a lot of early damage here, though. But then look at Surdy on the re-engage here. Great ultimate across pretty much the entire team. APA walks through the wall of it, so he takes that bonus damage, and he's kind of just bouncing back and forth, you know, trying to get some damage down. But as soon as Jan joins, he wasn't there at the initial start of the fight. And really no chance to fight in against that core queue is quite powerful at this point.
Speaking of, as we come back to live, he just gets chunked out. As now again, Paranoia used Solar Flare. Looks like it missed. Oh no, he had the Verdant Barrier shield. I think that it actually was able to save him right there. APA does not go down. That's again a long cooldown, like you said. Paranoia not going to be up for a while.
Yeah, the Verdant Barrier not showing as popped on Spectator, but I'm looking at in-game, so that shield did work. And was, you know, absorbing at least one of those spells. But here comes the Pantheon ult. They're going to look.
And Starfall as over the wall goes Tomo, but now he's stuck there. And here's Core JJ! Welcome to the pain cage. As Jan now jumping in onto Surdy, who tried to get out of the back line, but instead goes down. Dignitas lose two.
Yeah, talk about a rock in a hard place. that was a tough one.
Literal rock and a literal hard place right there, yeah.
TP out to safety there by Caney, but no such luck for Isles.
Isles now all alone. Nobody to save him, as he does have the flash available. Does he try and use it? Sending up Impact under the turret, but he will go down. killing spree for Jan, and now Atacon available as the bounty for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab this, no problem. You can see that Dignitas isn't even on that side of the map. Kaney used his TP to go towards the top side, and APA might even find an angle to get a kill onto Kaney. He's going to look for it. Kaney's out of mana.
Very low mana, no summoner spells available.
Coming, though. He has his ult.
Paranoia used. Oh, he actually pressed it. I don't know if you 1v1 this, Lyra. Yeah, I was almost wondering, do you just press it and then walk away? Because APA is probably going to be too afraid to walk up at that point. But either way, Lyra will save Kaney's life. Atacon still picked up by Team Liquid.
Yep, they grabbed the Atacon. It is the flash off of APA, so that's at least something nice for Lyra, but it is going to be so tough from this spot. Tomo ease over the wall,
I feel for him.
That ultimate from APA completely locks him up against the wall. This one, I think, was maybe an accident from Serdi. I'm not sure they intended to go in the backside. I'm not sure. Maybe he did. From the expression, he definitely didn't. Okay, that confirms it for me. I think he was trying to kite back and got a little bit too close, went over, tried to bounce right back again, but he was instantly CC chained by the Pantheon and the Renekton, and now TL are going to add Infernal Soul to their collection here.
Oof.
Objective dominance, back-to-back games here. That's back-to-back souls. They have the Atacon GA, they have the Infernal Soul, and they have a lot of poke here with the Corki as well as the Talia. A lot of easy ways to apply that Infernal Soul, so it's going to be so tough for Dig.
The exact kind of objective control that you want to see from a team like Team Liquid. They were one of the teams to beat for all of last year. Rough finals, yeah, but let's be honest, that was the Minions that lost them that game. So Team Liquid showing up solid here to start off 2025. Dignitas have been given a good fight, but it's looking like it might be close to the end here. 8,000 gold lead with the Atacon buff, with the Dragon Soul, and now all these turrets starting to fall down here. Team Liquid crack the tier 2 in the mid lane. As Impact's pushing in the bottom side, Dignitas, if they do make the play here, Baron's about to spawn, so you got to do this fast. Slice and dice away. He has the flash coming off soon. He's just buying the time. If Impact can just keep everyone on him for as long as possible, and Dignitas are just leaving. They realize, yeah, Baron's up. We cannot keep pushing on to Impact, I suppose.
But how do you even contest? You have no Orianna or Nocturne ultimate anymore now, and you're fighting into the GA. So TL are just going to force here and look for the turn. They're going to go now.
A bizarre call, but now they're getting punished for it. Dignitas have to use summoners to get away. But hey, they pulled Team Liquid off of the Baron, so I guess that's something. Isles and Tomo now fighting on their own here. Core JJ taking a lot of damage. Big cooldowns coming off. The E used. Move speed forward, gets the W onto Isles. That's good for Tomo. Can he kite back? The Ezreal pilot. This is your moment. If you get the cooldowns, Impact's looking to flank around. He's spotted. Tomo knows that he's there, but now topside, Impact going in onto, or Umti rather, going in onto Serdi, and APA teleported up. Yad finds Tomo. Dignitas falling apart at the seams as TL win the fight.
Yeah, they get the Atacon pop on both Core and Impact, it looks like, but they're already back up. They're going to run straight back out to the Baron. As soon as you can fight any sort of decent fight, you can just force the Baron right after it. And this time they're able to get 3 kills, to get really good. And I think this one is going to be a cleaner closeout than we saw last time around. They are just so far ahead, and they have so many engage tools, so many ways to start up the fight.
Yeah, I mean, just a bizarre play there onto Impact. I guess he was just looking like a porcupine in a petting zoo. Nobody wanted to touch the guy. You just let him be, go to the Baron, but they had already used him, though. They were petting the porcupine. They already used the abilities. Don't pet a porcupine, Dignitas. Unless you're sure you're able to take him out, I guess, but an analogy kind of fell apart at the end there. Either way.
Gloves, question mark.
Some chainmail or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just as simple as you're insanely behind. You see someone solo in a side lane. You say, all right, let's try.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, how are you going to come back in a game like this? Well, it's probably going to be a bunch of picks in a row, realistically.
Rough timing.
You know, you'd already given over the Atacon, so there's not really any good play. So they're thinking, hey, maybe we can get a free kill on him, and then maybe reset, defend the base, you know, something like that. But of course, he's a very tanky member. They couldn't take him down, and now TL are closing in, looking to finish this out.
Isles now trying to front line, but he's just got no health bar, man. Serdi between worlds. That's a flash out from Jan as he will live through the paranoia. Lyra cannot take him out. Umti will claim Kaney, and Team Liquid look to claim a series win, but Serdi, he's still up, he's still healthy. Shut down gold, takes out APA, but can he get back to the base to defend? Long death timers. It's gonna come down to Serdi, and if he can hold the line.
That's a big if. Pretty much the entire enemy team is still alive. They have Dragon Soul, they're closing in, and Core's just gonna waste his time here, and they're gonna be able to close this one out.
Goes across the Veil, Serdi's trying to look for the damage. The Pantheon Ease gets a stun. Is he gonna solo kill Serdi? Oh, Core JJ!
LTA, the GOAT support, making it look easy.
Oh my God, he's just styling on him. Kills off Surdy, ults in on the Nexus. That'll do it.
You thought it was Impact versus 30. It's Core JJ versus 30, and it's Team Liquid versus the rest of the league. 2-0 start to the season.
And it is an 8-0 weekend here for the LTA kickoff. A lot of dominance here. Team Liquid coming out looking strong in that second game. Cool flex pick. The Pantheon moving down towards that bot lane here, moving the buy-in towards the jungle. A bit of a shaky start, but TL really were dominant throughout the rest of it. Strong comp, easy to execute, lots of engage, great CC chains here to pair up with APA, and TL looks strong.
Maybe some VOD review for Umpty, but a dub's a dub. For the end of the day, for Team Liquid. Solid stuff from the squad. Give it up for TL and a 2-0 for their opening weekend in the LTA North. But we're joining Emily and APA on stage for an interview.
Hello. Thank you very much, Kangas. Congratulations, APA. First win. Welcome back. I talked to your mom in between games. I'll let you, the shudder down your spine travel for a minute. And she said she's not responsible for your trash talk, but then kind of walked it back. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to call her out if she is a trash talker.
No, she's really respectful. She's not a trash talker at all.
Nice. She was super nice when I talked to her, actually, so thank you. In a little bit more of a serious note, saw you piloting the Azir, the Talia. That last comp was super, super fun. How are you guys taking to Fearless Draft, and how does it affect your prep?
Honestly, it's kind of fun. You don't get to play the same matchups, so it's always fun to play different matchups against different players. Yeah, it's just fun.
Some people, I'm not going to call them out, but some people identified you as someone who might suffer in Fearless, maybe if your champion pool was pinched. I actually don't believe it because I've seen you play some interesting stuff in NACL. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe call them out a bit. Or just tell me, how are you approaching it with some of the pocket picks that you do have?
Well, I think I'm lucky enough to have the best players in every single role. So if teams target me, I'm willing to take like the backseat and let my other teams carry.
And then going into this season, when we talked to Coach Spahn kind of before, he cited this as a kind of reset for you coming out of something like Worlds where you have to prep a lot more immediately. He said it was really nice to have you guys boot camp, be able to kind of refocus on some of your core goals as a team. I want to ask you, what are those core goals and how are you approaching the season overall?
Well, I think at least my goal is just to win. So just focusing on winning. And I think we did a good job of that today.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. APA, all the best this season. Congratulations. We'll throw it to the lounge to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Emily. That concludes week one of LTA Split 1. 2-0s across the board.
Very exciting.
What happened?
Oh my goodness. I felt like we were close, like first 15 minutes or so into this game. I was like, okay, Team Liquid has a giga early comp.
Yeah.
Hey, Dignitas fought back after game one. I was just basically trying to give myself reasons, cope, excuses, like maybe that we would get a third game. It's not happening. But second round, I'm confident.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid are picking up a bit where they left off. Game one was a little bit close. And I'd say in defense of the teams that got 2-0'd,
yeah,
3 of the teams were playing without their intended roster.
Yeah.
So Lear was playing here. That is supposed to be Shaden. Zaza was playing for Shopify Rebellion. And the third sub, off the top of my head, was Lions, but he's remote.
Which sucks for everybody involved, just in general. If you're not there for your team, like with your team in the moment, and also when there's reviews, it's going to be hard to be like there to pick up certain things. So yes, like there were a lot of instability because of that.
Pobelter in the house.
True.
Honestly, though, the highlight for me from this week were the fans.
Yeah.
When I got to interview Bwipo on stage yesterday, they were so plugged in to that interview. They were responding to everything Bwipo said. We're getting better fan interaction here with the players going to that fan zone right after the game. We got to do an interview in front of it earlier. Like, the fans really showed out. We got to see Offline TV come to support Disguise. Like, that to me was the highlight of this week. Just next time, I want to see some Game 3 Fearless drafts.
Please.
So players of the series as well for today was FBI from the first series and APA from this series. 2 players with 3-letter, 3-syllable names.
That's a trend.
I guess suppose that's a trend. But Quad and Thanatos from yesterday. So what is that, Raz? That's a mid laner?
Two mid laners.
Okay, gentlemen.
There we go.
But overall, a lot of players showed out. I'd say even like players of the losing series.
Yeah.
I'd say Surdy actually looked really good.
Yes.
Who else?
Surdy looked really good. We already talked about Loki just yesterday.
Yeah.
I felt like Palafox had a good game. Caney actually had great performances on the Yone for sure in game 1. So you're right. I felt like even on the losing side, we got to see a lot of positives. And I'm sure people right now in the chat are talking about like a player that they noticed as well that was doing quite good regardless of the team's success.
Absolutely. So let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. See where everything stacks up. Faster 100 CS. Thanatos. Oh, okay. Castle's 1051. I thought it was reading a little bit lower.
Okay.
What stands out to you here, Razzle Plasma?
I mean, I just love the fact that right at the get-go, Adilan is fastest to level 6. I'm sure he was just like heavy farming, and it's like a lane swap meta. But in general, I just loved seeing the the fact that he's already standing out in one aspect of the game. You know, that's another example of a team that didn't look too good, but I thought we saw good moments from Lyon in general and Adi.
Yeah. And shout out to my boy CoreJJ720 support item transformation. Use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd to unlock 15% off the 990 Pro SSD available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on Samsung.com.
You know what time it is?
I do, but I don't think that was the question you're asking.
That's not the question I was asking. It's MasterCard Player of the Week time. Guess who it is?
Ooh, I voted for Quad.
I voted for Quad. And guess who won? Quad!
Oh, thank goodness. Yes. That would have been real awkward if it wasn't Quad.
It was just someone else completely different.
FlyQuest in general played great. I'd say Masu played extremely well, but Inspired has changed the way he plays for that team because of the emergence of Quad and Masu. We saw it at the World Championship. We see it carrying through here into the start of Split 1 of the LTA. Outstanding numbers.
Yes. It was incredible, and I feel like the playmaking within the game was also something to make note of because, yes, the draft was great, and it made a lot of sense, especially in the Azir draft, where you're like, okay, let's dive the Azir. Well, guess what? Back up off me! And then you dive right in to get the execution. So, like, there was that one team fight. There's also the flanking Cassiopeia fight that I'm sure is going to be in there. But, like, I felt like he had been on the ball in every fight. The draft helped, but he just looks incredible.
Yeah, incredibly calm in his second year on FlyQuest as well. It's so funny that less than a year ago, there was this massive controversy that FlyQuest was putting him back in.
That's true.
Jensen had gotten them to second place, and then MSI didn't go well, and it felt like they were scapegoating him. And they just wanted to put in this incredibly good mid laner. That was actually what they wanted to do.
They saw something.
He's really been popping off for them. So congratulations to Quad for winning the first LTA North Player of the Week ever.
That's true. Put it in the history
There'll
books.
never be another first Player of the Week of the LTA North.
Years from now, decades from now, a century now, they'll look through the history books. He's number 1.
Absolutely. Let's check in on the bracket for the LTA North. It's moving quick.
Yes,
I will say. So we'll have TL100 Thieves and FlyQuest C9 as the upper bracket, and then Dig GSG and Shopify Lyon in the lower bracket. So that means if DSG, Dig, Shopify, or Lyon lose, they're out, but also qualifier time in terms of trying to secure that top 4 if you win that next matchup for either TL100 or FlyC9.
And that's the most exciting aspect. Like, the teams just want to be able to get that ticket to Sao Paulo. And so for Team Liquid or 100 Thieves or FlyQuest or C9, they can just punch that ticket in immediately. But as you can see, what's going to be happening next week, Shopify Rebellion versus Lyon Gaming, and then Dig versus DSG. The implications are very clear.
So lower bracket day is Saturday.
Yep.
This will be win to stay alive, win to continue playing competitive League of Legends in Split 1.
Yep.
And then Sunday is going to be the upper bracket day, which will be the qualification day.
That makes sense. Saturday is going to be a big one because you put in all that effort, put in all that practice during December, during January. Just to lose that quick? No, they're going to be fighting for their lives.
Oh, and also at the end of I'm just checking the date here. Yeah, at the end of Sunday, there'll also be those best-of-1 qualification matches for seeding. So they're just slamming those out of the way as quickly as possible. That's the one weird thing when people look at the bracket. They're like, oh, my God, best-of-1 final. No, not the final. You're just trying to secure the top 4, get the seeding figured out very quickly to send them to Brazil for the LTA North, LTA South showdown.
That's why I like to see it as a bonus game. Like otherwise, you're finding out who is getting seeding based off a completely different metric, but we get an extra game at the end of the day, so I'm happy with it.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be longer. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed 5 games minimum.
Yep.
Yeah, maximum 7. Let's hope for that. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Shopify versus Lyon. Now let's send it over to Sven's stream. Congrats on the win yesterday, Sven. Hope you were watching, but he's probably just playing solo.
The speaker's a hater.
Welcome back to the inaugural weekend of the LTA with one of last year's World's competitors. It's 100 Thieves. Their opponents, one of Tier 2's hottest teams, taking the stage. It's Disguised.
I start with Q flash, okay?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think they're looking.
Yeah,
I'm
Varus
coming
is
bot side
basing.
too. I'm coming mid to help you.
Got him.
Good job, guys.
Good job.
I'm on Jace, guys.
Wait, play slow. Play slow. I'm almost here. I'm almost here.
Azir's dead, guys.
Coming.
Kill
I can block Vi. Can we finish?
Yeah, finish. I'm on Jace. Finish. Should we look Jace, anyone?
Nice. We got it.
No flash Jace. No flash Jace. No flash
Kill
Jace.
Jace. Kill Jace.
Yeah.
At least splash as well.
I stopped Jay.
Oh, Jace splash.
He's tilted. Restricting dog Vi. Keep typing you dog.
I'm coming. Can we fight here?
Yeah. I'm here. Any punch is good.
Look at Zin. We're hitting
Any
Zin.
punch is good.
No flash. Actually has flash maybe.
Okay,
Look at me. Send reset.
Take it slow.
Yeah,
Look at Akali. Akali's on me. Akali. Akali missing. No E Akali.
I can look at Akali with R. I'm R.
I have to get out.
No E Akali.
Got him.
Nice job. They're here. Quit smurfing, guys. We can win.
We can fight after. Look, Rumble, Wukong.
Rumble,
Rumble,
no flash. Rumble,
Look here.
Yeah, Rumble, no flash. No flash, Rumble. I'm getting kite.
I'm joining Jink.
Yeah, me too. We're both signing thing.
Just kite them.
Yeah, careful yourself.
Kite.
I can look at the wall.
Yeah.
Draven, no play.
Zero.
Draven, almost dead. Draven dead. Zero flash.
Azir 1, no flash, no E. Can we kill Azir? No flash, no E. Nice.
Try.
On us.
Fight now. Go for it.
Go for it.
Go for it. Kai's on a flash.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, I have W too. Kai's on a flash.
I mean 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm watching Rumble TP now.
Jonas behind, go forward. Keep going forward.
Yeah.
Guys, we
No
can
flash.
Yeah, guys, we can end the game after killing that.
Can you use ulti?
Yeah,
Now.
I think we killed it.
Yeah, should I?
Coming down as well. That's gonna be there. I'm coming as well. Try to deep. I'm coming behind. Yeah, maybe not come. Maybe not come.
Yeah.
I'm done, hit him. I'm hitting him before.
Okay,
I think they're fine.
Nocturne not showing yet. Good job.
Ready?
Just chunk.
Oh, Nocturne ulti.
I'm okay.
Kill Doctor.
Yeah, I'm plague.
I'm going for it.
Oriana no flash.
Oriana no flash. I have ulti.
Yeah. Nice dead.
On you.
Okay. Kill him. Kill him.
I'm going this side.
He's dead.
Come here.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Ezreal.
Yeah.
Skill 3.
Keep going.
Engineer no E. I'm coming for you. Break the word.
Oh, get up, Chad.
You have to come, now we race to start. And when we go, there's no holding on. 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 And when We're bullet to the